Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You hear me now? Hear me now? Hey, yep. One, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, he's got me. Good.
Hello. Is this on?
Is there another mic? They had two yesterday all the way through.
Is it behind anybody's chair? I think they stuck them on the chairs.
Is it cool if we get another mic like that? Or my,
Someone's sitting.
oh, yeah. Oh, I was on. Cheers. You wanna test it? Testing.
Testing, testing.
Wait, that's loud. They're gonna, they will edit it. That's their sound. Yeah, we're just figuring. I feel like, oh. All right, my phone just decided to crap out on me, guys. So can I borrow one of our WhatsApp chats? Yes. Thank you. Sorry, I can borrow some. No, no, it's unsafe. It's turning on and off on stuff right now. Good to do in the middle of a panel. I feel like I don't know. This one? No, I have this. Thank you.
Danica Johnston.
Susan Spencer.
And Anthony Berry.
Of course, I know you know so hard.
Oh, we've been in touch.
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect.
So Danica, right?
Danica, yes. Thank you.
9:03. Do you want a picture of us standing, or you do that at the end? Okay.
Because so what happened is that she's gonna make a speech and introduce you guys, and then you guys walk on the stage.
Oh, we did
Oh,
not
okay.
know that.
Yeah.
We're like self-doing. Okay. Cool.
That's you.
All right. All right.
Can I introduce you and then you?
Got it.
Yes, we can go.
All right, good morning, everyone. I hope you are feeling energized and ready for the last day here at Education 2.0 Conference USA 2024. I hope you had an amazing break and are eager to jump into the excitement of today. It's the climax of an incredible journey packed with fresh discoveries, meaningful connections, and unforgettable moments. Let's make today absolutely unforgettable. Before we jump into today's exciting lineup, I want to take a moment to express our gratitude to someone who's been instrumental in making this event possible. Let's give a big round of applause to our gold sponsor, John K. Shakarami, the founder and CEO of Ophelio. Sean, thank you for your fantastic support and dedication in advancing education. All right, without further delay, let's dive into the first session of the day. Get ready for an eye opening panel on upskilling and reskilling for career transitions, meeting the demands of evolving industries, where the experts will dive deep into the strategies for staying ahead in today's fast paced job market. Join me as I invite Laura Sultan, the founder and CEO of Designs by Nature Gems, as our moderator, and our panelists will be introduced shortly as well. Welcome them to the stage.
Okay. Thank you for that introduction. I am here to share our experiences. All of us have dealt within different industries to some degree, trying to share skills, grow our personal and professional resources, and share that information to others. Here right now we have Susan, Danica, and Anthony, and I'm going to let them mainly introduce themselves and share their story. And at the end, I'm going to go a little deeper in my own story to explain why a CEO is here on an education panel.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you to Education 2.0 for having us here. We're very pleased to be here. A little bit about me. I'm going to call this the career pivot talk. I was a fashion industry executive in the last century. And after that, I moved into fashion education and taught for 20 years at the Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandising in Los Angeles. As anyone who's taught, which I am assuming several of you are former educators here in the room, raise your hand if you are or currently an educator. Yes, that's why we're here at the education conference. it is not the most well-paying, often very rewarding, but not the most well-paying field. And, I had the daunting prospect of sending my kids through college, two at once, 1 year apart. So that said, I decided that I would investigate e-learning, and I started at my college developing e-learning courses. And e-learning courses at the college were run by a small department of several gaming guys who I quickly became friends with. And eventually I was doing my own development. And I thought to myself, this is something I can do professionally. So I took the director out for breakfast one day and I said, what's your graduate degree in? What do you do? What is this called? What is this field? And he said, it's instructional design. And my degree is a master's of science in instructional design. And he laid out the path for me. So I said, okay, I'm going to do that. So I enrolled myself at age 53 into an instructional design master's program and started my career pivot. And this would be my third career. And before I finished my degree, I was already freelancing, not in education, but in corporate design for an e-learning agency. And by the time I graduated and wrote my thesis, I had paid off my education. So it was really a great investment for me. After I worked for a couple of years in this e-learning agency capacity, I started my own agency. It's called Sandbox Learning Experience Design. I have a spicy ad toward the end of your book. And from there, the sky was the limit. I started freelancing and working in consulting for Fortune 500 companies, like WPP Advertising was my client, also some NGOs. And I was able to also kind of, through some of my work, fulfill my passion for sustainability and people and planet. So as part of my pivot, I wrote a book. It's called Next Level Instructional Design. It's available on Amazon. I'm happy if anyone just Googles it now. No pressure to buy. That's not why I wrote it. I wrote it to help others. And so now I own two companies, Sandbox Learning Experience Design and EthoWork Consulting, which I am the learning architect for an environmental and better work, social responsibility consulting firm. So that's my story. I'll pass it to Danica. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. So my name is Danica Johnston, and I am the Director of Academic Programs at Shawshene Valley Technical School in Billerica, Massachusetts. When I graduated from high school, like many young adults, I had no idea what I wanted to do. But the next natural step was to go to college. I actually went to college to play sports. I played 3 NCAA sports while I was in college, so I was extremely busy. I decided to major in business because my father had majored in business, so I thought it was something I was interested in. And I got into the field of business and realized that something was missing. I was very unhappy. I was making plenty of money, but there was just that piece that I was missing. So I really enjoyed working with younger athletes. And when you're a college athlete, your summers are spent essentially working summer camps for younger athletes. I loved that interaction. So I decided to get into the education realm. I started as a paraprofessional, started coaching. I then became a math teacher. I went back to school and got my master's in mathematics. I became a department chair. Then I went back to school and got my master's in educational leadership, became an assistant principal. And now at my current role, it is my favorite role so far in education. And the reason being is vocational education is a lot different than people thought or have the impression that it is. Students are happy to come to school. Every student finds their place and every student finds success. My school is in Massachusetts. Massachusetts has extremely high standards for academic excellence. We are held to those same exact standards as comprehensive schools, except we have half of the time to get through all those standards. So the impression that people share sometimes around, oh, vocational education must be watered down and it's for students who are not very academic, it's actually the complete opposite. Our students have to get through their academics very quickly. During their junior year, they get to go out on co-op. So they work at doctor's offices, engineering firms, marketing firms, salons, construction sites. Our students are some of the most skilled individuals I've had the pleasure of working with. And a lot of what I will speak to today is how we develop skills that are transferable across any industry. I will now pass it to Anthony. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Anthony Berryhill. I currently own my own college admissions company called Elite College Hacker. Website is the same name.com. My story is a bit wild, but I'll give the concise version. I started on I would say, the not so happy side of education. I was originally born in the lower ninth ward of New Orleans, at an elementary school that, frankly, was the definition of the school to prison pipeline. That if you were an African American male and you wanted to get all A's, you would face literally every form of abuse you can imagine. Yes, I said every. And and in that environment, so often I wondered, well, I just want to get good grades. Why am I getting beaten up? Why are the teachers supporting this kind of behavior? And I realized that I had to get the heck out of there. And for me, that was very much at a young age upskilling myself. The days when we had dial-up internet and things like that. It's reading and kind of trying to make sure I go above grade level. An outreach program called the Breakthrough Collaborative literally saved my life. They saw this happening, came to my school and said, "We're going to get you out of here." And then I went to a school called Israel Newman High School. It also saved my life because they were able to help me kind of make that transition to a college level life. And they also were like, "Hey, you're never going to get abused here. We will protect you." But what I noticed at that school, and then eventually Stanford, where I got myself into, was that so often we spend a lot of our time in education telling people knowledge is power and all these kind of platitudes, but we don't tell them how to onboard themselves to those kind of experiences. We don't tell them what prior knowledge we assume. And I saw this myself at Stanford, taking a lot of those classes, that teachers would say things like, "We expect that all these students have gone to the Globe Theater. We expect that they know how to do a close reading. They know how to do the quadratic formula," with no discussion about what those expectations were. So throughout my college experience at Stanford as an undergrad and then at Yale as a PhD in political theory, focusing intersectionality practice, um, I often worked in various consulting capacities. One was as debate coach for those fast-talking national circuit debaters. I coached a lot of those kids, not just to make make ends meet, but also I got to see firsthand where even the quote-unquote top students are missing these skills. That they don't know what's expected out of them to go to college or to be a good debater. Let's use debate for a quick example. So often people were told, like I was when I was a debater, just be confident. That does nothing. Unfortunately, that's where a lot of our teaching stops, and that's also where inclusion stops. So across my whole academic career, I often worked as a consultant to the Stanford Writing Center, to the Yale, to a lot of the Yale departments, trying to teach, not just help the students, but also teach the teachers how to be more inclusive, how to fill in those gaps. The second part of that journey then moved over into leaving academia, where I worked at an expert network firm for about 8 years, 4 years starting from the very bottom, doing the cold calling, doing the recruiting, talking to C-level professionals, and then I was kind of I had a decision to make. Either, you know, the firm figured out, "Oh, you have teaching experience, you do a lot of this work. You need to start our learning and development function, or you're fired." So I started that function where I focus a lot on new hire onboarding and job training and creating that company's first diversity inclusion plan. And what I learned from that is that so often in education and in education adjacent spaces, we assume that people have one persona: white, male, cisgendered, very, 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 very wealthy and tall. Unfortunately, there's a body component of that too. And and a lot of the work I've done is to try to shatter that or hack those systems. Um, and that's continued throughout. So, I said I do college admissions work. One of the reasons I do that work is because so often our students are told lies that are great for marketing, including some larger companies, but they're not actually told how to write those essays. They're not told to convey your story to a very tired admissions officer who's just read 100 essays, has a baby crying, and a cat running on their laptop. So that's what I do. So that's my story, as I concluded, has been across these spaces. One, as a student who's often in the spaces of learning and development, et cetera, left out, and then trying to find ways to use skills development to crack those systems, which is a very radical practice, but it's one that I'm glad it's being recognized, and I think one that, frankly, we all need today, given all the chaos that's going on. Happy to elaborate more, but that's the short version.
Thank you, Anthony. So my story is I actually went from being a teacher, a very common story, to learning art, to growing a business and winning an award for the business, which is all part of why I want to talk about transitioning skills. So when I began my career right out of university, I decided to see if I wanted to teach. I wanted to focus at-risk youth. I came from a rough childhood, and I thought my empathy and skills there may be useful for teaching. I was good in math and science, so I decided to focus on math. Now, you've heard me mention I'm an artist, essentially. So I'm a super creative mathematics person. And the point behind that was I was hoping combining that would help kids in, we all have seen situations that are not, try and be polite about this. We've all seen the situations. It's common discourse. We share our stories, and there is not stability for them to learn. There sometimes isn't food. They have jobs. They have siblings. They don't have stability. And so that's where my first career went. And I stayed in that for 9 years. My role was when I burn out, I leave because I don't appreciate teachers I saw in mathematics that stayed when they burnt out. They ended up screaming at the kids. They ended up, hurting the kids who are already dealing with difficulties. Why be there? So while I was a teacher, I learned a lot of skills. I learned how to talk to people. I learned crowd management. I learned how to take a concept that naturally may not work in someone's brain, look at how they think, dissect it, and teach it in a way that hopefully they can succeed, and then have them help each other, collaborative learning. These are all skills many of us have. But the funny thing is, when you transfer them, they can help you learn to do things that other people say you can't do. Now, the next part of my career was, I said, me being an artist. I make handmade crystal jewelry. It does not sound like something that could grow as a business. And on purpose, I decided to try to disprove what people were saying to me because I don't like people putting others in boxes before they know them. And a lot of my ethos and the reason I come on stages and share my story is to undo that, to show that that isn't the way to look at things, that every single person has amazing potential, again, educators, and who is someone to say they can't do it, instead of saying, how can you get them there? So I became what I call a case study. I learned my art, then I decided to say, hey, I think I can do business. So I learned business. I started on Etsy, again, artist, and then I decided to move to Amazon. And so I started selling my handmade crystal jewelry. The company is Designs by Nature Gems, if you want to look at it. And we grew big enough to win an award for fastest growing company in 2022 from the Stevie Awards Women in Business. I also have won an award for Female Entrepreneur of the Year in 2023. The reason I'm saying the awards is that's part of the case study. Because I have to return to saying I'm an artist, and I have to return to say transferable skills. So for me, I come up here kind of as an example of like the other side of saying, hey, here's education. We all have all these amazing skills. I use these skills to teach my team. If you're in business, you know you need a good team. I have an amazing team. They are phenomenal. We would not exist. Like, I'm so thankful for them, and they hear me all the time say it. And I make sure to treat them well, and I can go into my business ethics later. The point is, the skills I got from teaching is what enabled my business to flourish, to work with artists, and to get awards. And all the time, I think my favorite one was a friend of my partner said to me, you made that on a bracelet company? And he is in accounting and finance, and he's like a VP of, 7, 8 figure companies, and he was in shock. And that was why I did it. And that's why I share my story. So I'm going to be talking about those skills, about how we all have these amazing skills to teach, about, entrepreneurship a bit, just like recognizing them, sharing them. All of us are doing things in our own way to help make it better. And I'm coming from the other side, trying to share a story and teaching people, often outside of the school system, that, hey, you can do this too. It's just, here's this skill, here's that skill. All right, put it in your voice, off you go. It's, again, teaching. So, all right, that's my story. And I think we're on to the first question. So we met yesterday, and we ended up just chatting, knowing each other, things like this, at a wonderful brunch. And we realized that one of the things that came out was a word resourcefulness. We kept talking about it on repeat. And so my question for all the wonderful panelists is, how would you say the career changes helped with your resourcefulness and the skills you gathered from the career changes? And how do you impart that with whoever your clients are or your students? Sorry.
I can go ahead and start, I
Thank you.
guess.
Sorry. I'm used to people just taking it. I apologize. I'll be a little more specific.
No worries. Um, every day tests my resourcefulness as an entrepreneur. When you are an employee, your manager tells you what to do, right? You may have some ideas on your own, your department director, whomever, but generally speaking, someone is giving you guidance. Well, when you're an entrepreneur, you are charged with your own self guidance 100% of the time. Now, true, I have clients, and true, my clients ask me to develop learning in specific areas and topics. Review my learning, give me feedback. I make edits, I offer suggestions. There is guidance that way. But I can tell you everything I've done that I never knew how to do before. I am a website designer now. I'm a graphic designer now. I'm a social media strategist now, which I am not good at that. So if you know anyone who is, I would love to get their name. I marketing, sales, networking, all of those things I really never did a lot of before. So entrepreneurship for me personally tests new skills every single day, and your resourcefulness. I think that's like a really practical application explanation of resourcefulness, because you have to figure it out for yourself.
Thank you. So, since I'm still in a school system, schools are always strapped for funding. It is what it is. So, any educator in this room knows that you have to be resourceful. Throughout my leadership journey, I've learned to rely on grants and people that I know to get resources for kids. I believe in equity and opportunity for everyone. So, leveling the playing field has been my entire sort of mission since coming into education. Whether it's lobbying at the state level to the governor to allow my non English speaking students or my non citizen students to be able to participate in all of the activities that their peers can, explaining to people our programming around once kids reach their junior year, they get to go out and work. This makes such a difference in kids' lives to be able to earn money, maybe make a difference for their family, and start to build upon what they want to do. They can maybe even go purchase a car with the money that they have earned. We teach students to be resourceful with whatever they can in their environment. So during their freshman year, students get to go through 14 different programs for a week each. We make sure they learn a concrete skill that they can bring through the rest of their life. You go through our automotive program, you can change a tire, every single one of them. You go through our culinary program, you can bake, you can cook. We really just look for as many opportunities as we can to find the resources to help people get where they want to be. And I think personally, being able to, each position that I was in, I took advantage of the opportunities to grow my professional development or to get my master's degree. And even now, I am always constantly trying to get more for my students, whether it's bringing in concurrent enrollment and college admissions, partnering with community colleges or other colleges, partnering with the unions. About 50% of our students go to college and about 50% go directly into industry. So teaching them the importance of resourcefulness is definitely very important.
Completely concur. For me, I think about resourcefulness, I think about the word resources. And maybe this is because I'm a political theorist by training, but that's one of the most important ones when we talk about equality, right? Is, do people have not just monetary things, but do they have the information? Do they have the context to fulfill the standards we expect out of them? This is spanned across my whole academic career. Most recently, I was a vice president of learning at PIMCO. Notice I said learning and not IT. I had to deal with hardware access issues, which were tied to cloud infrastructure. And everyone around me was saying, you need to do project management, and no one could define what the heck that was. So I had to go figure out what is a methodology I could use, Agile, in order to figure out something that I have no business even touching. And then eventually, that experience and all the trauma that led to push me to get a PMP last week. So it's something I've had to do myself. And one of my goals in terms of hacking all these systems is that other people have an easier path, that we're very clear about what those resources are and that we bring those resources to them. This shows up a little bit in my college, not a little bit, all the time in my college admissions practice, where I work with a lot of students, particularly Asian American students, and there's this narrative that there's a lot of racism in the system. There's some, but it's not the way people think. I think a lot of the issue is that these students are often misled, often by their parents, often by the people in their high schools, and most certainly by their peers. So what I have to teach these students that it's not good enough to do 8 billion clubs, actually tell them not to do that. It's not good enough to take 6 APs, which you shouldn't do, and then you shouldn't be trying to be a checklist, I'm leading nine different things, but rather to teach them the process of getting resources and doing things of your own merit and your own efforts. Stanford calls this intellectual vitality, which is actually one of the 3 main criteria. It's actually the one that eliminates a lot of these students, and I agree with them. It eliminates these students because what Stanford's looking for, they're looking. If you've ever been a Stanford student, right? People go to events like these, and they have lunch, and they have rip-roaring conversations about the Odyssey or some code they wrote, and there's no grades attached, right? A lot of these schools, actually, now all the schools are doing this at the top level. They're looking for students who can find their own resources. No, I didn't say parents. I said their own resources, do the hustles, do the cold calls, teach themselves things, and be the hyper nerds that we need them to be. In other words, resourcefulness. So this is something that I teach my students every day. I'll end this with one example. One of my students, she got a half merit scholarship to Harvard, which never happens. And during COVID, her first response was, I don't know what to do. And I said, okay, first off, what are the benefits here? And she said to me was, you know, now that I think about it, I'm so happy I don't have to deal with those sexist boys in my STEM classes.
Hmm.
And I said, well, we have an essay. Then there was another issue because, her grandmom, was very, very sick. And in California, I'm not going to name the particular place, there was a move to force all the students into in-school training before we had a vaccine. So she asked me, what do I do? And I said, you're into political activism, aren't you? Why don't don't you have a lot of friends who agree with you that you've been telling me about? Why don't you raise hell the city council? And she did, and was able to delay that move for 1 year when the vaccine came. Again, she got into Harvard and every UC school, and she's an Asian American student. But we don't tell those students to do those things, and sometimes I have to fight the parents, and I'm willing to do it. And then they thank me when they get into Berkeley. So when I talk about resourcefulness, right, it's not the resources that our schools tell people. It's often, and I guess I'll say this more later, sometimes you get an allergic reaction if you do this right. Because so often in our various corporate environments, et cetera, we have this notion of who should belong. I mean, per your comment, right? We have this notion of who should belong, and sometimes education is the gatekeeper. Um,
Yes.
and that's what I've spent my whole career trying to fight.
Thank you. I might. Oh, sorry, my brain. I have ADHD. My brain jumps. Sorry. There we go. I'm back. Anyways, I'm going to add actually on to what Anthony said through some experience. So in my company, again, education background, so law teaching, being part of the core, I trained my managers, I trained my execs, and everyone tells me to what degree they want to do it. There's a lot of listening because it's collaborative. So we have to talk about what we have and we make sure not to push boundaries in that way. And that's a big part of it. But another thing that happened is I used to take on often interns, and now I do this more like with mentoring or volunteering. And when I did that, what I saw was the effects of an education system. And it got hard because when you got into like, I'm an art company, like I am very, into open ideas and this and that, but I have to have structure and standards. And sometimes what happened was the language going into limits, the language wasn't being asked. They followed that tick box. That was one example. I was thinking of with 1 or 2 people when you were saying that. They would follow these tick boxes because that was their security, but they were failing at the job. And I couldn't communicate. And believe me, I tried. but it wouldn't work. And so they would go to another manager, and then there would be another problem. Because what happened is they hadn't learned the resourcefulness we're talking about. They hadn't learned how to ask the questions, how to take feedback, how to apply. I literally would say sometimes for one or two people saying, they don't know the words they're saying, and they're saying heavy words, things that could really upset people. And I would say, legally, you're saying this, here's the definition, this is what it is. Careful with choosing your words. Because that is serious. And they didn't even understand it. Because in their mind, they were trained for tick boxes. In their mind, they are achieving if they're hitting these little tasks. And I'm a small company. We are fast growing. We have a lot of initiatives happening at any time. We teach you prioritization. We teach you communication. We teach you agility. We don't mind teaching. We do mind when people can't learn how to listen, and there's only much time we can give. And that's why resourcefulness is huge. I could talk about it in my own career, but I think you've heard it already through my story. But when I see other people who are very young, usually early 20s, and they struggle, and something I haven't even fully figured out how to do is to communicate to them this method you're doing, this way, it's gonna bite you unless you go into high corporate at a low level. Because you're right, in a big corporation, again, I haven't worked this is from what I've heard, so I could be wrong, but from even what I'm talking to people over there in the business side, like the more traditional business corporate, big, medium, they have to have it super structured because there's so many people. And that's kind of when the tick box may work. But I'm not even sure here. I don't know. That's just the only time I can see it working from having no knowledge. So we return to resourcefulness. One of the things of teaching the questions, of raising hell, of just doing one or two things. Come to, small companies, I hope a lot of us, come to us, ask a question, bring an initiative, and then come with proof. All we want to know is proof of concept. If you have an open-minded workplace, really, you just want proof of concept. So before you start putting money and operations and the team's hours into something, you proved it. And that's my company. That's a small business where I know other small businesses. So I don't know. It's a really interesting conversation. So another thing we asked, and Danica, I think I'll start with you this time, is the importance of an open mindset, which I think works really well with what we discussed.
Okay, so again, when I first got into vocational education, I had a very similar impression that everyone else did, that maybe this was just an alternative way to educate students who didn't want to be in a school system. That is the exact opposite way that I feel now. I have two daughters. They are 9 and 11. They are very high achieving already, and I would be happy for them to go to a vocational high school in Massachusetts. Our students in our engineering programs go on to train kids who have just come out of their undergraduate degree because they know CAD, they know all these different programs, and they know how to interact with each other. Because every other week, they spend 6.5 hours a day in a shop doing project-based learning. It teaches them to think, it teaches them to collaborate, and it definitely teaches them to have an open mind. They have to work with people all the time that they might not be best friends with. They also are always challenged to take something from concept to production. And the way that students have to think about these things is very incredible. The other thing for me personally, and in my experience, is keeping an open mind around outcomes for students. In Massachusetts, there's a huge push for everyone to go to college. You need to go to college. We're also facing a huge shortage in the trades. We don't have enough electricians. We don't have enough plumbers. So sending the message that college is the only way is a really skewed view. Our students who go out and become journeyman plumbers or journeyman electricians start their own companies at age 22. By the age of 24, they're making an average of $125 an hour. Now, I have an undergraduate degree and I did not make $125 an hour, maybe even now. And so making sure that you can also keep an open mind yourself, but sell that to other people, sell that to students. And personally, it has helped me grow so much to just be able to think of things differently and also hear what people are saying and truthfully listen and not just get ready to respond to what people are saying to me.
Um, Yeah, this is a principle I care a lot about because so often, as someone who comes from a lot of the environments of the people I help, so often open-mindedness is not something we can assume, right? So as a debater, it was very much I'm in Louisiana, in places where the last names are X and T, and I'm the only African American there, right? How do I appeal to someone in that experience? What language do I use? Or even in terms of kind of these Ivy League institutions I've been a part of, open-mindedness is something I didn't have a benefit of when I was a PhD and having all these conversations. So the way I kind of leverage that is it's twofold. One, when you're talking about senior leadership or people who are stakeholders, one thing I would suggest all of us make sure we do is make sure that we're on the same page. And to test the open-mindedness of the people we're working with, because no learning and development thing will survive a leadership that doesn't care about inclusion or that has a double talk. Sometimes I've created programs that will solve a problem, i.e., we will train your Gen Z students how to do development, or we would train them how to talk on the phone, and then the conversation really is, oh no 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 no, we want everyone to be trained, and then we get to handpick the 1% who get promoted. That's You can't fool this generation that way, but that happens all of the time. So that's one thing I would suggest for all of us, not just in terms of the effectiveness, for our own self-care, is making sure we're aligned with the people to make and really make sure those leaders are in line. The second part is in terms of students, and this is where I'll talk about admissions again. Um, when I work with a student and their parents, one of the things I always ask is, why do you want to go to Harvard or Stanford? What is the purpose? And I would say the thing that scares the living what out of me is when I hear I just want to apply to all the Ivies because they have great U.S. News and World Report rankings. So either two things happen. I cross-examine them for 3 hours and we get to a real purpose because they can't write that on their essays and get in. That doesn't cut it. Or, the relationship ends, right? Because, it's if we're not open-minded about why we want to do things and if we're not coachable and we're not willing to adjust around reality and the way things actually are, then no one can save you. um, and I think that's a challenge. And I was really relate to what you're saying, right? Like if someone said to me, and I actually had this conversation 2 weeks ago, I really want to make a lot of money. Sometimes the answer is not law school. Right? Sometimes the answer is not medical school. Sometimes the answer is vocational training. Sometimes the answer is go start your own business and then treat your school, just get the diploma as easy as you can. So part of that challenge of open-mindedness is there's a little bit of ego death, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's I think the world works a certain way, but when we're hired, we're working in reality. And so often in education, be it corporate, academic, and otherwise, that distinction, those are two different worlds, but we don't acknowledge how they're different.
I'd like to pick up on your concept of death of the ego and open-mindedness. Yeah. So for me personally, I had a graduate degree. I, did very well in that program. And then, I went into teaching and I taught for 20 years at a design and merchandising oriented school, somewhat vocational in nature. And I was always nominated best instructor every year. And won the award. And there was always this kind of validation that I'm good at what I do. But when I started my own business, there was no one there to give me that validation except my clients. And clients don't typically go, this is fabulous. They typically go, change this, that, 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 that. Okay, it's approved, right? And so that became really hard for me. So I challenged myself to have more of, not to use the cliche term, a growth mindset. And I started just doing a deep dive into education. I told you about my second master's degree, right? I earned that. I went and I got a certificate in design thinking at IDEO. And then I became a pro bono coach at IDEO for their online courses for 4 years until I couldn't afford to do that pro bono anymore. And then I got a certificate from Cornell in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now I'm taking courses in sustainability at Harvard Extension School. I've never stopped learning. So I've kept my mind open as long as I can, because if I'm in learning and development, it makes no sense for me not to be learning and developing myself.
More than fair. Um, so for me, I'm going to come at this because I could come at this from a few different perspectives. I'm going to come at this going back to who I employ because I think that may be the most useful for this discussion. I employ people who are artists, obviously, but artists come in a variety of ways, just like an educator comes in a variety of personalities and methods and skills. So when I employ someone who's an artist, they have to fit the team. So I have to see how open-minded they are to adapting. And I employ other types of people. I'm going to keep it at artists, though, just to make this easier as an example. So I have to see how they adapt. I have to teach them the communications, teach them the structure. Actually, one of my managers, a production manager, does this now, and the COO oversees. So that's kind of how we've switched it off over the years. At the beginning, obviously, I was the person doing it. And what I knew was transferable skills was huge. If I went and hired someone who, on average, is an established artist on their own, their vision is beautiful, but if they do not understand that their vision and their business, which I in the contracts put, please continue on your own time. Like I want almost every single employee of mine has their own business. Like I want people to do what they want to do. But if they cannot maintain that open mind, that I'm willing to say, hey, you do what you do, you can learn some skills, I'm sure you apply yourself. I'm completely cool with that. That's learning, that's life. But when you come through the door, you have to listen to how we need to do things. Because in the end, I have to sell a product. I have to sell a product. If I do not sell a product, we do not exist. Your job doesn't exist. The company doesn't exist. And that sometimes becomes the hardest thing for me to teach people. And as a result, of course, we have quality control and feedback, and we give people like a journeyman structure, and we have all that. But that one part right there is actually sometimes where I run into a wall. And it's fascinating for me. And it's not that I don't want these people to succeed. I really do give people time to adjust. I usually maintain 6 months. And by then, by 6 months, people show themselves. Your personality will show. Your work ethic will show. Your digestibility and your willingness to learn. You don't have to be perfect. Just work with us. So open-mindedness becomes huge because that's an artist. Now I've hired a lot of people who are more craftspeople. Transferable skills. The last person, she's actually a friend of mine. She started at the beginning. She was trained as a mechanic, did that for years, and then she's just an artist by nature. She looked at my pieces and figured out how to do them as a client, and she sent me a picture, and I started laughing. I said, do you want to work for me? I need help. And she is phenomenal, and she's one of my most amazing people on the team. And the story there is, again, open-mindedness. I could have been threatened. I could have been insulted. I could have been like, oh, wow, someone actually figured out my designs. This is uncomfortable. I'm really scared. She did. She completely reverse engineered me. And she's phenomenal. I love how she thinks because of it. But instead, she's like, I'm going to send this to this person who I respect, see if they're okay with it. And I say, wow, all right. And 2 months later, hey, I need help. Please join me. And she's like, the company's young. It's only existed like 5 years in the form it is. And she's been with us for all that time. That's an open mind. It comes from my side. It has to. But it also has to come from hers. Because if she didn't have that open mind to learn, to grow, to adjust as we're a business, we've pivoted, we're small, we're pivoting all the time, she wouldn't have been able to stay. I wouldn't have this amazing employee who I am very grateful for, let alone, the other team members who I really appreciate. And all that comes down from transferable skills and an open mind. So that's my part of the addition. Anyways, the next question, and this time, Anthony, I'm going to start with you. Oh, how much time do we have? I did lose time.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. So I'm just going to, all right, we'll end on this question. And if anyone has questions, please come up to us. We would love to chat. We really would. Is accountability and ownership. Let's just start there.
Yeah, this is my pain point, and not just students, but parents too. I'm a big fan of once we set a goal or a scope, we have to stick to it. Maybe this is the project PMP in me. And what often happens is people will come to me, they'll see that I'm very caretaking and such. And then in the 5% of cases where an admissions cycle does not work, it's almost either one, the student doesn't take accountability, they're too busy. That's don't, when I hear that, I'm like, you're not Stanford material. Be careful what you wish for. Or and more often the parents, right? They'll try to take too much ownership. They'll try to run the process. I'll end with this one example. Well, not one example. Set of cases where I will work with a student and I will really work them hard, and then one time I'll see a draft of the essay near the deadline. I'm like, this is garbage. I'm like, you are not getting into any top 100 school with this essay. What? This is not even you. And I will say, your parents saw this, didn't they? Or someone in your family. And they would always say, how do you know? And I'm like, well, admissions officers or people who read 100, 200 essays a year, we get this little twisting stomach like you're about to vomit when we feel like someone's being inauthentic. So when a family friend wants to put their sense in, you start seeing phrases like words like passion, sorry, Forrest Gump references. I'm not kidding. Um, and then you're just like, who is this human being? Like, I don't want them here. I don't know what are we doing. So I think that's why I like those words, because it's like holding ourselves to know what we want to do, but sticking to it and not trying to fill it in with our own agendas. And I think that's where accountability and ownership both come into play. If we don't own ourselves and we don't hold ourselves accountable to our own authenticity and our own truth, everyone can figure it out, especially in 2024.
Mm.
Accountability as a solopreneur brings a new level to the word accountability, truly. So, I have to really make sure I complete everything on my checklist. And I literally, and I'm old school, I write everything out. I don't have, I have Monday.com for my clients and my projects, but for me, I have to be my own manager, my own director, my own VP. Otherwise, I don't make any money and I do not keep my clients happy. So, accountability is very much tied in my world to scheduling myself and how I work. I am not the best at it. My husband can tell you. It is a challenge for me. Fortunately, he's a fabulous cook. I have a hard time with it, but it's something that I know I have to do for the success of my own enterprises. So that's what keeps me accountable to myself is really in the end, I need to get paid, right? But yeah, that's about as pragmatic of an answer as I think anyone gave today. Right?
So being an excuse me, being an educational leader, you are accountable always. You are accountable to your students, your school. I think that accountability can take on one of two sort of lenses. You can be accountable and focus so heavily on test scores and student outcomes, or you can be accountable and focus on the child and educating that individual in the best way possible. Um, it has helped keeping myself accountable has helped me be so successful and transform two school districts. I walked into the current school that I am in, and we immediately were put into corrective action by the state of Massachusetts because we did not have a program for English language learners. The yes, the school's almost 60 years old. They have the same schedule that they started with 60 years ago, offer incredible programming, but it was not accessible to all students. So I really feel that being a leader, I have to be accountable to every single child. So I created this very robust program. It's now the model for the state of Massachusetts for every L program. I also introduced co-teaching for the first time. We have 7 levels of English every year, and such a non-traditional way to think about education, our kids were really missing out with having that support adult in the classroom. And I feel like teaching our students accountability is really accountability to themselves, their own values, and to their peers in their community. The mission of vocational school is to inform and prepare for the workforce in your community. So we are constantly going back and forth with our co-op employers and talking about what skills students need to be most successful, and accountability often comes up as number one.
More than true. So I'm going to close this with just explaining accountability within the professional sphere and myself, but in about 1 or 2 sentences. So accountability in the professional sphere is what keeps things going. Accountability for my team is what helps them to trust each other. And I think with that, we can close and make sure the next panelists have their time. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
listening.
Thank you.
Okay, we're done.
Thank you to our panelists for sharing your insights. Now imagine you're stepping into an elevator with one person who could change the trajectory of your career or educational journey. You have just 30 seconds. A brief ride from the ground floor to your destination to make an impression, share your vision, and deliver your pitch. But where do you begin? How do you ensure your words resonate and leave a lasting impact? That is what our next keynote is all about. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed speaker and advocate for youth entrepreneurship, Dame Didi Wong, the CEO of the Yes Academy, to the stage, who will shed light on this next topic with a keynote, How to Perfect Your Elevator Pitch.
Hello. Hello, hello. May I have a little bit louder mic, please? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. We're in day 3 conference. I know I love a smaller room. I would love to invite you to actually come forward to be closer to me. Not a joke, because I will affect change in your life in the next 30 minutes. And I truly want you to get something from this session. I don't want you to just sit there, look at your phones, and not being present, because I know I have the secret to get you to a different level when it comes to your elevator pitch. So don't be afraid to come closer to me. I will make you maybe do your elevator pitch so I can help you right away. I want to make this session interactive. I want to make the session a little bit more of a workshop, because we're in education at 2.0, and I don't want to be talking at you. I really want to be involving you. So I'm not seeing any movement. I need some people at the back to come forward. Don't be afraid. I promise you I will be able to help you do a bit better elevator pitch. Okay, so my name is Dame Didi Wong. I want to tell you right away why I stand on this stage, to have the credibility to actually teach you about elevator pitch. So I'm an angel investor. So I am kind of like a shark on a Shark Tank. I've been on a TV show called Elevator Pitch, and I used to be coined the elevator pitch queen in the industry of entrepreneurs. And the show got me sitting there listening to a bunch of entrepreneurs coming to, by the way, the show is really fun because they actually pretend to be on an elevator, and there's a camera in the elevator where they speak to for 60 seconds. So as judges there, we would be watching the video, and they just look up at the camera, and they would pitch us for 60 seconds. And if we like them, then we're like, okay, send them up. And if we don't like them, we send them down. So obviously it's production, so they don't go up or down anywhere, but the doors open. So once we say yes, we let them in, the doors open, they come on, and that's when they pitch. And so you guys probably watch Shark Tank or watch the Dragon's Den and the Canadian or English version of it. And it's really scary. It's time for you to pitch. You're in front of sharks who are willing to give you $50,000, $100,000, $1 million, whatever you're asking, to help you with your product or your service. And so my being here today, I really want to serve. I want to be able to teach you something that no matter what industry you're in, whenever you open your mouth, you're meeting a stranger, you are actually affecting change either for them or for you. Otherwise, why are you spending the time, right? I am very spiritual. And so every single day, anytime I meet somebody new, I want to make sure I call it spreading gold dust. I want to be able to be like a fairy and I have a wand. And let's say I'm meeting you, sir, and first off, smiling is the very first thing you should do when you're doing an elevator pitch. And then I smile and I imagine that I'm spreading gold dust all over you so that I can do something to you. I can serve you in some way, shape, or form, that you will remember me and that I can do something for you. Because that is what we essentially in this world want to do as human beings. We want to help others. No matter what you're doing in life, you're a coach or you're a teacher, since we're in education, you're a medical provider, whatever you're doing, you're just wanting to help the other person, right? So if you're helping the other person, how do you help the other person? The secret sauce, and I'm going to say this again and again and again in the next 25 minutes, the secret sauce to truly being effective in your elevator pitch or when you're meeting a stranger is your energy. Your energy is not spoken. Your energy is in how people feel you. It's in how people look at your eyes and like, oh, I like her. I don't know why I like her, but I like her. And it's through your energy, through smiling, before you even speak a word. So your elevator pitch begins with your being. It begins with how you conduct yourself, how you prepare yourself, how you discipline yourself behind the scenes before you get to that moment where you meet a person. Is that clear to everybody right away? Yes? You have a question or you're just saying yes? Okay, thank you. I have a company called the Yes Academy, so I kind of hypnotize people to say yes to me. So, anyway, back to being an angel investor. Most people come to me always wanting something from me because they want money from me, right? They want my time. They want to take me out for lunch. Most of the time, when you say you take me out for lunch or dinner, I would more likely say yes because I love to eat. But they want my time. They want my time. And my mic is, can I have a little bit louder of a mic? Thank you so much. Um, I just feel like when people come to me, you better make my time worthwhile to you. Because if you better be ready when you have my time to actually make something of yourself, right? And I want to hear competence. I want to hear confidence. I want to hear that you know what you're talking about. And that most importantly, I want to know that I like you. If I like you, I will give you more minutes of my time, which then turns into more meetings, which might turn into a deal, right? So no matter what you're teaching, as maybe some coaches in here, there's some teachers in here, you want to get your audience, no matter if it's a student, if it's a potential client, or anybody you want something from, you want to give them the time, give them the competence and the confidence. Okay. So where do I start? What is the goal of an elevator pitch? Does anybody have a real answer to what is a goal of when you connect with somebody? Yes. Yes, very good. Okay, so very good. On a smaller scale of an elevator pitch, you want to just tell people who you are. What do you do? What service you provide? What product you sell? Very kind of foundational level of what you want people to know about you. Do not go into jargon, terminology in your industry. Do not go into that because people will start switching off and want to leave you. So on a smaller scale is that. On a medium level, what do you think it is? On a medium level of an elevator pitch is simply to get the other person to give you their contact number. Either the phone number, IG handle, some way, shape, or form that you can connect with them again, right? Nowadays, there's so many different communication platforms. It could be anything. In fact, you just know my name, Didi Wong, and after this session, you're probably going to be able to look me up, DIDIWONG, and my Instagram is Didi Wong Official. You probably just DM me, and just say, like, so there's so many more ways and easier ways to get to people nowadays. So that's easier for us. Now, on a larger scale of an elevator pitch, is really to do a deal, is really to do a transaction, or make a stranger become a friend for life. I like to see it that way first because, as I said earlier, when I look at you, I want to like you. When I look at you, I want to know that I kind of want to be around you first before I want to do anything with you. So the very beginning of the elevator is your first impression. Your first impression you cannot get again. So if you come to me later on, you better be applying what I'm teaching you. So I would want to talk to you. And that is really the same with, okay, so when you are, I'm giving you extra advanced secrets of how to make your elevator pitch really effective. I like to go even into more. So you feel that person. Let's say I talk to you, I see you smile. I like what I'm feeling, right? I get your phone number now, or I get whatever you give me, maybe your email. So it's important for you to ask permission to connect with them again. So when you're right there looking at that person and they just gave you your email, like, thank you so much for giving me your email. Is this your preferred way of communicating? That is a really great question to ask people. Also, you ask them, next week, Monday, if you know your schedule well, next week, Monday, I'm going to follow up with you and I'm going to use the email. Would it be okay for me to email you? Because if you say that, and you remember me, right? My name is Dee Dee Wong. I'm going to email you. I know you're going to meet a lot of people today, but I'm going to email you on Monday to ask you to follow up. If you do those type of quick sentences during your elevator pitch, during your time you have with your person, it makes them remember you. It makes them be more inclined to reply to you no matter how you contact them. So that's a really another secret that I like to give people when I teach elevator pitch. By the way, I teach this a 4-week course on elevator pitch if you really want to do it on your own and actually customize it. Now, you don't want to do an elevator pitch the same way with everybody because obviously, if you guys know, if you are speakers or coaches, you want to treat everybody differently. So if I look at you again, sir, and I look at your demographic, white male, right, probably in your 30s, also 40s. Okay, well, you should be happy I said 30s. I look at you, and I would not be pitching you the same as I'm pitching you, sir. It might be different. And also, it depends on your mood as well. To be very honest, we're human beings, right? So we have emotions. So there are days when we go to a networking event, maybe today's the third day, you're tired, you've already talked to so many people. You're like, oh, do I really want to go to this conference? You made the right decision, by the way, to be in this room because you got me. So thank you for being here. But it is really important, like behind the scenes, what I said, you prep yourself because you never know who you'll meet. You never know who you'll meet. Okay, so I'm going to give you 2 stories quickly on how I have applied my tips to my elevator pitches when I go out there and pitch other people. Because so I'm on both sides of the fence. So I told you already that I'm an angel investor where people come to me. So I learn a lot from people talking to me. But on the other hand, I'm a financier of movies. So I do a lot of big movies where I have to raise millions and millions and millions of dollars. So I go out also pitching to people. So it's really good that I have both sides of the fence so I can hear myself speak to somebody I might be pitching to and hear like, oh, that was really good. Oh, I don't want to use that again, depending on what project I'm doing. So my first story is about a client that I had called Amy Lynn, who's now one of my best friends. It was during COVID. We had 2 minutes to speak. It was kind of like those speed networking kind of sessions where you're on Zoom, everybody gets to speak, it's 2 minutes each. So it got to me, I did my elevator pitch, and this girl, Amy, at that time I didn't know her, she was like, oh my God, she just, on the chat saying, I really loved you, can I please connect with you? So I gave her my email. She emailed me, followed up, gave her a consultation session. Within, I would say, 20 minutes of that consultation session, she already said yes to my $18,000 program. Now, that was 2 minutes of me speaking at the networking and 15 minutes to 20 minutes of me on the Zoom call with her. And she was ready to drop $18,000. And I want to say that not to brag, not to say I can make all this money, but truly to say when you know how to speak and use your energy, use everything that you do every day, working out, eating right, surrounding yourself with people who lift you up, and being happy, doing things that you love to do, not because you have to do it. All of that comes into play every time you open your mouth to speak to somebody. And I'm going deep into it because elevator pitch could be some teacher might just tell you, oh, it's the 4 P's or oh, it's the 3 N's or whatever it is. But this is so much deeper than just connecting with someone in 60 seconds. This goes way before you get to the stage or you get to a point where you talk to someone. So really think about that. When you get out of this room, really think about what are you doing every day to make your days worthwhile, make your days purposeful, and make you happy. When you are in that state of flow, every time you connect with a stranger, you will affect change and you will make that money. So Amy became my client. We had 8 weeks of wonder. She re-signed with me, learned more from me, she re-signed with me 4 times. So imagine 2 minutes of that networking to 15 minutes of that Zoom, I was able to make about $100,000 from just that, right? So I'm just letting you understand how important it is to make that first impression. Now, second story is really about my friend Nick Hill, who is who is an owner of a super yacht company. I recently met him maybe 4 months ago, and I was at a yacht party, and I happened to meet him, and he's like, "Oh, I'm Nick Hill of the Hill Robinson Management Group." I'm like, "Oh my God, you're the guy I need to meet." And so we exchanged maybe 30 minutes of bantering back and forth, mostly me listening to him. By the way, the other secret to elevator pitch is listening as well. Okay, so when you talk too much, people will be like, oh my God, on and on and on. You really want to get to know the other person before you speak. It's the best way. If you're meeting somebody new, I'm going to go to a new person. If I'm meeting you for the first time, I would prefer to have you speak before I speak because then I know your demographic, what you do, how you sound, your accent. Your accent might tell you where you're from. Then I might know your culture. I might know your religion. You can read so much about that person. Then when I open my mouth to speak, I will kind of maneuver around what I heard. So there's been a lot of Indians here because this conference is put on by Indian. By the way, I have a ton of Indian friends. So when I meet somebody Indian, I might say, "Oh my God, which part of India are you?" You go into something of interest, of common, something in common with the other person. You make obviously you make them feel like you're a friend already. And if you really can't find anything to compliment the other person, pick on their hair, their jewelry, their clothes, their shoes, their belt. Pick on something that you like about them because it's always nice to compliment people. It's about that spreading gold dust again. So this guy, Nick Hill, I met 30 minutes. And we kept in touch. I'm like, oh, I would love to get your number to talk to you more about yachts because I love yachts and all that. So we have common interests. The common interest is yachts, right? So the next time I talk to him, I'm like, oh, what do you need? And you're managing so many super yachts. Have clients who own $100 million yachts. But what is it that you struggle with? What do you need? So in that moment, he was just like, most people suck up to him. Most people kowtow to him because he is the head of this big company. But when you come on the level of humanity and you ask people truly, what can you do to serve them? What can you do to help them? No, so he was like, I'm actually a very aggressive boss and I have an executive coach. And he sort of opened up to me about who he is. And I just dug deep into his humanity. Nothing to do with work, nothing to do with the deal, just his humanity. And I'm like, wow, it's so wonderful of you to actually recognize yourself. He's like, I'm really working on my patience as well. I have no patience. My employees, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, wow. And I'm lending a listening ear like a therapist, right? You lend a listening ear like a friend, somebody you just want to, somebody who's just wanting to vent, really. And then we got into, well, what can I do to help you? What do you need? You want more charters. He wants to do more charters. He wants more clients who would do more charters, 1 week charters. I'm like, oh my God, I have those people for you. My network is the ultra and high net worth people who have the money to do that. And then so I'm like, well, so then I went into maybe the fourth and fifth conversation. I went into pitching him to become a movie producer with me on a Johnny Depp and Al Pacino movie. And really, quite easily, I mean, we probably had altogether 1 hour of speaking together, and he was willing to drop $500,000 for my movie. So I'm just giving you these stories because I know if you do your right elevator pitch, if you take your conversations, and let's now turn the elevator pitch 2 words into just simple conversations. If you know how to conduct simple conversation with authenticity and just you people feeling your energy, you doing eye contact, you smiling, and you truly wanting to serve, not saying I'm a title. Like if you come at the conversation with humanity, with really just knowing that person as a friend first, even in this networking setting, don't say, hi, my name is Dee Dee Wong. I'm an international award-winning speaker. I'm a new movie producer. I'm an angel. Those are boring. Those are titles. Just come at them and like, did you enjoy that chicken? Oh, I found it a little dry. Whatever it is, something, oh my God, that tie looks so cool. And it was St. Patty's Day. I love that green. Good on you for keeping whatever it is that is not to do with work, that is not to do with your title, that's not to do with business. If you break that ice in that conversation, that will get you somewhere much better. And of course, you lead it into getting the telephone number or the Instagram handle or whatever, Facebook page and whatever. Okay, so now I turn to the teaching part. I mean, I've taught. Do I have five minutes? Oh, finish. Hey, I'm the guest of honor in these conferences, and they told me they gave me 30 minutes. And last time I spoke, they gave me 15 minutes. I'm going to take my time because Jachin will know. Like, okay, I'll be very quick. I want just one volunteer to just stand up and give me the elevated pitch in 30 seconds. Anybody who wants to okay, sit this way. Go ahead. Okay, I will ask you. Absolutely. Okay, so what I'm going to say is, hi, how are you? What's your name? What do you do? Very, very good. But remember, you went right into your what you need, right? Okay, you went right into what you need, but you're asking me what. So I want it to be much more. I've been in this business for so many, and I just like telling a story. So you're not performing. You're just telling a story. It's like, gosh, what do I do? I've been in this business for like 20 years, and I just realized that, you know, people read books and they're not getting what they want. Yeah, you want to try again? Okay, let's do it. better because you're giving the solution now, right? In an elevator pitch, you definitely want to give the solution because you're the person giving that solution. And you might be talking to someone who can help you give that solution. So that was better. Towards the end, I could see you were thinking about your words, but great job in redoing it. And I will hook up with you and be able to help you a little bit more on that. Ye- Yes, and thank you for volunteering, putting us on. Okay, the 2.0 conferences, thank you. I know I'm over my time. I'm not really over my time. They told me 30 minutes. I'm very punctual. So one of the things I will leave you with that is very important in your elevator pitch is know when to stop. Very appropriate for right now because I need to stop. But know to not go on and on and on and on because that is going to switch people off and they will never want to talk to you again. My God, he is so long winded. She is so long winded. Okay. So be concise with your elevator pitch. And if you need any help, Didi Wong official on Instagram, and I'll give you my email, didi@didiwong.com, DIDIWONG. I would love to be able to help you. I don't just do elevator pitches. I can help you in many other respects. But thank you for your time today, and I'm sorry I went over. Thank you. Question. Of course. If you pitch to an investor who wasn't feeling it, your vibe attracts your tribes. So don't even go there. Just know that he or she is not the right person and have faith that you'll find the right person. You are not best friends with everybody. Your vibe attracts your tribe. The right people will come to you. So if you don't feel them just because they have money, don't do business with them. That's my be all and end all. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that excellent keynote. I want to make sure you guys are all posting and all using the right hashtag. And as she mentioned, you can find her. It's also a great way to connect to everyone at the conference. It's hashtag education2conf. All right, in a world where screens have become our constant companions, how do we ensure they're not just tools for learning, but also guardians of student well being? That's the challenge of ed tech that they're going to face today. Joining us in our upcoming panel, we'll navigate with our digital frontier, exploring how technology can promote healthy online habits and protect students from the pitfalls of cyberspace. We've gathered experts ready to share insights and strategies for creating a safer, more supportive digital environment for all learners. Can we have our session's moderator, Dr. Ruth A. Best, the Assistant Dean at Touro University, and our panelists on stage to discuss the topic, Building a Healthy Digital Environment, EdTech's Responsibility to Student Well-Being. Welcome them.
Thank you. Good morning. I would be remiss if I do not first acknowledge the custodians of the lands upon which we stand and honor their ancestors past and present. Welcome to our panel discussion entitled Building a Healthy Digital Environment, EdTech's Responsibility in Student Well-Being. In line with the African custom, I greet you. And how are the children? We hope the response would be the children are well. I'm Dr. Ruth Best, a native of the gem of the Caribbean Sea, Barbados. Who can tell me which notable singer is from Barbados? Riri, yes, Rihanna. And she is the Right Honorable Robin Rihanna Fenty. She is our national hero. My career trajectory spans business and education. And with me today are 5 other leaders who are going to join me in trying to determine how we can best utilize educational technology while ensuring our students' well-being. We have with us Tavon, Chris, Deb, Janine, and Anna, and they're going to tell you a little bit about themselves. Starting with Anna.
Hi, good morning. How are you today? I hope you are all okay. Do you want to stretch a little? Have you been? So maybe we can stand up and stretch a little, please. Okay, so yes. So I know it will be another 30 minutes to do this, so to listen. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I'm Anna, and I believe of the education is very powerful in transforming lives of others. I've been an educator for more than 20 years. I've been in Philippines. I started my career there. I went to Dubai to teach, and now I am in Canada. We have our school there that we believe that through education we will be transforming lives. So thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning, everyone. I'm Janine Shepard. I'm the founder, board co-chair, and president of Youth for Excellence Limited. We are a nonprofit organization that's based in 7 Caribbean territories in the U.S. And short story, less than 41 characters, what we do. We provide wraparound support for children in education. What does that mean? We give them access to healthcare, nutrition, educational content, and resources, because oftentimes the root cause of poor educational performance is actually poverty in developing nations. So that's what we focus on. We've assisted over 12,000 children to date and have been recognized by various Caribbean governments, and obviously we're here today. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak with you guys today, and I hope that we'll have a productive conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Janine. Hi, my name is Deb. I'm a PhD candidate from Eastern University. I'm very pleased to be here with all of the notable scholars on the stage. I am studying online community among online learners. So building social learning experiences into formal course curriculums and beyond is what I'm studying.
Hello, my name is Dr. Christopher Bond. Currently, I'm an international keynote speaker in the areas of assistive technologies and artificial intelligence. I'm also an advisor to several medtech, edtech, military AI firms that are looking at ways and solutions to take their technology and incorporate it into public education.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. My name's Tevon Asaturi. I grew up in obscurity, spent over 20 years in finance due to that reason. And spending that long in finance, I realized education and finance is a huge problem. So for the last 3 years, I've been developing an edutech company that educates individuals nationally in the realm of personal finance.
Okay, great. So let's get started with our questions. We're going to be posing some questions that each of our panelists will try to address. So, and I'm going to start with Anna, that first question. So when you think about educational technology and student well-being, what comes to mind?
So right now in Aquinas College, we're doing online classes. It's asynchronous. So when you talk about education, technology, and well-being, it is very important because right now it is a well-known that we are moving to a new pace of education, and we are really very much involved in technology. Technology for us is actually a good one, but also I know that there are some challenges. So for us in adult learner, we reach a lot of students through technology because we're offering asynchronous online classes. When you talk about well-being, for us, of course, we talk about physical and mental health. And of course, as a college, we talk about that, are they ready to be really a career, to their new career? And we have to prepare them also. So they are they mentally and emotionally and skillfully well to prepare for the job. So that is well-being for us.
Thank you. And Chris, you mentioned assistive technology. And, I'm a special educator, and this is dear and near to my heart. So, in thinking of this same question, what does student well being and technology mean to you?
Well, one of the big trends we're seeing right now nationally, and if you've watched the news just in the last couple of days, people are using technology now to do and victimize people. And our students are right at the brink of dealing with that. If you've watched what's going on in California just the last couple of weeks, students have been using artificial intelligence to manipulate photos and pornography and stuff to incriminate, to humiliate, to violate. And yet we don't have any policies, procedures, or protocols to protect people when those types of events happen. And what's even more problematic for me, and what I'm doing a lot of work on right now, is that our general population and public doesn't fact check. So when a sound clip comes out of a political person or a school principal or a police officer saying something that's absurd and obnoxious, nobody's thinking that it could have been created by artificial intelligence. And there's people now spending time in jail. There's students that are being victimized right now. There's teachers that are being harassed and victimized right now because artificial intelligence can do some things that humans can't do, and people aren't taking the time to fact check.
Okay. In terms of the same question, Deb, what would you say from your perspective?
So, in the world of online higher ed, sense of well-being comes with sense of belonging, affinity to institution. Um, those are those are the aspects that you'd be looking at for student well-being. Where technology comes in is for the online learner. Learning can be isolating, and so one of the goals of teaching online is to develop social learning experiences.
Thank you. Janine and Devon, anything to add?
Yeah, I think the panelists so far have been, very comprehensive in what they mentioned. But I think from my perspective, I like to ground it from more of a small island developing nation standpoint. So when you look at Jamaica, right, during the pandemic and COVID was basically ravaging everywhere, everyone was indoors trying to learn from home. While you guys were utilizing technology in education, we were just beginning the process of actual online learning because we didn't really have the infrastructure. So it was actually during the pandemic that you saw a lot of ed tech companies like EduFocal, one-on-one learning, Learning Hub.online, all these brands kind of emerged. And so it wasn't really like you were using VR in the classroom or that what you see in like other developed nations. It was just like you had these course materials online. So we're still playing catch up with a lot of it. And when you look at student well-being, you first have to consider, well, what do you even mean by well-being? Right? You have cognitive well-being, which means you're looking at how their brain performance affects them academically. You have psychological, feelings and emotions. You have mental, physical, social. So these are all things that you need to consider. And when you look at the fact that we are heavily under-resourced, it's going to take some time before we're able to get to a place where we're even able to put in stuff like, telehealth for kids and counseling, because mental health is still such a taboo for Caribbean nations. But our kids are suffering because of it. And our Minister of Health in Jamaica and several other Caribbean nations, they have really been pushing for more of these things. But again, it's not a case where we haven't identified the issues. It's just that we're not in a position to create that kind of change as of yet. So these are things that I would like for us to look at. But again, very productive conversation thus far.
Anything else to add?
Thank you. Actually, I don't know if you all realize this, but just as my team here was speaking, I realized although we're all talking about education and the impact and on the students from the education perspective, we all see it through a different lens. To bring it back to Chris's point, and you were kind of talking about governance on AI and technology, in addition to having synonymity across the board, so people aren't getting different bits of information here versus there. That's one of the biggest or couple of biggest points that we worked on while building our product was how do we make sure the security of the students, down to not releasing student identification, teacher identification, even school system identification, but at the same time, to Chris's point, governing the capability of the AI and technology so that the students don't have the capabilities that Chris was mentioning where you're seeing recently pop up in the news, right?
Yeah. So in continuing this conversation, and you guys have actually started going into our second question, but in this age of gamification, robotics, social media, AI, cybersecurity, online teaching, video conferencing, learning management systems, and all these types of technologies, why is this topic so important in education today? And Tevon, I'm going to start with you.
All right, excellent. I mean, you can't deny the fact that everything is leaning a lot more quickly into technology, right? It's not just the education industry, it's all industries. And aside from that, I think technology is very important because we're starting to see education get decentralized. And I think in the next decade or so, we're going to see a lot more of that as people start to transition into online platforms. So why is ed tech or technology important in the field of education? Well, because within 10 years, most of the experience for the students is going to be online. As a sample, I'll tell you, e-learning alone is projected to be $1 trillion industry by 2030, and that speaks a lot. I mean, this is just education online, right? So to get there, we need to implement the right technology and, of course, governance for the technology.
And speaking of online, Deb, how would you respond in terms of the importance of this topic?
I think he's done a great job bringing it up. Um, Online learning is outpacing traditional enrollments right now, and it's projected to continue. And really, technology is ubiquitous across the college classrooms. Even when it's a blended learning scenario where you have face-to-face time, technology is still a huge aspect of learning.
Anything else to add?
Yes, it is, as I mentioned a while ago, technology right now, as said already, that it is already, this is the trend now. And we are not going back. You know, even though I'm a traditional learner, I've been in education for more than 20 years, I'm a PhD in psychology, but, you know, this one, the technology is now ahead of us. If we are not taking it seriously, then we're missing the point. But the thing is, now that we have all those adult learners or students who are doing online, we have to make sure also that we are giving the right skills, the right education, and we're keeping their well-being. And this is important topic because right now this is the trend, and less little researchers are already started on this. They started maybe in 2015, but you know, a lot of researchers need to be conducted on this topic.
I'll add to that a little. So, as my colleagues have all said, this is obviously the trend. But again, looking at it from my perspective, several things need to happen before we can even begin to think about, okay, how do we actually hop onto this trend, right? So we definitely need to look at increasing digital penetration. How does that come through? Various telecoms companies are now trying to put up more towers around because you go to certain parts of the Caribbean, there's no signal there. And what that meant is that during the pandemic, there was a huge digital divide because in Jamaica alone, over 500,000 students, bear in mind the entire island's population is 2.9 million. So 500,000 students didn't have any tablet devices during the pandemic. And you know, we led drives in the Ministry of Education to provide hundreds of tablets to students who were in need. But again, that's just like chipping away at the block very smallly, right? So in terms of moving towards these trends and getting to a place of readiness, you see where I'm going with this?
Yes, lots needs to be done.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm coming to you, Chris, in a minute. But just to piggyback, right here in the U.S., I am in New York, in the South Bronx. You talked about developing versus,
Developed. There's still like, I guess there's still pockets in developed nations
yeah.
that, you know, still struggle.
We had a lot of students who did not have access to the technology, and they didn't have access to classrooms. And I know Chris can also speak to that as a former superintendent. Yes.
You know, I think I need to state the facts here because whether we want to immerse into these technologies or not, we have no choice. Currently, right now in the United States, the Department of Labor, 405,000 teacher vacancies. That number is going to double in the next 5 years.
Yes.
All the universities combined in the United States are only going to put out 100,000 teachers, and only half of them will go into the profession. Even with the visa process, J1 visas, there's only 5,000 J1 visas in the whole United States. We don't have enough educators in our system to educate our students. So we're going to be forced to immerse into technologies, whether we have, and this is where we have a problem with poverty, because if you live in communities with poverty, those students will not have access to the technologies that the kids who don't live in poverty have access to. The other thing I wanted to mention is that 40% of all teachers in the United States right now are not even certified or qualified to be in the classroom. We have English teachers teaching math. We have science teachers teaching PE because we don't have enough teachers. And so One of the things that we're seeing is right now I work with a school out of Texas that has no teachers. They just have volunteer parents. They're doing assistive technology curriculum and they're outperforming other schools in Texas 4-1. So our profession has to look at things differently because most of us are traditionalists and we feel like we're not valued anymore because technology can do a lot of things that we cannot do. But we're immersing into it and it's going to happen in the next 2 years, not 5 or 10.
Yeah, thank you very much for stating that, Chris, because it also, as a higher ed faculty, it also begs the question, how are we preparing the teachers to be immersed, as you said, in this technology? In the essence of time, moving right ahead, the literature. What is in the literature? We started to touch on that when Janine talked about the different types of well-being. But I know Deb, you've been doing some digging, and we found a lot of literature coming out of um, Great Britain. But what else did you find in your research?
So, here in the United States, we talk less about well being and more about mental health when you search the literature. And I hope you won't mind while I read. I promise it's brief. But again, looking at higher education specifically, the prevalence and complexity of mental health disorders among college students has increased over time, and few college students seek support. So, according to the most recent American College Health Assessment, nearly 50% of college students experience moderate or serious psychological distress. And what makes the problem even worse is most college faculty and staff receive little formal preparation related to addressing what are referred to as non academic barriers to college student success.
Wow. Any other findings in the literature? Anything you've seen? What about K to 12, Chris? Anything?
And I think everybody in the room can comply with this, but if you look at some of the emerging research that's coming out of social media and artificial intelligence, we talked a little bit about one, people are not fact checking anymore. They believe the sound blurbs, they believe the manipulation. But what's even more pressing, and we just saw a presentation that I thought was phenomenal about elevators pitches, and I've worked with marketing companies that talks about 30-second, 90-second elevator pitch, but we know now that the human brain is starting to evolve. Look at the research out of Baylor that's talking that the attention span of a student is 7 seconds. When I was a school superintendent, we used to talk the 10-12 rule. And when I was a student, it was 20 minutes. You could keep a student engaged for 20 minutes. Then it sort of digressed to 10-12 minutes. Now we're talking about 7 seconds. And what are going to be the implications of keeping people focused and engaged and on task in those types of environments? And so this is some of the newer research that's coming out. You can look at the work coming out of Johns Hopkins and also Baylor on that.
Thank you. So, moving right along, Tavon, we started to touch on the cons of EdTech and the responsibility when thinking about students' well-being. But what are some of the pros?
The pros of EdTech
Yes,
from the student's perspective.
yes.
I mean, we could take it right back to the engagement of the students, right, and how the statistics on that are quickly shifting towards shorter attention span for the students, and everything's online, and students want to touch and feel things through a screen now, and also be able to be engaged, which is not easy to do. It's very hard to keep a student engaged, especially across most topics, and especially if now there's no more teacher in front of them trying to be like, hey, wake up, or XYZ. So I think um, understanding how to keep the students engaged, putting things into bite-sized pieces. For example, the platform we built out, we spent a lot of time thinking about, well, okay, we can put out hundreds of hours of multimedia content out here for the students, but are they actually going to sit and listen to this? We're talking about numbers, and talking about numbers can get boring very fast. So some of our videos are like 30 seconds long. Some of the assignments are like 2 minutes long, and then they get to engage with each other. So I think thinking through how to maintain the focus of the students is really important as we transition into this new environment.
Anything else to add, Anna, Janine, Deb?
So, as it relates to the pros of EdTech and well, just to ground it back, um, during the pandemic, when I was at Amherst College, like finishing up my degree, neuroscience and econ, one thing that I really appreciated was actually the introduction of more online learning. So yes, it has its like negative effects for some student learners, but for me, it has been an immense positive. I tend to learn best at my own pace. I prefer an asynchronous learning style, and I felt like prior to this, not only did it restrict access to students who couldn't have made it in there, but for persons who just feel more comfortable learning in their own spaces. So it can be isolating for some, but I also think that it does have a lot of benefits. At least I've seen it in my own personal experience, and a lot of my colleagues have seen it too. And I think we need to definitely integrate a social aspect, just like what my peer down there just said. But I think it's often the positives of it are heavily overlooked because there are a lot of different learning styles out there, and for me, it has been a huge win.
If I could just chime for 3 second add on
Mhm.
here, I think one of the biggest benefits is also, and bringing it back, synonymity across the information. Because as you said, 40% of the teachers aren't even qualified to be teaching what they're teaching. And I know that firsthand. I'm sure we all know that firsthand. We got English teachers teaching science and just trying to make it work. But with technology and the capability of scaling, the students can get good information from one source and just you can scale that.
So for me, I would like to talk about the pros and the cons. So it's not always cons, and some of as we see on our social media or on internet, there's always an attack on the new technology that the people are using, and somehow we can say it is really good. Some people can help them. They help them to write. There's always a positive on that. From the previous panel last few days, they mentioned about individual learning, and that is good. Some people, I think he's here talking about, we let our children learn how they learn, and we can do that. Some people are really for online learning. They would like their personal space. Some people might be maybe for traditional, maybe it will be very hard, very difficult. But, the technology, as Chris mentioned, we cannot avoid it. It's there. So we have to learn as educator to adapt on this one. The consequence maybe, and this is based on many researches, they talk about the well-being, the mental health, of course, feeling of isolation, but they might be depressed, no one to talk to. Some people, for adult learners, this is very good. This gives them open their opportunity to study while they are again still be responsible in their family for their financials work, and this is very good for us in the college. It broaden our horizon also. But of course, the consequence, of course, is we have as an educator also, we can never live, even though technology is here, we are still valuable. We are valuable educators. We still need teachers, even it is in technology, right? It cannot be always AI. The human aspect of being educator still needed in technology. So that's what my pros and cons in technology.
Okay, Deb, and then we're going to move on.
So I looked at technology in this area more as there's an immense amount of resources online. And a lot of the universities, at least in the US, are piloting programs like telehealth services, online mental health screenings, uh, and online training for staff and faculty is a big one too. So that's how I looked at it.
All right. So, our last question. Time goes by quickly, folks, when you're having fun. How can we create safe spaces? And Janine, I'm going to have you lead this one online that will nurture student well-being. And we recognize that we are representative of the globe here. So, yes, how can we create safe spaces?
I think the creation of safe spaces would definitely have to be a collaboration between both the public and private sectors. So these private companies are oftentimes developing these ed tech, but I know for Jamaica it's called the Ministry of Education. I think here it's called the Department of Education. Probably have some child protection services, right? So definitely collaboration with those entities on creating the necessary frameworks to actually monitor and evaluate these platforms and ensure that children are being kept safe. I think this collaboration should also extend to their caregivers, whether parents, guardians, etc. They should receive these training in terms of how these platforms work. They should be paying attention to what their children are doing because it is not a teacher's job to raise a child, right? I personally believe that parents should be taking responsibility for their kids. It starts at home. So I think that yes, educators have a certain role to play, but at the end of the day, it comes back to what goes on inside the home. So you need to be paying attention to what your kids are doing on these platforms. And parents need to be involved in these conversations with other stakeholders to ensure that these platforms are being run responsibly, that their children's data is being handled responsibly.
Deb.
So building safe online spaces is about addressing a set of norms, norms that include writing in full sentences, confidentiality, things that build trust.
Okay, Chris.
For me, and the thing that I'm working on most right now is that we need to regulate and have policies to set forth, and not so many policies about plagiarism and the use of the technology, but if somebody victimizes another human being, incriminates that human being, humiliates that human being, there needs to be consequences, and it needs to be swift and harsh, because we're seeing a huge conglomerate of cyber criminals and even just people that are playing around that are getting involved, and we call it bullying. It's not bullying when you put somebody in prison and they lose their career over it. And we need to start making our students aware of that, and we have to start at the grassroots in our schools, but we really need to start pushing for a call to action with our legislators and our government to regulate those kinds of behaviors.
Yvonne?
Um, I think the answer to this question is yet to be determined, right? Because we're so at the forefront of this ed tech and education through technology and expanding that out. But I would say governance of the technology is extremely important, whether there's AI or not AI. I would say content moderation of the technology that the schools or education systems do end up licensing or purchasing, that content has to be moderated in one form or another. And then the security of the information of the educational institution, the teacher, the student, their personal information, right? Because if something like that if it's not bulletproof, somebody can go in there and just like you hear Target had 4 million debit cards stolen. Like the last thing you want is student identities being stolen. So governance, security, and content moderation is what I would say for now.
So I believe that we can build a safe place for e-learning or edtech. It's not only about the governance, it's not only as a parent, as an educator, we should always also look into what the educators can do, what the teachers can do. For us, when we're offering online classes, we make it feel it's safe when we have the policies and procedures in the classroom that they have to know. They have a classroom. We're doing a synchronous classes. So they have to know we have the policies and procedures on how you're going to submit your assignments and your requirement and how to use your group chats or your stream when they're doing their messages. And of course, you always have to instill the values. When we don't want that we do the ed tech and they just learn on their own, we have to teach them the values of education still, and we have to teach them on respect. We have to teach them the resiliency also. That will make them feel safe that using this is that they are not only using it for just using it because oh, the technology will make it easy for me, but you have to take on what is the implication of this, what so it makes it easier for you, but then what is the value for you?
Before we open it up for questions, I just wanted to leave you with one quote that encapsulates a lot of what we've heard here today. And it comes from a blog entitled Leveraging Technology to Support Student Well-Being. And it says, digital technology alone is not and will not transform education. It requires people thoughtfully using digital technology as an effective tool to foster a culture of learning and well-being for students and teachers. I want you to give a special thanks to our panel, and then we'll open for questions. So what questions do you have? Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for that question. That's a very good question. Actually, as I keep on mentioning a while ago, EdTech is our wonder somehow. It helps us and to make our job easy for our students to make it easy. But the influence of the educator in the classroom online will help them also to be more resilient, right? And the online classes, it is very important that you have more also an interaction. So it's either it is a group chat, it's either like an experience, like it could be a blended learning. It was a discussion last time. In our college, we try our best to have more on the interactions, like those workshops about personality development, mental health awareness. We try to make it sure that people are attending in person. So EdTech is there. There are a lot of mental health awareness tools online, and it's for free. You will see that it is for free, but it's also very important that we encourage still the human interaction. So resilience is very important. It's easy to say, but it's hard to build. So how to build that? It is not like we are coaching one time. It is through experience. It could be based on your coursework, and the grit of they are doing. They made a mistake, and there's someone who will be able to say like, you can go on, you can do that. That is the something that we should not miss in edtech. That mental health, resiliency, values should be still there.
And Chris?
I know nobody wants to hear this response from me, but society is going to change. It's changing right now. If you've been in, I just got back from a forum working with workforce industries and some big companies that were there, like Microsoft and Cisco and Walmart and those places. A lot of people think that Walmart's putting in automation because um, it's cheaper. It's actually not cheaper. It's way more expensive, but they can't find quality employees. People don't show up on time. People don't want to come to work. People don't know how to address their customers. I was in Denny's yesterday, and the robot brought me my Grand Slam. Okay, why? Because they can't find people that can work with human beings, and this is sort of the flip. And I sort of like to say this: technology is changing everything very rapidly, but we also need to understand that it's also changing us as human beings. And so we need to be aware of that. We need to create scenarios so we can teach our students how to cope, how to get along, how to deal with some stress factors. And it does take a human being to do that. And we need to stop running off our educators, and we need to start making their job more professionalized.
In the last 2 minutes.
I was basically about to agree with both of my
Okay,
colleagues on
I'll
this
agree with
panel.
them.
So essentially, what I was addressing to that coach in the audience, you can't really replace that human interaction. That has been a theme that has come up throughout this entire thing. You still need that face-to-face contact. What you get through these, ed tech platforms or social media, etc., is a lot of parasocial relationships. You don't really form that connection with persons, and that has to be fostered. Otherwise, you get a bunch of kids that are socially awkward, right? And we've been seeing a rise in that, especially post-pandemic. So again, agreeing with him here, agreeing with her here, you can't really take that away. So.
And in the essence of time, we've got 1 minute. I'm very time conscious. For those of you who know me, I just want to hear from Deb and Tavon. Go ahead.
It's been asked and answered.
Go ahead. Okay. I wish we had time for more questions, but our time is up. And before my friend over here gives me this, we're wrapping it up. So thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists, for that excellent panel. Have you ever imagined how we go beyond traditional setups to craft spaces that ignite curiosity and inspire active engagement? Our experts will uncover the secrets behind designing these captivating learning environments, delving into practical tactics and visionary concepts. Let's welcome our session's moderator, Alex Bay, the digital accessibility specialist at Meet Andy, and the panelists to take the stage and keep this discussion lively on the topic of designing playful learning environments, creating spaces that inspire exploration and discovery. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I believe I'm mic'd up so I can let the rest of the team come on board. So first of all, g'day, welcome. If you can't tell from the accent, I am from Australia. My name is Alex. For those who are fortunate enough not to have to look at me, I'm a relatively tall, blonde white man with a beard that probably could have used a trim. And just so that you know why I am describing myself as a disability advocate and a digital accessibility specialist, we do a lot of work with those who have low vision. And for me, I feel that it's important that someone who can't see me knows who it is that's talking to them. Maybe my voice is sexier than my face. I'd like to think so. But it at least gives me the opportunity to feel as though we have that connection. So I would like to allow the rest of our panelists to introduce themselves, please. Mary, if you wouldn't mind starting.
Okay, all right, so this is Dr. Mary from Hong Kong. Yesterday I was here for the keynote. Okay, so I'm the founder of Bunny Kids Learning and mainly work with early childhood education, and also I've been cooperating with different schools to design curriculum for them. Thank you.
My name is Luciana Madsing. I'm head of education for Kiddie Academies across 3 states. We have a company that manages those academies called TCF School Management.
Thank you, Luciana. My name is Dr. Anthony Richiez. I'm the president of Dynamic Education. We teach teachers how to teach better because we have a generation of teachers that are boring these kids to death, and we bring solutions to the classrooms to make teachers be captivating in the classroom.
Thank you. And I'm a school director, and if you're elementary, we focus a lot on family play and designing environments for families to play and learn together. And for our teenagers, it's usually focused on projects, either personal projects, something like I want to get a job or something like that, and service learning projects where they're going to contribute something in their own community.
Thanks, Matt. My name is Chris Willett. I'm a special educator of 22 years, and I just push unconditional positive regard to every educator I speak with. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. So we're here to talk about learning through play. And you might think that you know what learning and or play is. I'd like to believe you know at least one of them, but let's hear what these guys think about learning and play. Mary, we'll go back down the line.
All right. All right. So for me, okay, so because in Hong Kong, Hong Kong is part of the Asia, we have quite a rigid learning environment. We might not play like all you guys do in your classroom. However, we still try our best to make things fun by telling funny stories. Okay, we can still move around a bit. Okay, but we might not have a really good space to move around. Okay, but we still try to make sure that everything's fun, the element, the presentation, like the teacher try to be inclusive. So I think that fun, like this is another type of fun and another type of play. Thank you.
Break the pattern? No. Okay, so in the early childhood education, play is how the kids learn. We know many of you might be familiar with Piaget's theories and Vygotsky, and we know that one states that kids learn through interaction with the environment, and the other one states that the kids learn with interaction, social interaction. So we know that combining this is the best scenario for kids to learn.
Thank you, Luciana. So being a middle school teacher for 5 years, I realized a couple of things. That students learn better when they're having fun, number one, and I think we all know that. And when I began teaching, I realized that students would focus more on what they did in the Xbox game the night before than they would with me teaching them. And I realized that you need to make some kind of interactions with them and make it similar to that. I have a concept called dynamic teaching, and we talk about being dynamic in the classroom. There are three different aspects: energy, vigor, and motion. That's what Oxford Dictionary says the meaning of dynamic is. And when you have these kids that are playing video games, they have a lot of energy. It's a vigorous game. They want to go to the next level, to the next level, to the next level. It's challenging them. And there's always interaction and motion going on. So I try to bring that into the classroom. So as a middle school teacher, that's what I focus on doing, bringing those three elements to the classroom so I can engage the students, and they usually stay engaged for the entire class. I'm going to send it over to Matt.
Thanks, Anthony. I just wanted to say I am not in the classroom anymore. I do a lot of my work one-on-one. So how do you model play and fun for your students? I can't expect every other teacher I work with to dress like I have this week. But what I can say is, do you participate in Spirit Week? Do you go to the senior faculty games, whether you play or whether you cheer? Do you skip down the sidewalk when you see a group of kids skipping and see who can go the longest? How do you show up and model that for your students and for your colleagues to do it however they are comfortable with?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. We've heard play is fun, play is interactive, both with an environment, with people. It's dynamic, it's vigorous. When people are playing something, they can kind of push their own challenges in kind of a non-high stress environment. And there's all sorts of emotions of going to an event and kind of cheering for your team or your school. So I'm going to ask everybody here to think for 10 seconds here about a time in your life when you had play. Just come up with some sort of idea. I'm not going to define your play. I'm going to have you define it for you. Tell me what, think about that. So we've all got some sort of idea of what play is to us in our childhood or sometime in life. Now, find somebody and just one sentence. We're going to take a minute and we're going to do an activity in a minute. But find one person in the room next to you, just simple. Say one sentence about what that play was. I used to play in my neighborhood all the time with my students. Any sport, you named it, we tried to beat each other. Take 1 minute. Tell somebody else.
And sucks to be the people who tried to sit on a table on their own, because you guys have to move.
Ten seconds left. Just share so everybody has shared and paired, because Alex is going to take us to an activity or introduce an activity.
For sure.
Chris is.
All right, finish up those final thoughts, please, and thank you. I know it's so hard to get a group of educators to stop talking when you ask them to, because we never get to talk like this. No, you don't have to worry about it. So, I would like us to do a game called 1, 2, 3. You can do this game standing up, you can do this game sitting down, whatever you are comfortable with. If you want to move over a little bit, that's fine. But again, it's whatever you are comfortable with. You can do this. You need to have your partner next to you. Everyone has their partner next to them. That sounds great. We're going to be working on the stage as well.
If you can, part of the play, have fun and stand up for 5 minutes here.
Yes. So, the first part of this activity, with your partner, you are going to count back and forth 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to do this for 30 seconds. We're also going to demonstrate on the stage, but we're going to all start together. Fair?
So one person says 1, I'm going to say 1,
2,
3,
1.
You keep going.
All right, go ahead.
1,
2,
3,
1,
2,
3,
1,
2,
3,
1,
2,
3,
1.
1,
1,
2,
3,
1,
2.
3.
All right, 30 seconds is ended. Oh, it's going to get a little bit more challenging right now. So instead of a 1, we're going to clap.
2,
3, 2,
3, 2,
3. Okay? 30
All right.
seconds.
two,
three, two,
three,
Three,
two,
three,
one,
two,
two. All right.
two,
Three, two,
three,
two,
two.
three.
three. And 30 seconds are up. Next level of challenge. Clap, snap, 3.
Wow.
Clap, snap, 3. Go ahead.
Three,
3,
Three.
three,
3,
Three.
3,
All right.
3.
Snap.
three.
And 30 seconds is up. Finish up that final pattern. It's going to get a little bit more challenging. Here we go. We're going to clap, snap, tap your side of your table. Clap, snap, tap. Clap, snap. And
Terrible idea.
30 seconds is up.
Give yourselves a round of applause.
Yes. Thank you for engaging in a little bit of challenge and play with us so far this morning.
So I'm sure that you didn't come to Education 2.0 to be confirmed that you don't know how to count to 3. So congratulations. I hope you're all proud of yourselves. So we've obviously demonstrated a little bit of what play and or learning is, but maybe you're looking to do the right thing, but you're not really sure where to begin, or in particular, what is the wrong thing to do. So panelists, if you wouldn't mind giving us at least one piece of what is not playful learning.
I think playful learning becomes not playful learning when people think learning needs to be serious, right? There's a place for serious and there's a place for that playful. So playful learning becomes unplayful learning when it is only serious.
And too many parents stand along the sideline of children's game and are way too serious. And the other thing we do is we all sit on our phone thinking we're playing a game, and we're forgetting about all the interactions. So don't let one game or one Google Play Store own your learning, right? We have to step away from all those. Those are fine structured games to play, but think about all the free play and opportunities when we have fun, dynamic interactions.
One of the things I've realized being a middle school teacher is that students realize when it's a canned performance by the teacher. They can tell when you're not being sincere. So sincerity in these games is important. You're not going to get buy-in if the students think that, oh, he's just going to have us do something while he does some kind of paperwork. Be involved with the game. Have fun with them. When they feel your energy and they feel your enthusiasm, they want to do it too. They don't know they're learning. They think they're playing. But when they see you interacting with them, there's more buy-in, and it makes the next play activity and the next learning activity more fun, and they anticipate it more. So I would say take the seriousness out of it, stop treating it like it's a check box that you're doing, and make it fun.
Girls microphone. So my tip to avoid is more related to the environment, the playful environment setup, is to try to avoid having noisy areas close to the quiet areas, because during play, children need those different moments. We need to remember the overwhelming feeling that they have sometimes, and also the adults, when they are playing with the kids, also have the moment to step out and just observe and have the kid playing by themselves too. I think that's important.
Yes. One thing I think is really important that we have to focus, like we have to avoid, okay? It is like we teachers ourselves have to think like we are not instructors. We are actually facilitators in learning. Okay, we cannot just tell you something and you do it. That never works. Okay, so we have to make sure that we are involved in learning and they feel like you are part of them. Okay, you and your kids are just like a family, then everything works well.
Awesome. And look, I know that I am going to be pitching to a lot of you about accessible videos, one of the tools that we provide, but I would just like to quickly say that pressing play on a video doesn't count as play, but also keeping in mind that a lot of the panelists have spoken about being engaged in the play, but you have to remember that even as educators, you're also engaged in the learning. I'd be very surprised if there's anyone in the room that hasn't learnt something from a student. And so keeping in mind that this playful learning is a two-way street. You can engage, you can play with the students, and you can also learn from them and help to share learnings from yourself, which can improve their learning as well. So you guys indulged us with a game a little earlier, and I saw a few people having to shuffle the seats around. You can see that most of the seats in this room are either empty because they haven't heard about how great we are yet, but the seats that are turned around on a round table would result in a bunch of people with their back to us. So no offense to the organizers, but this room wasn't really set up for that game that we created. So we have to keep in mind that our environment needs to be conducive to play and to learning, and there's going to be ways that we can improve that if we are given a certain situation where there are a bunch of round tables. We can make changes so that that learning and that play can occur. So the topic is about environments, so let's get on to environments, guys.
Go ahead, Dr. Mary.
Okay, so again,
I'm not Dr. Mary.
All right. Okay. So, once again, okay. So in Asia, most of the learning environment, I can say a classroom setting is quite rigid. We are not allowed to move chairs and tables around. Okay. So, I'm trying my best. So in my school, I've got pretty a big classroom compared to the other schools actually. So one I think is like around 200 feet, but it's only catering maybe 6 to 8 students. What I do is I've got a shelf in the middle here, and then to split 2 parts. Okay, so actually one aim is like for some kids they are slightly moody, I move it to another side, then they won't disturb the class. But at the same time, I don't need to punish them to tell them you're not good, you're not doing well. But I just split them and then make them just, as Luciana just mentioned, they had a calm corner also. It's a call like that. And the fun part is on the shelves, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers, okay? And on top of that are all presents, okay? They all know that if I do well, then there may be a chance to do lucky draw and I can get present from the shelf. Okay, so then that's a way that we create, is I create a fun environment in my place. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so in our academies, we have the learning centers in the classroom. So my advice is for our teachers usually, we have the different learning centers and we need to have all the learning centers very well defined. So for example, we have music center or library center or dramatic play for the kids to have that meaningful experience in each of those learning centers. I suggest always to have a variety of those learning centers to develop different skills, to offer different experiences for the kids to develop other cognitive skills too. Also, there are some standards. I'm not sure who is familiar with NACE, is the National Association for the Education of Young Children. And they have a few standards for those environments. So they talk a lot about print enrichment and multicultural items that should be in all the learning centers and avoiding the noisy with the quiet areas. The calm corner for kids that just need to self-regulate or to just get away of the busy, the confusion sometimes. So those are great tips for this educational setup.
This is the guy's microphone. So if you haven't realized it, Mary and Luciana deal with the little ones. I'm discussing middle school, and these two gentlemen are the higher grades, so you can get a bit different perspective. So, unlike Mary, I'm the one that always got in trouble because I always move my classroom around. The chairs are never in the same position. The maintenance people used to always complain that they have to wax my floor extra because of all the marks and everything. And they would say, how do you put the classroom back in order? Because I have the kids do that. I got blue tape and I put tape on the floor and I say, this is the first chair, everything behind it. But my point is this. I move the classroom around because I believe that learning has to have different perspectives, not just from an educational perspective, from a perspective of spatial awareness. And students remember a point or a lesson when they were in a different part of the room every single time. Because students, when they remember things on a test, for example, on a standardized test, they don't remember words, they remember experiences. So I make them experience certain things through play. So if a student experiences something in the left part of the room or the front part of the room, when they're taking a test and they see a test question, they say, oh, I remember that. I was standing right over there when that happened. And they get the question right, and they don't realize how they did well. So I utilize that in my classroom. So yes, I'm the one that got in trouble all the time because the next teacher always says, there goes Dr. Ritchie is moving the chairs around. And it's always moving. And the kids looked at it as though it was a game show. They never know what to expect. They never know how I'm going to configure the classroom. But when the principal came in, the classroom was always back in order, and he thanked me for that. And at the end of the year, I have to buy a Starbucks card for the maintenance person because she had to wax my classroom a little extra because of all the marks.
Great stories, great stories. So I'm been fortunate enough to travel the world outside the box. So some of you that know me, the world is my classroom. It's a sphere. I'm happy to make it and proud to make it to this rectangle. And when you think of those things, play happens everywhere in the world. It's what happens. Why do we get so stuffy? And play can be therapy, healing. It can also be a way to challenge and your rigor and vigor and bring movement in things. So I'm going to give you two examples of how just kind of, oh, how can we think about play? Remember, play is where we learn the skills of adulthood. And some of us are adults still learning those things. But play puts us in that kind of, it was uncomfortable at first. But then once you get there, you kind of build confidence and it's actually fun. So what we do with young children is we do family play. And Lucy said an example of dramatic play. So think family theater. You can transform homework if you're an elementary school teacher any age, or you can do this if you're a grandparent. It's not, but any family, this is what you do. You're going to create a theater performance of your favorite story with your loved ones in your own room. Use props like blankets or pillows, simple cardboard box, whatever color, do whatever you want. Don't record it. Save that hour, do everything you can possibly do, whatever you want to do, any story you want, act it out, perform it, cheer it, and move on. But that's the kind of homework we do with elementary schools. And you can see how that just changes the dynamic of all of us think we're playing on Candy Crush and whatever each one of us is playing. It just changes, and that is literacy. Young children, I'm going to give you the other part. That's where they're going to learn all the skills. Choose any story, any moral lesson you want to teach. That's your instigation to open up all of life. We need those to prepare for projects, personal projects and service projects. So when we're in middle school, we need far more mentors to kind of reach out and say, look, here's something you could do to help the community. I'll give two examples, but all these skills are learned in play so that you can be successful in projects. So the personal project, I want to lose weight, or I want to stop vaping. Those are personal projects. It's meaning I want to get a job. That helps, puts a kid in a mind that's a goal-oriented. He's hopefully going to get that job in 3 months or whatever it be. But he sets himself up. That's one kind of project. Service learning projects or a project with purpose means they're doing something to contribute to the world, right? So they're thinking about what is something that people around me need. How can I build a project around this and contribute it? For middle school, you see recycling programs all the time. And part of it is it needs to be authentic, right? When the children actually see those things, they recognize it, they've developed all the skills in play so they can accomplish some sort of project for the service of their greater good.
Thanks, Matt. I think the most important piece of your classroom when you're setting up a playful learning space is to have a safe space. In the high school, we have students who are worried about looking foolish in front of their peers. They're worried about looking dumb in front of their teachers. We have a very rigorous environment at the school that I work at, and these students have a little bit of that extra fear of looking just like someone else. They're looking different. If you create that safe space where we have students coming to us where they have felt less than in their community, you can ask them to take risks because they know they are protected and cared for in that environment. Those safe spaces are important, and I think we actually have to really dig deep to think about how we create that safe space. I can't ask everybody to dance around and sing and wear funky clothes or wear a matching shirt and shorts when it's suit day. I can't ask other teachers to do that, but model that fun. Go out there and enjoy yourself. Cheer. Go to the opening pep rally and actually wave that pom-pom as hard as you can. Do whatever you are comfortable with to model for those students so they feel safe and they can take those risks. Because when you can take those risks, you can look silly, you're going to have fun with it. And I think that is what students need to then push themselves into the learning part, which is we are asking them to take risks. We are asking them to dig deep, answer questions that can't be answered with a Google search, answer questions that can't be answered with a quick ChatGPT check. We are asking them to expand and adapt on deep learning, and you can't do that if you don't feel safe. And modeling that play and that safe space actually allows those students to reach those goals and those expectations that we set for them.
Great. Thank you guys so much. Look, I think that we probably have a little bit of time, and you guys have been sitting on your hands or at least your seats for far too long. So I think we need to do something about that.
One more playful activity to just kind of demonstrate the things we can all use is salutation. So I work with international schools, and we greet each other and say goodbye in all sorts of ways. So we're going to show you a creative place. You're all going to be an inventor here, but we're going to invent a new way to say hello or goodbye. Watch what we do. We're going to first teach us both something we know, and then we're going to create something new. Okay? Hey, Chris, I know a fist bump. Oh, great.
Thanks for the microphone. Hey, Matt, I know a high five. Boom.
Great, Chris. What should we do?
I think we should create maybe a high pound.
Like this? Yeah. But Chris, that's not very creative. We've done this like 5 times already today. How about we do a double high 5 pound?
Boom, I love it.
Now go ahead, take your partner, new partner. Let's spend a minute or two. We share what we know, and then we create something new. Take 2 minutes to go ahead, invent.
So, all right. Look, I'm a fan of the COVID elbow bump.
Okay. All right. All right. So why don't we do an elbow bump, and I can do. You know what? We can do an elbow bump, and then we can do a shoulder bump. So
I like that.
this,
So into.
and then maybe go like this at the end. Like this.
I like that. Yep. So, and you can do it either side too. So if we go.
Exactly.
So elbow bump, shoulder bump, step
And
back.
5 seconds, finish it up.
I like that. Awesome.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Alex, for moderating. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Well, I can see people still playing. That is awesome. I would much rather that than you be listening to me. But I guess I didn't bring my phone up here. I was told not to have my phone go off. So I have no idea if there's time for questions or not. So I guess you guys ask questions until they kick us off.
Anyone have any questions?
Yes, any questions up there?
I'm happy to run around. You can talk into my chest so the rest of these guys can hear.
Aha. What's your aha moment? When did you realize play's important here? People can learn through play.
Probably playing. Well, playing is always the way that we get the aha moments, that joyful juice that we create that makes us realize how important that is. At least that was for me.
One of my aha moments when I was a social studies teacher, and they needed to learn who Patrick Henry was. So I modeled play, and I jumped up on top of the table and I said, "Give me liberty or give me death." And I pounded my chest, and there was spit coming out of my mouth and everything. And they said, "What is wrong with this bald-headed guy?" But when I gave the test and I said, "What is the quote?" or identify the quote that Patrick Henry made, every single student got that correct. Every single one. And that's when I realized it.
When I started in the public school system, they had a dodgeball tournament and teachers were invited, and I had a group of young students who were all juniors, and they asked me to play dodgeball with them. And so no other teachers signed up. I joined their team. They printed shirts, and we ended up being the juvenile delinquents. There was no V in the word. And after that dodgeball tournament, we came in second place. Thank you so much. The amount of students who came up to me and just appreciated me being there, and it led to relationships developing, and it was just putting myself out there and playing some dodgeball. It's great to be paid to throw balls at students.
If I can jump in, I think just to give a slightly different perspective, I think that I learned it as a student. I hit grade 5, and that was the first time that I ever got anything other than an A, and it's because my teacher was boring as hell. And you know, grade 1 till through till 4, there's this intrinsic element of play, of fun, because you're dealing with young kids. That's the only way to get through to them. And then we decide at some point that you're too old to need to have fun to be able to engage with. You have to just be all about information, and kids fall off. You go, into middle school and it's a whole new environment. You go into high school and it's a whole new environment. And all of a sudden you don't have that rapport. You've got new students, you've got new teachers that are all focusing on the education and on the learning, and they're no longer engaging with you as a person. So for me, I knew that if I was ever going to teach someone, I had to engage them. And so and I'm sure all of you will have experienced that before. You may have sat through a talk here that didn't resonate with you as much as some others may have, hopefully us. But if you're not engaged, you're not learning. So for me, if you're going to teach, you have to engage.
Yep. And for my aha moment is always the time that I start to sing for no reason. So, for example, like yes, like Teacher Mary. Okay. Are we going to learn about like present tense today? And then suddenly I was just say present tense. I don't like it. How about you? And then they start like, and then after that, and then they say that, okay, so how about the past? And just keep making random tones and ups and down. And then they start to feel like, like all the tenses sound really boring. Okay, but they all love it if you sing it out, or just even you sing it like really badly. Like, okay, all the pitches are gone. Okay, but they love it. Okay, so that's my moment.
Oh, right on, right on. And I actually, confession, I struggle to be serious. So, just so, and it's been a problem in my life because what happens is, again, wit, banter, these kinds of things are not usually appreciated in school. So part of my mission is that I'm going to give a shout out to a couple people. So I'm from the Silicon Valley here, and I walked on campuses of the Silicon Valley, and two things happen. You walk in places and it doesn't look like a place like work. It's anything you can imagine play, just creatively things. Not only is it like ping pong or some sort of table, it's also just big foam thing. Like anything you can imagine is in a room like this with no tables, right? So it's a spirit of play, because that way they can de-stress, like Mary said, at every age, and then go back up and sit on the computer for 8 hours. So one shout out, John Hunter. I was on, I don't know, 10 years ago, I came across an awesome teacher named John Hunter. There's a PBS special about him. He's a teacher from Virginia, called World Peace and Other Lessons in Fourth Grade. And what his whole classroom was fourth grade, 25 kids came in, and it was 4 layers of the world. And that man liked to torture kids because they would come in every day and just want to do it. And what they want to do, they wanted to like go to war and solve the war. Would have a problem, world hunger, everything you can imagine learning that we should be learning in fourth grade. I watched that man do it every single day in fourth grade. And ever since, again, he's been a mentor and inspiration to me. So I encourage you to find people. It does exist. If you're sitting there, being criticized for sitting not, calm in your classroom, go find other people. It does exist. Great question. Should we take one more questions, comments? Perfect.
Are we intimidated? Yes, you have a question?
You can't. You can't force the other adults to do it. You can't say, be like me. I have to work on that really hard because I feel like we should all just embrace this world in the way I do, and that just doesn't make a full picture. We need everybody. So you can't force people to do it, but what you can ask is to do what you're comfortable with. If you're in Spirit Week and it's Wacky Hair Day and you don't want to put your hair up, or you're a bald human like me, you've got to think outside the box a little bit, right? Wear a fun barrette, wear a fun scrunchie, and call that fun and be proud of that fun. When I started Fun Shirt Friday at the last couple of schools, it wasn't just wear a fun Hawaiian shirt like Mr. Willette. It was wear what you think is fun. If you think that gray and black patterned shirt that you wear is a fun shirt, that's a fun shirt, and embrace that and be proud of that. And that's the message that I give to my colleagues who say, I would never wear a shirt like that, Chris.
So, and it's a very difficult question. And the question for the audience that can't hear who are videotaping, how do you get other adults to play? That's a very hard question because, like Chris said, you can't force them to do anything. But be better at what you do, and the students will let them know. So, just to give you a quick example, when I taught at the college level, all of the professors that were in the neighboring classrooms, their students would leave their classes and come into my classroom just to hear what I was doing. I taught a leadership class, and I made the leadership class like The Apprentice. Every week, I put them in groups. Every week, one student was the leader, and they had to lead the group based on whatever topic we were discussing. And other teachers weren't doing that. And they will come to me and say, what are you doing? Why do my students want to change majors and go into your class? And then I would kind of coerce them into playing around a little bit. Have some fun. Students want to be excited. One of the things that I realized when I was in the high school area as well, there's two things that students want. They want independence and they want excitement. If you can't give them two of those with teaching, they're going to tune you out. They're going to start going right to their cell phones, go right to their friends and think about what they're going to do last night, what they did last night, what they're going to do tonight. So independence and excitement. So when you have play, when we were doing this activity here, we were acting independently. We were creating something. Me and Alex, I was terrible at that game, and Alex was helping me through it, and me and him bonded. And now I'm learning something, and I don't know that I'm learning. So I would, to answer that question, which is a very difficult question, and thank you for it, be better than your colleagues, and have the students tell them, hey man, why can't you be like this guy? Why can't you be like her? Why is your class so boring? And they're going to come to you, and then you kind of coerce them into, hey, why don't you try something different? Here's some ideas. That's how I would answer that question.
Well said.
Just as one quick piece to add to that, like, even if you try to define an adult, like an adult is just a bigger human, but that doesn't mean that Chris is more adult than, everyone else standing to the right of him just because he's a bit taller. Like, we're all people that have, like I said before, like as we get older, we get this idea that play isn't something that should be part of our vocabulary or shouldn't be part of what we do. But I mean, maybe you get to a point that you can't kick a ball anymore, but until then, keep kicking that ball. Like, don't let yourself think, I'm an adult, therefore I can't do this. Look at what you can do. Look at how you can be involved. It doesn't have to be the fun shirts. It doesn't have to be playing dodgeball. It doesn't have to be, running in and jazz handing every time you talk to a kid. But there are things that you can do that make yourself enjoy what you're doing more. If you're enjoying it, then everyone else around you is going to enjoy it more as well.
Yeah, can I add one little thing? Yes, okay. So I'm not working with adult students, but I do struggle as as an adult because being playful in front of the others is very difficult in my city. Okay, so if at first they all thought I'm silly, and then they feel like, okay, why Miss Mary is so different? Is she trying to show off or do something else? But someone has to start, right? So I'm the first one, and then my parents started to know my intention, the reason why I act like that, and then they become like that way. Okay, the parents start to become funny themselves. Okay, I do believe that that's supposed to be like someone has to be the first one to transfer the energy and make everyone's like to play. Okay, thank you very much.
All right. We'll let you guys catch a breather before the awards, but thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you all.
All right, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all of our speakers for their insightful presentations. As we reflect on the advancements in global education, it's crucial to acknowledge the significant impact of visionary leaders whose dedication has driven progress. Now let's pause and applaud these exceptional individuals who have fearlessly led the charge in transforming education. Now I am thrilled to welcome Dee Dee Wong, the CEO of Yes Academy, to the stage. She will be helping me present awards today. Welcome, Dee Dee. As we wait for Dee Dee, I would like to mention our winter 2025 and spring 2025 editions are booming with incredible speakers and exhibitors. Are you eager to be a part of the action? I hope so. You can stop by the registration desk and connect with Jatine and Shabit to pre-register for that exciting event. All right, it looks like we're ready to get started with our awards. Our first award is for Akhil Mashwara for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Akhil, congratulations. Dr. Akhil Mashwara is a professor of pediatrics and molecular and cellular physiology at Louisiana State University. He also serves as the Vice President of Translation Research in the department. He is a member of the American Pediatric Association and a fellow of the American Association of Pediatrics, the Royal College of Physicians, and the Interdisciplinary Academic Research and Innovation. Congratulations. Our next award is for Amber McMillan for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Amber McMillan currently serves as the ED and Chief Visionary Officer of Rogers Society and co-founder of EverLearn College, with tangible credentials and over 30 years of experience in both profit and not-for-profit environments. She is committed to learning and growing while sharing learning with others, often referred to as the agent of change. With wide-ranging communication and education experience, her passion continues to drive innovation in her work. Congratulations.
I said it earlier, this award is always a manifestation of a lot of amazing people who have helped me fail well in order to get here. It is through my failures that I have learned the most, and so I share this award with everyone that has helped me get here, and at the same time, with all of those who perhaps want to follow in my footsteps. I always say to follow in footsteps simply means to persevere, to learn more about who you are as an individual, and to recognize that the world needs you, not someone you're trying to be like. The world needs you. So just be you. So thanks very much.
Our next award is for Annalisa Sta Anna for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Dr. Annalisa Sta Anna started her career as a guidance counselor, eventually becoming department chair of psychology at De La Sala Lipa. She later worked in business psychology in Dubai and as assistant professor at the American University in Emirates, where she established the Guidance and Counseling Center and led various committees. Currently, Dr. Anna is the president of Ancos College, showcasing her leadership and commitment to education.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank everybody, especially Education 2.0, for acknowledging all our educators here and for their outstanding leadership. We can always make a difference. Technology is there, but human being as an educator. A while ago, someone said education, being a teacher, is not really wealthy, will not pay you a lot. But you know what, guys? We mean a lot to the world, and we can transform lives through education. And keep it up. Thank you.
Our next award is for Omkar Renovakar, Education 2.0 Conference Young Leadership Award. Omkar Renovakar, ML researcher and instructor at Inspira AI, is a successful educator and innovator who graduated from the UIUC. He has worked at BMW and Michelin on their cutting edge AI projects. He is currently passionate about AI and has been sharing his learnings with various high schoolers around the Bay Area through a Stanford based initiative, Inspirit AI.
Thank you 2.0 for having me. I want to firstly thank my parents. Actually, they couldn't be here, but hey guys, thank you for everything, and want to thank all the mentors and professors, and all the educators in this room as well for constantly supporting me through everything in my life. So yeah, hoping to achieve a lot more. Thanks.
Our next award is for Kennedy Adzu Love Foundation, Inc. for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Organization Award. The Kennedy Atsu Love Foundation, Inc. is led by Bod Chuam Kennedy Pavin Atsu as its president and is dedicated to providing provisions to shelters, offering temporary employment to newcomers in Canada, organizing food and clothing drives, and facilitating back to school projects.
Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you for this award, Education 2.0. And I want to thank God for this opportunity and privilege. One of the things that this particular award and this particular event taught me is to be to do it right even when nobody's watching. I have always done this because I'm a product of even the street. And I thought, okay, if I could, brush off myself and become who I am today, I can actually go back and bring many back. And I have disciplined myself to do that. And I've always gone through the streets of Toronto, outside the country in Africa, doing it without anybody paying or anybody paying attention, doing it without looking for awards or stuff like that. And today I'm here. Somebody's watching, somebody's seeing it. and I'm inspired to do more. Thank you so much.
Our next award is for Deborah Meyer Kolchuk for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Deborah Meyer Kolchuk is a PhD candidate at Eastern University, has been leading a regional IT firm while pursuing higher education. As an undergraduate, she has 2 leadership experiences that made higher education a transformative learning experience for her. Her future career aspirations focus on online learning communities and their capability to build parity into the college experience for both adult and online learners.
Thank you, Education 2.0, for the opportunity to participate. And it's been great learning from so many other educators who are invested in student success. Also, thank you to my family and friends because I couldn't be on this journey without them. Thank you.
Our next award is for Donna Condon for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Donna Condon, Senior Director of Child Care Services at Boston Children's Hospital, has worked in the field of early childhood education for the past 30 years. She is a licensed facilitator at the Brazeldon Touchpoints Center at Boston Children's, as well as a licensed facilitator in leadership development through Achieve Global. She has been rated as a top-tier level director at Boston Children's Hospital in all categories on the Boston Children's Hospital Employee Engagement Survey for the past 12 consecutive years.
Thank you so much. So humbled and proud to accept this award. Shout out to my team and my mentors because without them, I am nothing, and they continue to push me to lead them through the early childhood world. Thank you.
Our next award is for Kelly A. Watts for Education 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award. Kelly A. Watts is the president and founder of MIW LLC Make It Work. As a former educator, he brings over 3 decades of experience creating and delivering curriculum at both the pre-college and college level. He has conducted training workshops with and for Berkeley College, Fordham College, John Jay College of Criminal Justice, New York Theological Seminary, Rising Hope Inc., and many other institutions in New York City. Congratulations. Our next award is for Kathy Tucaro for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Kathy Tucaro is a 2-time award-winning heavy equipment operator of the largest mining equipment in the world in northern Canada. She is also a co-host in the award-winning Positive Chain podcast Women Road Warriors, an author and an inspirational leader. Her passion for helping others has her traveling internationally to give personal development training at women's shelters, youth centers, recovery centers, schools, and community events.
Hi, excuse me. Yes, I operate the world's largest mining equipment in the world up in northern Canada, but that is not my real passion. My passion is taking my personal story of losing everything I own, including my nursing career, becoming drunk and homeless on the streets and suicidal, to transferring to one decision to change my life. And now I use that to encourage all women in domestic violence shelters, to youth in schools, youth in drop-in centers, juvenile homes. I even go to prisons because if you don't take care of your mental health and recognize the mental uh, emotional abuse, the physical abuse, and not to mention the amount of sexual abuse that goes on in this world, you have to become the hero in your own story. So this award, as grateful as I am, is not so much about me, but it's more about every single person out there who is suffering, who changes their own narrative in their own story and changes their life. So this is for them to recognize that change is possible. I need to thank God for my 12 years sobriety. I need to thank my honey Michael for without his love and support, I don't think I'd be here all the time. and also to this conference for recognizing all these amazing people here. Thank you.
Our next award is for Nadine Chamas for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Nadine Chamas is the founder of the Life Director, combined with her diverse experiences and crafted the Life Director method, aiming to guide individuals in connecting with their true identity and fulfilling their calling and purpose in life. This innovative approach is encapsulated in her book, The Stage is Yours, where she shares her wealth of experiences and introduces the TLD method.
Thank you so much. I'm very, very, very happy today and grateful for every person who played a role in my journey and gave me the space to create an innovative tool, an innovative method for people to enjoy the journey of discovery of who they are and align it with whatever they do in their life and simply be grateful for life. Thank you.
Our next award is for Noelle Sue Chafont Mora for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Noelle Sue Chalfont Mora, the Director of Training at Caleris, has spent over 35 years in the enterprise software technical training services field, combining her strong technical skills with her broad education delivery, development, and management business experience. Noelle joined Caleris over 7 years ago, and her team has transformed and elevated the Caleris training offerings, resulting in a catalog of hundreds with all learning mobilities from instructor-led training and e-learning and gamification to certification.
Thank you to everyone in the Education 2.0 conference and all of the esteemed educators here. As the profile said, I've been in technical education for 35 years, designing programs that consist of blended learning and every type of modality from e-learning to instructor-led to gamification and even certification. And I'm a big proponent of if we teach everyone the best possible knowledge, they will get the most utilization out of whatever you're offering. In my case, it's software, but it could be anything. And I really hope to bring that message to everyone. Thank you very much.
Our next award is for Susan Nelson Spencer for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Susan Nelson Spencer is an instructional designer, e-learning developer, published author, college instructor, and the founder and principal of Sandbox Learning Experience Design. She has over 15 years of experience as a learning consultant in the education, nonprofit, government, and corporate sectors.
I'm quite humbled to be accepting this award. Thank you to the Education 2.0 conference. I never thought I'd be up on a stage accepting an award for being an entrepreneur and an instructional designer after 20 years in the classroom and corporate America before that. So thank you so much for everyone's support, and Google Sandbox Learning Experience Design if you need any training. Thank you.
Our next award winner is Sylvia Badwe for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Sylvia Badwe is a principal and a visionary at Agora Academy, is a trailblazer and an entrepreneur who has over 20 years of education and experience in the sector. Sylvia is passionate about inspiring future leaders, and she believes that one day she will be able to build her vision globally. allowing affordable and accessible education for all children of all backgrounds through strategic long-term partnerships and global or local governments.
I'm going to disappear behind the podium, so I'm just going to put this there. Can you hear me? Okay, I wrote something really small. I had to because my entire school is watching right now. Shout out to Agora Prep. All right, here we go. Good morning, all, and thank you for this award. I'm doing what I'm doing for no earthly reward. I believe that what we need to do is supremely critical. Transforming education now is urgently pivotal. Our children need, no, they deserve this movement. A complete shift from an archaic system with no recent improvement. I applaud you all for being trailblazers, pioneers, visionaries, and warriors, creating, building, investing time to break barriers. The time is now for a complete redesign, it seems, for our future generation to fulfill all their dreams. Thank you for this award, and I look up to the sky to first and foremost thank my God on high. My family, my friends, my staff, my students, and all those who provide support, thank you for ensuring I can climb on your shoulders when I fall short. My children, gorgeous Julia, sweet Elise, and Timothy, my boy, thank you for inspiring me to build Agora Prep and providing me with endless joy. You are all amazing, incredible agents of transformation. I have learned so much from your knowledge and shared information. Thanks, Education 2.0, for this honor and prize. It means more to me than you'll ever realize. Thank you, and remember, be the change you want to see in the world, and always, always, always do what you love and love what you do. Thank you.
Our next award is for Tafan Astora for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Visionaries Award. Tafan Ashtara, MBA, is a seasoned finance and strategy consultant. Ashtara, with a decade of experience in financial services industry, including elite banks like Merrill Lynch, Northwestern Mutual, and JP Morgan Chase, where he ranked among the nation's top bankers. Specializing in strategic thinking, operational improvement, process optimization, wealth management, revenue growth, and cost reduction, Tavan has demonstrated excellence in leadership, business expansion, and development.
Well, I didn't know I'd have to come here and say something, but I'm very glad to. I'm very grateful to receive this award, and it's an honor to be a part of everyone here. But I didn't do anything that I've done these past few years for any award or any recognition. I grew up in obscurity, especially financially, and I spent over 2 decades in finance, and I consulted some of the biggest people and companies in the world. But then the last 4 years or so, I pulled out of that so that I can create a product that can help the world not have the issues I had growing up. And, if this award is for anyone, it's for all the students who will have access to world-class personal finance education. Thank you.
Our next award is for Tracy Mosby for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. With degrees in education, reading, and literacy and educational leadership, Tracy Mosby, Director of Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment at Lewis County C1 School District, has worked in education for 27 years, with 24 years to the Lewis County C1 District, actively involved in initiatives like Learning 2025, Redefining Ready, and Missouri's Success Ready Student Network. Tracy collaborates extensively with educational organizations and agencies to give every child a meaningful learning journey. Our next award winner is Musicology Lab for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Organization Award. Musicology Lab, founded by Zoe Madewell, is a revolutionizing early childhood education by merging music with language learning in its See It, Say It, Play It learning system. Designed for children aged 2 to 12, this globally recognized program benefits from Madewell's 2 decades of experience in the music industry and her collaboration with world-class musicians and native speakers.
I'm humbled, blessed, and honored to be here. Thank you, first and foremost, to God who gave me the inspiration to put music into the hands of the children who need it most. I grew up the oldest of 10 children with no access to music lessons. And now, to my 600 students at Irving Fine Arts Academy, I am so proud of my faculty and staff for making our dreams come true on a global scale. To all of my friends in Dubai who I met at the Education 2.0 conference, the Policy Tank, and Brand Beat Global, and all of my new lighthouses that I have made at this conference. Together, music is the miracle that will truly change the world. Each one of you who I've met, had a conversation with, Education 2.0 is about us taking this journey and carrying it from these short 3 days into the lives of all of the students and all of those lives that we're all going to change. I'm blessed, humbled, and grateful for this opportunity, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next award winner is Omri Liu for Education 2.0 Conference Young Leadership Award. Amari Liu is the founder and CEO of Apex SAT, founded with this verified nonprofit with 5,000 students dedicated to teaching the SAT for free. He has won 8th place nationally at the Ronald Reagan Great Communicator Debate Series, along with various other awards and recognitions. Amari Liu is the senior at Pine Creek High School who is passionate about communicating, learning, educating others, and debating.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank this conference for giving me this opportunity and recognition. So I first founded Apex SAT as an initiative to help underfunded and underprivileged kids in my community attain their college goals. And a few months ago, I got a message back from one of my first students named Willis. He talked to me about how he had come from a poor background and couldn't afford tutoring, and he thought that his dreams would forever be limited. But because of our free nature, he was able to take several of our classes, including our summer camp. And he wrote back telling me that we had really opened the door to him. We hadn't just shown him the difference between a semicolon and a comma, but instead, we had shown him the way to his future. We had shown him that he was capable of doing everything that he wanted to do in the future. And it's because of people like Willis that I continue to do what I do, and I look forward to what Apex will do in the future. Thank you.
Our next award winner is Emmett Smith for Education 2.0 Conference Young Leadership Award. Emmett Smith, co-founder and vice president. That's who we just met. Just moving to our next award winner is Nebu Timotos. Oh, I'm sorry. It sounded very similar. I apologize. I thought, okay, let's rewind. Emmett Smith as our award winner for Education 2.0 Conference Young Leadership Award. Emmett Smith, co-founder and vice president at Apex SAT, is the junior class president at Pine Creek High School. He has founded multiple companies such as Apex SAT, Emmett's Lawn Care, and ES Prince. He is actively engaged in various academic and extracurricular pursuits, including Future Business Leaders of America, Stocks and Finance Association, Cyber Patriot, and Chess Club. Congratulations, Emmett.
Hello. First, like to thank the Education 2.0 conference for recognizing me with this award. I think I might be one of the youngest here. I'm only 16, and all of you are very inspiring. I look forward to doing some more great achievements in the education sector. I'd like to thank Apex SAT and my great partner, Amari Liu, who was just previously mentioned. With Apex SAT, we've helped over 5,000 students from over 70 countries. We have over 120 volunteers, and without them, none of this would be possible. I'd like to thank all of you for being here today, and thank you.
Our next award winner is Nebu Timotwos for Education 2.0 Conference Young Leadership Award. Nebu Timoto has created his own mentorship program supporting young men's mental health called Brothers for Brothers. Additionally, he has initiated his own project named Community Cares to help and give back to the community through drives and multiple activities. Now he is embarking on his entrepreneurial journey as the CEO and the founder of Reeb Hobuth as an inspirational apparel and gear company with a mission to spread love and kindness globally.
Hello. I am one of the youngest one here, so I am, I know that anything I say is probably common sense to like you all because, um, but I know I am supposed to be here and like talk about what type of good things that I'm doing. But to be honest, first of all, I just want to say thank you to like God, and then two, I don't do any of the like things that I do for the awards because I feel like things that I do is just the bare minimum that all of us should do, which is kindness. And coming from the place that like I come from, Yemen war, Ethiopia, shelter system, it has always been to like give back, and that's what I'm gonna continue to like do. But awards like this is always appreciated. So thank you guys so much.
Our next award is for Yash Varde, Education 2.0 Conference Young Leadership Award. Yash Varde is a student at the University of Washington, Bothell, where he is pursuing a degree in computer science and software engineering and is the president and chair of the school's ACM, Association for Computing and Machinery student chapter. Being exposed to Arduino and programming in C at age 12, Yash learned what these skills could do and applied that knowledge to develop various solutions in existing challenges.
Thank you. It is an honor to be in front of all of you today. The Association for Computing and Machinery, or ACM for short, is a gateway to exploration fueled by curiosity, collaboration, the relentless pursuit of knowledge, and the confidence to achieve it. The University of Washington ACM chapter offers a space where we engage with cutting edge technologies, from AI and machine learning to cloud computing, from embedded systems to cybersecurity. The workshops and hackathons that we hold in collaboration with local companies ignite the spark of innovation within our community. For deeper insights into our work, I encourage you to come talk with me. I eagerly anticipate engaging in meaningful conversations with each and every one of you. On behalf of the University of Washington ACM Student Chapter, a big thank you to everyone here, Education 2.0, and my family for acknowledging our efforts with this award. May the code we write shape the future, one line at a time. Thank you.
Our next award is for Eunice Adji for Education 2.0 Conference Leadership Award. Founder of Christ Impact Lives Foundation, is a dedicated individual driven by a profound desire to impart knowledge and foster positive change within society. Currently, Eunice serves as a teaching staff member at the Solok County Sheriff's Department, where she channels her passion for reducing recidivism through education and in the United States. She aims to make a lasting impact on individuals and to contribute to a more equitable and just society.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for this award. I want to thank God for giving me the vision to set up a foundation in helping single moms and the vulnerable students in the society, especially in Africa and in Ghana. And I'm thanking God for the passion to also help use education to help inmates to reduce recidivism in United States. And I want to thank everybody, especially Education 2.0, for inspiring me and giving me this recognition to do more. Thank you so much.
Now, we do have a few award winners that are going to be watching virtually that won't be here with us today, unfortunately. Our first is Anna Simonian for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Anna Simonian is the Vice President of Operations and Sales at the IBT College and is a committed professional who is dedicated to making a difference in the lives of others. Anna's wide array of experience and education has allowed her to develop to a multifaceted skill set. She brings over 10 years of experience in the education industry, and her exposure ranging from private to public institutions. Congratulations, Anna. Our next award winner is Colleen Paul Huss for Education 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award. Colleen Paul Huss is the founder and the head of school at the Academy at the Park and an educational resort campus in Sebring, Florida. She has studied psychology and criminology at the University of Miami, completed renowned courses such as NeuroChange Solutions for Entrepreneurship and VibraVision Level 1 with Mouse Mike, and holds certifications from the Life Lab and the Sunbridge Institute, among others. Colleen's work has been featured in numerous publications and institutions such as Forbes, Downtown Beach Forum, and the Sun Centennial. Congratulations. Our next award winner is David Cross for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. David Cross has been a career services professional in higher education for 13 years. During this time, he has won numerous awards for outstanding job placement metrics and contributions to the field of career development in higher education. He currently serves as the Senior Director of Career Services at Fortis College in Indianapolis and also serves as a board member in Career Development Professionals of Indiana. Congratulations. Our next award winner is for Drew McClellan for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. As the chair of the Cinematic Arts Department in the esteemed Los Angeles County High School for the Arts, Drew McClellan plays a pivotal role in shaping the education and development of emerging filmmakers, content creators, and industry professionals. Concurrently, Drew serves as an adjunct graduate professor at the University of Southern California School of Cinematic Arts, contributing to the institution's mission of nurturing talent and fostering excellence in the cinematic arts. Congratulations. Our next award winner is Jason Cantonese for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Jason is the chairman and executive director at Camp Cantonese Foundation. He is also associated with the Teach America initiative and was selected from 50,000 applicants to serve in a national service corps committed to teaching and leading in under-resourced schools. Congratulations. Our next award winner is Josiah Eto for Education 2.0 Conference Young Leadership Award. Learning for the sake of it, despite the outcome, this is the motto of Josiah Eto, seeks to live by. He particularly funnels his curiosity into the world of programming, craving the creativity that comes through writing lines of code. This led him to begin Dynamic Dice Studios, originally to develop video games. It has now refocused its mission on eradicating the world of inconveniences in work, school, and personal responsibilities. Our next award winner is Ed Cosmo for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Organization Award. Ed Cosmos is more than just an educational planning platform. It's a journey of making smarter yet informed decisions about your education. It is a platform that offers comparisons of college campuses, program categories, estimated financial aid packages available, mode of study referred, and time and date most appropriate to your needs. With Ed Cosmos, students and families can make the most informed decision. Our next award winner is Natasha Brown for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Natasha Brown, founder of Be Her Solution, is a Christ centered social impact entrepreneur who has served her community in Baltimore in many ways for 15 years. In addition to developing her own program, she partners with others to bring her skills to the classroom management, teaching, curriculum differential, operations, as well as social and emotional wellness to classroom and community workshops through Baltimore. Our next award winner is Sherman Cruz for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Professor Sherman Cruz is an award-winning futurist and CEO and the chief futurist of the Center of Engaged Foresight, a strategic foresight that features innovation company with a global operations based in Manila. He is a co-founding member of the Global Future Society, a network of futurists and foresight organizations convened by the Dubai Future Foundation. Our next award winner is Thomas Bartholomew, Education 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Currently serving as an adjunct welding professor at Northampton Community College and a full-time welding instructor at Western Montgomery Career and Technology Center. Thomas Bartholomew is dedicated to nurturing the skills of future welders. Additionally, Thomas holds the position of vice president at Salersburg Metalworks and has amassed over 19 years of experience showcasing his leadership abilities. Our next award winner is Dr. Zorina Frederick, Education 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Dr. Zorina J. Frederick, minister and tax refund specialist at Zay Refund Solution, is a dedicated and committed professional with 18 years of experience in the banking industry. She has worked as a senior training specialist at Apple Bank for Savings, as well as the director and chief instructor of banking at Caliber Training Institute in Manhattan, New York. Dr. Frederick is a certified taxpayer refund recovery specialist, providing exceptional services to her clients. This next award winner is joining us by video. This award winner's name is Debbie Roman for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Debbie Roman has over 15 years of experience in community engagement, workforce development, marketing, branding, and event management. As the managing director, Debbie oversees Scala's largest marketing with a team of 44 staff, 2 campuses, and 6 satellite classrooms across the 5 boroughs, providing skill training and access to employer networks to individuals often excluded from tech careers.
Good morning, everyone. First, I want to apologize for not being able to be in attendance to receive such recognition. I am both honored and humbled for receiving this year's Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. As leaders, we have the responsibility to build spaces for others to follow. In this leadership journey, I've learned 3 important things, which I'll share with you today. First, representation matters. If they see you, they see themselves. Always maintain a curious mind. Learning is key for evolution of your leadership styles. And understand that transformation only happens when change is constant. Thank you again to the conference organizers for such recognition, and I look forward to seeing you all in future conferences. Have a great rest of your day.
All right, our next award winner is Evelyn Shaw Corley, Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Evelyn Shaw Corley runs Thrive International Academy as the founder and CEO. She also serves as the president of the Beautiful Minds Foundation, Inc., a nonprofit supporting neurodiverse learners. She began her career in 2005, working in a variety of teaching positions throughout the state of Georgia. Evelyn is known for her public speaking, published writing, and support for diversity and education, as well as mental health support for learners of all ages, and she'll be joining us by video.
Evelyn Shaw Corley here from Thrive International Academy. Thank you tremendously to Education 2.0 for the Global Leadership Award. This is an amazing opportunity. It's so generous, and I greatly appreciate this honor. I miss everyone at the conference and hope to connect with you soon. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Our next award winner is Giulio Vegelo, Education 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award. Giulio Vegelo journey exemplifies the transformative impact of leadership and service. Beyond the ballroom, Giulio's philanthropic efforts raised over $25 million annually, reflecting his commitment to societal betterment. As owner of Paul Mitchell Schools, ordained minister, author of award-winning books, and a proud U.S. citizen, Giulio serves others globally through his words and his action, and he'll be accepting via video.
Hello to all the wonderful people at 2.0 Conference and Education in Las Vegas. I, first of all, am sorry I can't be there because I'll be out of the country meeting with some government officials to advance educations within their countries. But what I do want to say is thank you so much. I'm so honored and privileged to receive the Visionaries Award. It means so much as we all work hard together in making sure that education, wisdom, and knowledge is shared throughout the whole world. And Education 2.0 and Conference 2.0 is a very valuable conference filled with wisdom, knowledge from all over the world. And I can't wait to see you in person and be with you in person, but I thank everyone, all of you at 2.0 for the recognition and the award. May you have a God-blessed day, and remember, the knowledge there at that conference will pay off more than any slot machine in Vegas. Have fun. Thank you again.
Excellent. Our next award winner is Hanson Lee Tech Hugh for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Hanson Lee Tech Hugh is a visionary leader with a dual role as a lecturer at GN Polytech and the director of Horesnick's Hub, an educational enrichment company. With over a decade of experience in the education sector, he has constantly demonstrated innovative leadership and a commitment to empowering students. Congratulations. Our next award winner is JP Cadian for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. JP Gadon is the president of Transformative Directions, possesses extensive experience as a management consultant, executive coach, keynote speaker, and corporate educator with over 25 years of successful projects, presentations, and workshops delivered to leadership and executive teams across North America. Our next award winner is Julie Christensen for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Julie Christensen is the CEO, international speaker, author, and psychotherapist at Leverage U and has over 30 years in community services and post-secondary education. Julie has an extensive background in mental health counseling, psychiatric rehabilitation, traumatic brain injury, and forensic counseling. Her specialization is Anger Solutions. It's a 10-step program she developed to assist people struggling with disorders of emotional regulation. She's joining us by video.
Thank you so much for this recognition. I'm truly proud of the accomplishments I've achieved in the academic space, as well as in the areas of continuing education and personal development. To have those efforts recognized by the Education 2.0 conference is a true honor. I want to express my gratitude to the conference organizers for selecting me for this award. This recognition inspires me to continue striving for excellence and contributing positively to the field of education. Thank you.
Our next award winner is Stanford Carter III for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Stanford Carter III is the CEO of Kirby Creek Capital Partners and is a seasoned professional with a career spanning over 30 years. Representative markets include ed tech and K through 12 educational resources, franchise systems, hotels and resorts, digital entertainment, interactive media and games, online video and new TV, e-learning and ed tech, power generation, alternative energy, oil and gas, and petrochemicals.
As founder of Kirby Creek Capital Partners, I want to thank the Ed 2.0 conference for selecting me as an honoree. Access to education is a key focus for us, and working with federally funded programs such as TRIO and Gear Up, and with companies such as Mastery Prep in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, we're very pleased to be part of the solution for access to education for disadvantaged students. We'll continue to work in this space, and thank you again for the honor.
Our next award is for Tarla Gurnett for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Tarla Gurnett is the founder and the CEO of Homeschool Connections Educational Service, Inc., which was started in 2002 with a blend of high-interest, hands-on, activity-based classes. This one-day-a-week learning program has helped educate thousands of children for more than 20 years.
Past 20 years in creating educational programs which have supported families who are educating their children through resources like Homeschool Connections and High Point Hybrid. I have been passionate about education all of my life, and when I started these programs, I had no idea the impact they would have on Michigan and around the country in the educational landscape. Thank you very much for recognizing my accomplishments and contribution. This is a great honor.
Our next award is Neetu Kamari for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. As the proprietary of Widget, Netui Kamar has dedicated the last 20 years to advancing education. Advocating for its power to transform lives, her efforts have not only changed the way students learn, but also earned them prestigious accolades for their contributions to the educational reform. All right, our next award winner is SAPTAC Foundation Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Organization Award. SAPTAC Foundation, led by Shaunak Shah as president, specializes in assisting global students in achieving their international education goals. With a focus on top universities worldwide, SAPTAC offers comprehensive counseling and application management services for studying abroad in destinations such as Australia, Canada, Ireland, New Zealand, the UK, the USA, and Europe. Congratulations to all of our winners, and we will enjoy our lunch now. We'll see you back after lunchtime. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I did want to tell you about a special program that we have out in the hallway. There's a QR code that you can scan that will recognize your pictures that you've been taking throughout the week. It'll find you through facial recognition and it will give you all of your photos that you've been taking throughout the week. So make sure you scan that QR code to get all those photos. All right, let's talk about money. Learn how to go beyond basic savings with our session on integrating financial education into curriculum. It's time to empower students with essential life skills for financial success. Next up, we have a fireside chat on that topic Beyond the Piggy Bank, integrating financial education into the curriculum. Without delay, let's call our speakers to the stage to inspire and educate us on this matter.
Check. Hello, everybody. And this is everybody. All right, but we're going to have fun all the
Check, check, check,
same.
check. Check, check. Okay.
Okay, just want
Can
to
you
be
hear me?
sure.
Yes.
You good?
We're good.
You're good. All right. Okay, so this is a fireside. I can't see the fire, but we'll just create the fire on our own. We're going to be talking about beyond the piggy bank, integrating financial education into curriculum. Um, and we have an amazing session awaiting each and every one of you. But before we do that, can we all just stand? And um, you're going to try, without moving your feet, to look at your right as far back as possible. Far back. Somebody just on your heads. The whole waist. Everything. Okay, thank you. Let's do the other side. And far back as possible. Thank you. All right, and then probably raise the hand as far back as possible. All right. Thank you very much. Let's just have our seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we are three of us going to be talking to you about financial planning and how this is important for the younger generation. Um, there's this definition that I like. It says financial literacy refers to the ability to understand and apply different financial skills, personal financial management, budgeting and savings. Financial literacy makes individuals become self-sufficient so that financial stability can be accomplished. Technically, how can you be financially independent? And that's what all of this is all about. Before we start this, please let me give a little caveat. We're not the regular panel, so we're not going to do things normal way, meaning that we're probably not going to talk first. So I'm going to come down from the stage now, and I'm going to give a mic to somebody. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm still young. I can come down this way. All right. First question. And if you don't raise your hand, I'm going to give the mic to you, whether you like it or not. How many of us have drawn a budget before? Hey, I got one, two, three, four, five hands. Okay. How many of us draw a budget regularly every month? Ah, okay. I like the lady at the back, basically because it's ladies first. I will come back to you. I'm going to stop and just give you the microphone briefly and say to you, when you draw your budget, just generally, what do you do? What's it about?
When I do my budget, it's about taking the expenses that I cannot change and subtracting them from my income and then figuring out what I want to put away for savings and then leaving the rest of my money so that I know I have this what to spend.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a round of applause. Give her a round of applause. I'm loving this audience. I'm loving those. Now I'm going to come to you, sir. Very good, sir. What do you do when you draw your budget?
Yes, I do the same thing. I look at what the income is, subtract the expenses, and then I put some for savings, insurance policy, etc. And then I have the living expenses. Typically, college tuition for my daughter. That's my reality.
Thank you very much. Please, can we give him a round of applause as well? Before I get back to the stage, I'm going to come to you, very good sir. Is there a reason why you do not draw a budget? And I want it to be the regular stuff and tell me the honest truth.
Yeah, I just don't plan one out. Like mentally, I have one, which always doesn't work. But again, I take out the expenses. As soon as I get my check, I take out, rent, bills, and stuff, and then put a little bit away. So I do it mentally, but I don't draw it out and have an Excel sheet or plan it out, essentially.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give him a round of applause as well. Now, before we piggyback on what all of you have said, I think it's important that we get to know who these amazing people are who are seated on this on the stage. And I know some of them are dying to respond to some of the things that have been said. So let's start with you, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Jerry Lynn Williams Harper, and I've been an educator for 42 years. I've been a superintendent of 5 different school districts, and there's not a job that I haven't done. However, my least favorite job in education is the chief financial officer, because it's a very difficult job. And what I'm doing now is I run a program for future teachers because if you are an educator, you know we don't have them coming through the pipeline. But most importantly, and what I love the most is I'm involved in a career technical education program, and I am responsible for the work study students. And so work study is all about money, and also teach a special course called Senior Achievement, and they have to do 21 things involving money and what they're going to do before they graduate. And we actually help them build budgets and just so many other things. So actually, when they leave me 6 months from now, they can pull out their folder and go, maybe it's time for me to use this. So I try to do a lot of practical applications with the folks that I work with.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Geraldine Williams. Alicia?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Alicia Pollard. I am the president and co founder of the awesome Warriors Helping Achieve Triumph organization, affectionately known as WHAT. What is a nonprofit organization established in 2012 with a intent to provide academic assistance to students along with empowerment programs. And then in 2019, we created a financial literacy program for our parents. In 2019, I was in school completing my research, and we were tasked with identifying a problem within our organization. Initially, our organization was focused on helping students to excel into higher education. We don't call ourselves tutors, we call ourselves warriors, and all of the warriors that are affiliated with the organization have higher education degrees. So we're encouraging students to go to school and achieve those degrees. But a question came up, well, how do I pay for it? What do I need to know about finances? And so from conducting research, I found out, wow, that is very key. You do need to know how to manage your finances, but I also found that parents play a pivotal role in a student's ability to navigate that complex world of financial literacy. So we created a program taking data from pre-knowledge. So what do you currently know about financial literacy? Having parents go through a 5-week program for 90 minutes. They meet each week, and then at the end, have a post survey to see if the information that you did receive was beneficial. So we've been doing that. I'm excited to continue to do that. We will have it again in May, and just have the opportunity to be exposed to different financial topics that can help us.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a round of applause and that Alicia Pollard. My name is Derek Berger. Hmm, my case is a bit different, and that's because professionally I'm an economist. I work with, technically would like to say a bank, but I know that Dr. Jur said I should make it very clear. So I work with the central bank, what you know as the Fed, and we generally just look at the whole economy, and we try to make sure that when it's getting too hot, we calm it down. When it's getting too cold, we heat it up. And we do that with what we call the monetary policy rate, which I'm sure that if you're following the news, you're aware that that's happening right about now. And if I ask, do you know what the rate is? No, let me save you all of that because I have a feeling that you're not monitoring that. And if you're not, then I'm asking myself a question. That rate determines everything. That rate determines who's saving, that rate it determines who's making money and who's losing. In a multi-billion debt industry, um, every one of us is either chasing after survival or we're making money over every opportunity that occurs. So every time the rate goes up, what happens? On which side of the divide are you? Every time the rate comes down, what happens to you? On which side of the divide are you? Anyway, that's what I do professionally. Um, but on the other side, because I grew up with a man of the cloth. It's my dad and my mom. Um, I we were tossed about when we were kids from one church to the other. And one of the things my dad, he was a physics educationist, and he believed strongly in pulling kids, particularly kids who didn't have the opportunity to go to school because for financial reasons. He felt that the church was a very good conduit pipe for making sure that they went to school. So every church he went to, he set up a school for the church. Um, and we were the first teachers. So no matter what you were doing in life, you had to come and teach your course. I taught economics everywhere. I taught maths everywhere. Um, taught a bit of English, but so all his kids ended up first teachers in whichever school we had to start. Then we recruited teachers and then got the place stable, and then he'll get moved. And we get to the new place. What will happen is you then have to set it up again, start the whole process, get all those kids who would naturally not ever get to have the opportunity to go to school to come in for free. He would always say it was for free. The beautiful part of this was that we always felt satisfied or we always felt fulfilled every time the exams were taken and we had close to 98% pass rate. What we were saying to ourselves was that these 20 odd kids or these 10 odd kids, depending on the church, depending on the number of, kids, would never have had that opportunity if we didn't set up that that educational opportunity for them. So we did this in the whole of Southwest. He had about 5, 6 churches, movements in Southwest of Nigeria. And then at some point, he moved to the Southeast Nigeria. And we started the same thing. And at some point, he became a bishop, so he wasn't moving anymore. He was now moving the others. He then decided to set up a secondary school. And we were all involved again. Now, remember, I said I was an economist. So I was working but I had to be involved. And this meant checking up on curriculum, checking up on the teachers, checking up on the class experience, checking up on the kids and their what they were achieving at every point in time. You would ask me on the paper it says Bishop Evans Jonathan Iberia Jr. Yes, then the old man had to retire. And when he was retiring, he handed everything, all the schools to the various churches. And we felt it was time for him to own his own. So we all came together, myself, my brothers, himself, and pulled resources together, and he set up a school. That was the Bishop Evans Jonathan Juniorate. It was a secondary school. But the problem was this there were no younger ones to feed into the school. So my mom, who's also a professor of psychology, who's also was part of the whole educational system, we then set up the Professor Peace Nursery and Primary School, which now picked them from the early years, trained them up, and then pull them, we moved them into the secondary school. Now, the beautiful part of this was because he was always interested in which kids were not advantaged, he took the school to a rural area, a place where if you do not put a bus, they wouldn't come to school. If you did not give breakfast, lunch, and dinner in school, they probably will show up in school but would not learn. So it's one thing for you to try to get them to school. It was another thing to keep them in school learning. My dad's principle, and it's a principle that we've kept all these years, is we must always make sure that we're generating curiosity amongst these young people, always make sure we're enhancing creativity, and we're always creating long lasting connections among these children. So that's in brief. We started the two schools, but on the other side, flip side, because I've had that kind of background, I've also pioneered two or three other NGOs, and we work or partner with other NGOs. And what we do is that we create opportunities for women, particularly women who are further disadvantaged. So it's not just every woman. It's a woman who's a widow. It's a woman who's an orphan. It's a woman who's had it really rough in life and probably has kids to take care of, but just can't do it. We create an opportunity for them to be empowered, take them through the training process, um, and then we solicit for funds to get them machines, get them equipment, and get them set up and hopefully set up for life. So that's what Eden Foundation does basically, and I'm the founding director of Eden Foundation. I'm also a director of Bishop Evans Jonathan Jr. That's me in brief. Okay. So today I'm here in the capacity of, the social change part of Derek, leave the economist. I'm going to try as much as possible, even though we're talking about finance, to keep that at the backside of the burner. All right. Um, let's just go straight into it.
Okay.
First question. When were you introduced into finance, financial literacy?
I'm a student who grew up in an extremely impoverished area. I grew up in the projects of Chicago. There was no money in my family. My mom worked a couple of jobs. My dad worked three jobs. And in her mind, the only way anyone was going to do anything, because there were five kids, she looked at me and said, "You're going to college." And I'm like, "Well, okay." College cost a lot of money. And I just remember my parents scrimping and saving so I could go, making sure that I would do well when I got there. And because they had no money, they did understand loans. What they didn't understand was I was going to be a teacher, and I came out of undergrad with debt like this. They didn't see that. They were just proud that I got out of school. So I have always been interested in financial literacy because I think it's quiet as it's kept. We're all professionals sitting in this room, but a lot of us still, if we're talking to our friends, still don't know what to do with our money, how to handle it better. We have people in this room and in this conference who make boatloads of money, and their money is just sitting in a savings account because they don't know that they could be doing other things with their money, gaining interest and investing. Because if you did not grow up in a family that knew about those things, even though you're an educated person, you still don't know. You just know I make enough money to pay my bills. I've got some savings. I can take that big trip once a year, or I can do those special things, but we never really learn how to make our money grow. And our young people right now, our economy is worse than it's ever been. And if you're a parent and you don't know, certainly you can't teach your children. And so that is why many schools across the country now have mandatory, you cannot graduate unless you go through our financial literacy and our achievement. I live in a very rural area, but that's very affluent. I live in an area where there are five gold mines, copper mines, whatever. So I have kids graduating at 17 and 18. They drive 70, $80,000 trucks, and they're 17 or 18 years old. They don't know what to do with their money. They've bought these trucks, they've bought these expensive AVs and things. They've got credit out the wazoo. I also live in an area where our religion, our prominent religion is Mormon. So we have a lot of kids getting married very young. By the time they're 25, many of them have 3 or 4 kids and they can't get a house because they've spent all of this good money that they have made on toys. And so now, what do you do when you've got a wife that is expected to stay at home? You've got 3 or 4 kids and you don't know the first thing about money. So, the one thing that we were talking about is we also base our coursework on where we are because a lot of times most people don't really move from where they are for a very long time, maybe 10 or 20 years. So, we teach them about the kinds of things that they should do in the area where we live, how much things are, what's available to them, and so on. And again, our kids will tell you, our parents never told us this. We don't know. You know, I asked one of my students who's 18 who is going to be married and is getting ready to have a baby, and I said, "Well, what are you going to do about insurance?" And they looked at me like, "What do you mean insurance?" And I said, what happens if something happens to your child? How do you bury your child? What do you do? What happens if you're 25, something happens to you, you leave a young wife with 3 kids, and you bought a brand new house? What happens to all of those kinds of things? So, those are the kinds of things that we talk about, and I really believe that students need to know how to do. And we all sat in here and said, we do budgets. But truly, not many of us know how to invest. We look at our young athletes, they come out, they have all of this money that they've never had. Well, we were also talking about finally, when they get that kind of money, a financial planning team comes with, or they would run through it like water because they've never had that kind of money before. So I think that's why we think all of this is so important.
Thank you. So when were you introduced into financial literacy, and was it early in life? Was it, further down the road? But please also let me know, has it has have had any implication, on you?
Well, yes. I was introduced to concepts of financial literacy when I was younger. My mother would make different comments, such as make sure you put money away, make sure you are taking additional money out of your paycheck every time you get a raise or you need to, or in time for taxes. Make sure you are doubling up on payments. She would show me how she was able to pay off her and my father were able to pay off their mortgage, paying off credit cards. We're not sending in minimum balances. We're sending in double payments so that we can cut down that time frame. Having a penny bank. So whenever we would have birthdays or I would have money, receive money, I would put some of the money into the bank account or into my piggy bank. When I was in elementary school, we actually did have a partnership with a bank, and each month they would send home forms asking for the students to send money in, and my mom would do that. It wasn't until I turned maybe 19 and I still had a custodial account. And I had to have my mom come into the bank so she can take her name off the account so I can access the money that, although she put the money in, it was mine. So I was fortunate enough to be exposed to different concepts that have stuck with me. And I find that to be a privilege because I can talk to different people and they don't have that same exposure to that. I had an allowance. And because I've always enjoyed having money or being able to buy things myself, I would manage my money so that I could have a little bit. By the time I got my next allowance, I still had a little money left. So it was something that was always embedded in me. But just because you hear it doesn't mean that you actually will take the information and run with it. But I did. And like I said, because I enjoyed learning about money, having money, I would put myself in positions to learn more. I would look at different um, I would read research papers. I actually just read one recently and it was asking which is better. Do you make an investment based off of the historical projections and the future projections, or do you make an investment based off the fees? And most people may look at it and say, well, if they made 14% over the past 10 years, then that's what I should do. But the thing about the economy and history, it repeats itself. So there are ebbs and flows. And if you have those years where there are ebbs and flows, you are still getting fees taken out of your investment regardless if you're making money or not. So you have to understand from a long-term perspective what's the best choice, and not being exposed to those concepts or critically thinking, which is something that can be introduced at a young age, thinking about topics from a now to long term, delayed gratification, cause and effect. You can make a decision right now that will actually affect you later on. So I embody those principles. I try to introduce the concepts to other people, especially when it comes from investment. You can take $5 and you can put it somewhere. If you saved money, why, like you were saying, why keep it in a bank account? You can put it somewhere else and it can make investments. For with my family, I am actually the family treasurer, and what we do is each month they all give me $200 a month, and at the end of the year I give them their money back. Now initially I was just holding on to the money, but then I said, why not put this into an investment account so that each month it is accumulating gains. Now those gains, we benefit from.
You aren't siphoning off money, are you?
Mhm.
We benefit from those gains rather than sitting into a bank account and you may get 50 cents for the year. Something is better than nothing. So I enjoy, like I said, I enjoy those concepts. I enjoy talking about it. I enjoy being around other individuals because there are different concepts that they may have learned that I don't, and I can take that in.
Amazing. And you touched on some very, very interesting parts that we're still going to get back to. I love the sound of compounding, and I'm hoping that some people seated in front of me here have that, at least that knowledge of compounding. Look, if you do, then you understand how to play the market. But now back to my answer to the question. When was I introduced, or how early was I introduced to financial literacy? Now, for me, my background is not in the United States, it's back in Nigeria. So um, I wasn't introduced as structured as you were. I'm the first. So where I come from, a lot of responsibilities thrust at you very early. So the very first house my dad was going to build, and then here you take mortgages out. Where I come from, they dig the ground, you put the block, you see it one step at it, you literally see until the house comes like, oh, and you remember when they dug the ground, you know. So the very first house my dad was going to build, when I knew him, that's when I was aware. What he did was that every time we always did it was in the village. So every time he was going home to do a phase, it was phased also. Every time we were going home to do the phase, he would take me along. So I'd see him talk to the workers, I'd see him negotiate, I'd see him buy the materials, I'll see him. But for me, originally, it was just watching him do all of that, and I was just following him, and I was having free lunch, and I would go home, and I was like 16. And then he does something very weird, very weird. He then tells me to go home and move the project from a certain stage to the next. And I was blank. What? Yeah. So, you know where we buy this material, you know who to talk to, you know. I had done this trip, say, about five, six, 7 times. I'd never gone to the market alone to buy anything. I had never negotiated alone. I didn't even know what do you tell the mason? What do you tell I just, and he wasn't joking. All he said to me was, you're going to do this, you're traveling on Friday. I've done your transport, I've done everything. And here you go on planes. We go by what's called the night bus. So you go overnight and you arrive there. Um, so I arrived there with a ton of money. And initially, I would go with the money physically in cash. Yeah. Then you get to the market, and then you have like 100 people in a row, in the straight row, selling the same thing, and you're thinking, how do you decide who to buy from? And you're asking this one the price of this chair, and he says, say $50, and then you ask same chair. You ask the next person, and he's saying $49. So why did this guy tell me $50? Is he trying to cheat me? Oh, is there a problem here? And then I had to say to myself, you need to negotiate. Oh, you need to haggle. You need to Okay, so how do I know that every one of them is not cheating me? Then I would ask from the beginning of the line all the way to the end of the line, then take a decision, then come back and then decide who I was going to buy from. Um, and before, he would give me a list of what he wanted me to do. So I knew I was spending, say, 50,000 on this, I was spending 10,000 on this, I was spending 15,000 on this. So I did that. And then the next phase he would do is he would say to me, Derek, the building needs to be decked. It will require rod, it will require this, it will require this. Now he didn't give me a budget. He would just say, go. So now I have a pot of money. I don't have it broken down. I then have to go find out, do a market survey, know what the breakdown is, do a quick call and say, this is what they said it was, this is what they said it was, this is yeah, yeah, I trust you, I trust you. Just go. I'm like, huh? Yeah. Then I figured out that I, I could get to the market. You're buying the same thing, I'm buying the same thing. But if we come together and we're buying bulk, the price comes down. And I figured that out by accident. And I was like, whoa, more like partnership. But we don't know each other. So I'd have to go to the market and scout out someone who looks genuine and find out what you want to buy. I actually want to buy 10 bags of cement. Oh, you want to buy 10 bags? Okay, if we're buying, at that quantity, they would actually bring the price down. So we go as one buy, bring the price down. You take your quantity, I take my, put it on a vehicle and go home. And I learned something. Oh, together we could actually get the price down. Ooh, I never knew that before. You know, so I learned that. Um, I learned how to budget because now I had to put the money into different breakdowns and all of that. Um, the house is built. I hope he's not seeing this, but that house has sentimental values to me, and it's it's not about anything. It was just the fact that I went through all of that, learning how to take care of money, how to plan money, how to manage money, um, very unconventional way. So that's me and my introduction to money. But guess what? There's still a lot I didn't know. I didn't know about investments. I didn't know about interest rates. I didn't know about personal savings. Remember, I was spending his money. I was budgeting on his money. I was doing deals with his money, not mine. I will still get my money and blow it. So the only thing was when the house got to a point, it now said to me, Derek, you want to own your own one day. So I was having an idea. I'm going to need this amount of money. I'm going to need this amount of money. I mean, my money was very small, but I just felt that if I kept going, I would have mine one day. So instead, I had to then learn at a much later age about investments, about growing your money, about compounding. Now, I learned this at a much, much older age. I asked myself, if I had started earlier, where I am now, I would have moved way further. Um, but we will get further into it. Let me come to you and say, in the school system today, she spoke about how she was introduced. You didn't say anything about school. You spoke about how you were introduced. You didn't say anything about school. I think I've just spoken too long. Did I say anything about school? No. Let me just ask. Was anyone introduced into financial literacy in the crowd but from school? Oh, amazing. In school, high school. Can we just hear a bit of your experience for like a second before we come back to the stage?
My mother told me to take bookkeeping. She ran my father's office herself, and she had me take bookkeeping and business law in high school. Well, and so then when I had the opportunity to be hired to run a store on Union Square in San Francisco, a year after I graduated from college, I had the capability of managing the books and the knowledge of how to run a business. And
That's impressive.
and that took me further to my work now on empowering women and the contribution women make to business.
Thank you very much. So let's come back to where we are coming from. Um, so school has
Yeah.
School failed you. School failed me. School failed her.
Well, but I want to add, depending on where you came from, your neighborhood, and what you know, because most of us have pulled ourselves up by our bootstraps. But I want to say her mother was fortunate enough to be running a business for her dad. Not too many people were doing that. So her mother knew that that was a skill that she had to have. But my dad had a small business, but it was still hand to mouth because we just never had any of that and never had any of that understanding. And I think even as adults in this room, 95% of us don't know the value of our money. And, when I talk to my kids, we start to talk about retirement. And I'll have kids say, "Yeah, I make $100,000, so I'm going to have a good retirement." And I say, "You're going to retire on $100,000?" And they said, "Yeah." I said, "Do you understand what retirement means? Do you understand what Social Security means? You're going to get a third of that $100,000. Are you prepared for that? What happens when you come to Vegas and you win $500,000? What do you first think of? All the things you can do. You get somebody come to Vegas, they win $500,000, they win $1 million, they want to go buy a eight or $900,000 house, but they only make $40,000 a year. So now they bought the house. What do you do after you've paid for the house? How do you upkeep it on your $40,000 a year job? So really, technically, most people if you're sitting on the train or at your job, right or left, people that make good money don't know what to do with their money, don't know how to handle it, don't know who to talk to. So we say to you, as educated people in this room, that's something that you need to advocate for in your communities, in your schools, and with your own children. Because even though my dad had a business, we never had that talk. And most kids today, how do they go to school? They go to school on scholarship. Most kids that graduate from college have anywhere, because a lot of folks go to graduate school too, 30 to $200,000 of debt. So you've got all this wonderful education, you make a decent salary, but when the Fed is saying you need to pay me 15 or $1,600 a month for that money you borrowed, why did I go to school and get all of those degrees? And so we really need to let our students know. And another thing is that we need to live a little bit under our needs. So we'll always have things, but honestly, we don't do that because we live in a society that says spend, spend, spend. I live here in Vegas. I watch people go, "I brought $2,000 to spend with me while I'm here," but they're $5,000 in the hole by the time they go home because they don't understand that the machine and the algorithms are smarter than your gut feelings. So, money is a huge deal, and I think probably most of us in this room would be better off if we'd had a course, if we had a bookkeeping course, or if someone had really talked to us now. So it makes me feel very proud that I'm working in a school where you can't graduate without uh, that kind of material, and that we actually send you out with the plans that you've made when you graduate so you can open it up and say, maybe this wasn't the job that I thought I was going to have or the kind of money, but I know how to make a budget. I know what to ask. I know about insurance. I know whether my husband should take insurance from his job and I should take the insurance from my job because it's free for both of them. We really have to teach our kids that because a lot of times people are sitting in this room, we're going to be at the mercy of our children. So you you want them to handle your money well.
Let me tweak this a bit. Now, the data states that 8 in 10 kids are agitated around the issue with money. Um, the out of school debt now is in trillions. about 60% of Gen Zs by 18 have maxed out 5 credit cards. This is all data. And this is happening because somewhere in the education system, something has gone wrong. So, this is what I want to ask you. And I want to hear your thoughts on this. What exactly do you think we need to do, in school to make this real, to the kids?
Well, I would first say that the individuals who are leading the initiatives in school should be educated. Financially educated people can help to educate other individuals. I think it is redundant if you are tasking a teacher to now teach another course that they don't feel confident in, leading a group of impressionable minds around a topic that maybe they go home and stress about. So if it's not something that an individual is confident about, it's okay to say, I need more information and bring in experts. We also want to somehow bring in the parents into the process, because how can students go home with additional questions that may not be answered by the teachers, feel comfortable having a conversation with their parents when they lack the ability to even continue that conversation? So it's imperative that it's a full cycle that people are educated in. And that's what we're focused on. We want conversations to happen at the dinner table, at the kitchen table. We want the kids to feel comfortable enough knowing that their parents, they may not know everything, but they are steering them right. We want the students to feel comfortable in school knowing that the teacher is laying out a plan of action that they can use further on down the line, because financial literacy is not something that once you graduate from high school, as you can see with data, it goes away. No, as you get older, it's still around over and over. And even past the time with you no longer being on this earth, someone may still have to handle your financial affairs. And if you're not smart enough to put those different um, forms in place, making the right preparation, someone else will now hold that debt, where they're unable to maybe grieve for you during your time of loss, because now I'm stressed because I have to pick up this burden that you left because you weren't knowledgeable enough to know what's necessary. So it's a long-term game, but we need to start in increments, small increments, and it can start as young as elementary school students. Cause and effect. If you have this, you can get this. If you do this, this could be the consequences. So there's no reason why small conversations can't happen. Even games. If you find a way for me to save X amount of dollars in the next 2 weeks, you can have that money. Now, if I'm an inquisitive child, I'm going to look because I know I want some Roblox money. So I'm going to find a way for you to save money. And now it's something that conversation is happening in the household. So it can happen at home and then as well as in the school.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come to you before I take my bit, because I want to hear from an administrator. Um, what conditioning in class? I mean, that was old school. You tell the kid to repeat. Would that work for financial planning, financial illiteracy? So, what practical methods can we, develop? Can we use to make sure that these kids actually get this lifelong skill?
To piggyback a little, you have to really bring people in that kids know. We bring in our local bankers. They help us. And right now, I'm extremely fortunate. The CFO for our school district is 53 and he's retiring a millionaire. And I have him come in and speak to my kids. Now he's a teacher type, okay? And they say, "No, you can't have $1 million." And his sister is graduating with about a million, excuse me, is getting to retire. She's a year younger than him with about $1.5 million.
Well,
They're 52 and 53. And so I have him talk to the kids and they say, "Well, how do you do that?" And he said, "Because from the time I was 8 or 9, every time my parents gave me an allowance, they took 10% of it back. And I watched it grow." And he said they ingrained that for me because, see, it's hard to start telling a high school kid to save 10%, but when they're young, it just becomes a thing that you do. And he said, the more money I made, there was still 10%. When I had a nice little lump sum of money, I learned to start investing. And he said, it's not that I never slipped up, but here are those results. And then the big kicker is, and he said, and by the way, I don't have to live on that $1 million because I also have my pension for the last 30 years that I've worked for. And we haven't even talked about that. So he said, I gave up a little. Maybe I'm not as well traveled and going to Europe and everything else. But he really looks them in the eye and he says, I can do whatever I do, want to do. I can have a comfortable life. My child came out of college with no debt. My wife came out with no debt. I came out with no debt. And we have become a society where we think, a lot of people say you're going to die owing somebody, but it doesn't have to be. And what we don't realize is usually our loved ones are the ones who have to take care of things. Because when we put things in our will, like my daughter's going to take care of this and my daughter's going to take care of that, and you think your daughter's going to have that money, um, they may be paying off your bills. Do you want to close us out? We got the high sign.
Oh, okay. So, for a school owner, it's been. I like the fact that you've taken it experiential, and like we said, conditioning doesn't work anymore. So, what are we doing? We're still pioneering a program where you give the kids some money. Um, we still use naira, so we give the kids maybe 10,000 naira, and we tell the kids in the next 6 weeks you're going to be playing a game. Whoever comes out with the highest amount of money wins the game. And every week we tweak the game. So in the first week, you just drop a budget. What would you do? Set up a business, and you can ask any teacher. You can consult the internet. You can whatever you need to do just to show that you're growing your money. Um, and then at some point we introduce a bank, and we say you can actually take a loan from the bank. And at some point we introduce interest rates. So you take a loan from the bank, it has implications you know at some point we get them to understand that you can actually partner with a fellow business in class, and we get to see what the implication is of that is. So for every week you tweak the game, and you see the implication of the tweak in the game. Sometimes when the interest rates go up, it works against you. Sometimes stocks fall, it works against you. Sometimes it works for you. There's one thing my dad insisted on. It was the fact that he would allow you make your mistakes. So we never did it in such a way that you couldn't make mistakes. We allowed the kids make mistakes. He allowed us make mistakes. So, and when you make a mistake, most of the time, you would find out that your money really falls. For kids, it could feel bad. So the question is, how do you bounce back from that? Do you just give up, or do you take yourself from where you are and start to build it up again? And at the end of I was when we were having this conversation, I was telling them that you would hear some very brilliant ideas on how we would go about this. Um, and for us, that's how we're introducing them into financial literacy, um, against just talking about it in class. We think this is very important, and we think it's something that all schools should begin to look into. All schools should begin to take seriously. Get the kids right from right from early years introduced to budgeting, into savings, into creating your expense account, and all of the various basic things that we need to do. Is there one more thing you want to say before we close this out?
I think I want to say thank you. And if you don't have these things happening in your community, be that voice that goes to your districts and say, our kids need to learn this so the next generation will be better off than we are. So
Alicia?
thank you.
Alicia?
I I piggyback as well. I say thank you for this opportunity, and I just encourage you to make smart financial decisions because your decisions affect the generations ahead of you as well as behind you.
The cost outweighs the benefit. Benefit outweighs the cost. It's it's huge when the kids don't know. They just get into the same challenges that we have toiled and suffered. Let's help them get out of that. Let's give them a head start. Let's help them know how to put one step out in front of the other and do better than we did. I think that's it for us. We're out of time. So,
Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you very much.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
everyone.
Thank you so much to our panelists for that enlightening session. Coming up next, we have a captivating panel discussion titled The Leadership Renaissance: Inspiring Collaboration and Cultivating Motivation in the Modern Workplace. Our panel will delve into the art of promoting collaboration and igniting motivation. Get ready to uncover innovative strategies and real life antidotes that will revolutionize your approach to leadership in today's fast paced workplace. To enlighten us on this, I would like to invite our moderator, Paul Van, from professional leadership speaker at Wealth Building Academy LLC, and the rest of our panelists to the stage. Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, and we're honored to be here at Education 2.0 Conference, and it's our pleasure to be able to support you in this endeavor. And we have four great panelists that are here. But before we get started, I just want to share a little bit about the leadership renaissance. Renaissance is defined as a French word rebirth. So what we'll be talking about today is some changes that are coming into the leadership area, not only for education, but for all industries. And so that's what we'll be talking about today. Before we get started, my name is Paul Lawrence Van, and I attended every leadership school the Air Force had to offer. I have years of experience in it. I'm the founder of Wealth Building Academy LLC, which is a leadership consultancy based in Washington, D.C., and I'm here to serve you. Now, what we're going to do, or what I'm going to do, is announce and provide the bio for each one of these individuals, and I'm honored to do so given the fact that it's Women's History Month. Give them a hand. All right, I'm going to start out with Ellie Dabibian. She is a Gallup certified Clifton Strengths coach who boosts organizational culture through strengths and engagement. She helps individuals, teams, and managers authentically deliver excellence through natural talent. She's based in Los Angeles, California, and she is also the author of the book Peak Performance. Next, I'm going to introduce Benita Bonducci. She began innovating in education as a student pioneer at the UC Santa Cruz when it was the premier higher educational experiment in the world. Her transformative gender work was born out of her entrepreneur experience pioneering businesses initiating social change on Union Square in San Francisco and her work in transformational education companies. And she teaches gender and graduate school for engineering at Santa Clara University. And she's based in Silicon Valley, California. Next, we have Malika Rahman, and she's formerly an elementary science educator, who's now a middle school science educator in Los Angeles. Her career has been mainly focused in private schools within the Los Angeles and St. Louis regions. Her combination of self-motivation, her willingness to go above and beyond the classroom, and her ability to think creatively has opened her eyes to more and many types of experiences in the science for her students. She does a really great job doing so. And lastly, but not least, we have the Dr. Courtney Gotti. She holds a doctorate in educational psychology and leverages that along with her vast experiences in education and training development to support a wide variety of private and governmental entities in creating education and training solutions. Ultimately, the goal is that these solutions offer stakeholders forward-thinking initiatives and action steps to uncover and overcome barriers that impede organizational growth. And she is based in the Colorado Springs, Colorado. And so let's get started with the panelists, and we'll start with Ellie Tabibian, and she's going to share some insight from the Clifton Strength, and she's also going to provide us with that in relations to the leadership renaissance and inspiring uh, collaboration. And we're going to start out with Ellie. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, Paul. Now, second to leaving a bad boss, do you know what is the main reason why 59% of millennials leave the workplace? Second to a bad boss. After a bad boss, what is the next reason why most millennials leave? It's not the money, no. Close to purpose. It's lacking the opportunity to learn and grow. That is one of the 12 elements of engagement. Gallup has a Q12 engagement that lists 12 survey questions that make or break organizations. And that's what broke me in my first career as a school psychologist. All I knew about myself at the time that I really wanted to help. I had no idea about how I can make a big difference. I just knew I liked to help, and that was it. But when it came time to mark boxes, to label students with disabilities, I became agitated. I became quiet. I wanted to fixate on what's right with students and not what's wrong with them. I had no idea why I was obsessing with strengths at the time. And when everyone excelled in fixing the broken parts, I felt like an imposter. I could not contribute, use my voice, let alone lead other people. That led to my burnout. And it wasn't until I took the Strengths Finder assessment, now it's called Clifton Strengths, that I found the reason for my burnout and my highest potential for excellence. There's a talent called maximizer. That was my number one. I was filtering everything through the lens of strengths, and I didn't know it. It was like the ridge of my nose, and I did not even knew I had one. How many of you are you aware of the ridge of your nose and how you lead with excellence through the lens of strengths? Most of us don't, and it's as if we're driving at nighttime without our headlights on when you don't know what your highest potential for excellence is. Clifton Strengths, if some of you have not heard of it before, it's an assessment developed by Gallup that unlocks your highest potential of how you naturally deliver near perfect performance. We're not interested in perfection whatsoever, but something that is almost near perfect to performance. I'm going to lead a story with you guys and I'm going to hand it over. University of Nebraska did a study on 1,000 high school students' reading speed and comprehension for 3 years. Average readers started at 90 words per minute. Average readers started at 90 words per minute, and with reading training, they went up to 150 words per minute. Gifted readers started at 350 words per minute. Guess how high they went with reading training? Take a guess, any number. 500, higher. 5,000. I like the number you came with because it is quite high, not quite 5,000, 2,900 words per minute. They went up by an increase of 828%. That's what happens when you leverage in areas of natural talent than in your weakness. So everybody, you are not meant to be well-rounded, because if you try to be well-rounded, you'll become like a blah. You don't want to be a blah in life. You are more like a star with peaks and edges of talent. Find out who you are through the lens of strengths and do more of that, and manage around your weaknesses so they don't get in the way of your strengths and success. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Next, we'll go to Benita Banducci, and she's going to share insight on collaboration as a part of the leadership renaissance.
I'm very much an advocate of understanding strengths and as a source for collaboration. So it's not just about my understanding my strengths, but what about the strengths of others? How can we understand our different strengths and work together? Now, my specialty, it was birthed out of my work in my store and restaurant on Union Square, the first restaurant reviewed in Vogue magazine and Interior Design magazine, and the store was the heart of Union Square in San Francisco. And I was curious, does it have anything to do with my being a woman? And eventually, after working also with um, transformational education companies, I decided I wanted to really research this because I really identified with a lot of what the management gurus were saying at the time. Building your company around your customer, uh, building products around your customer, managing chaos. And ultimately, Peter Senge's book on the fifth discipline, talking about how we need to have a systems way of managing and taking on what needs to be taken on, more of a holistic way, not a mechanical systems way. And it was at that time that I had the opportunity to do research at Sun Microsystems, then one of the largest tech companies in the world. One of the vice presidents had wanted an offsite for his executives on what is the contribution women make that could be the strategic advantage in the global marketplace. And I had the opportunity to interview, gain qualitative data. And it was Carol Bartz, who was then second in command in charge of worldwide operations, that I interviewed and asked, what is it that you bring to the executive team that wouldn't be there if you weren't there? The first thing she said was, I don't consider it to be my gender. And I really feel that this is something that women often don't know, that they don't know what they know. But she said, what I do bring is ability to see all the different ramifications of a given issue. For the most part, the men will take the highest priority problem, the highest priority solution, put the solution against the problem, and fight any fires that happen. She said, I like to prevent fires and look at all the ramifications of an issue. Now, for me, that was the big aha. Wow, this is it. That's systems thinking. And she called it fire prevention. And within about 15 seconds, she added, for this, I'm considered to be not a team player. Now, why would she be considered to be not a team player? Yes? Anyone? Okay, well, pardon me? She's playing with fire. Well, you might say so from the standpoint of instead of putting out the fire, she's looking at all the ramification, all the other things. She's coming up with a much more complex solution that's going to take more time. And the firefighters are really time oriented. She's getting into other people's turfs. She's in charge of worldwide operations. She's getting into finance. She's getting into R&D. She's getting into HR. And ultimately, she's not doing things the way we usually do things. But that, for me, was the big aha was not only is this competency invisible, unarticulated, and unnamed and unvalued, but it's also can be interpreted as being incompetent. And another woman I'd interviewed had created their whole continuous process improvement system. But she wasn't going to be promoted to director. I spoke to her, the vice president of her division, and asked him why she wasn't going to be promoted. Well, she doesn't get along with the other guys. She's always complaining. And I said, well, didn't she design your continuous process improvement system? And he said, yes. I said, well, couldn't her complaining be doing continuous process improvement? And he said, I never thought of it that way. So that's why there's a whole set. I put the framework paper on each of the tables, the whole set of what I call relational competencies that are so valuable. And once taught, both the people that have them, and it can be women, it could be people from more collectivist cultures, it can be other influence. It's not absolute that it's just women. But once taught, that the relational person now has a confidence in their talent and their competency and an ability to teach. Because I always say you need to adopt others to your competency when you sit down in a new group of people. Let them know you can count on me for being a firefighter and looking at all the ramifications. You might think I'm scattered and all over the place, but it all has to do with preventing fires and even producing a second or third generation product up front. Might take a few more weeks, but this is what's possible. So you need to be able to be with confidence and teach others how to expect. And this is what has allowed for collaboration beyond my wildest dreams. And a joy and a belonging between international students that I work with. Also, certainly I've been in workplaces that's been transformed out of this. My students get an A in the class and they get an A in another class because they've applied what they've learned to their collaboration in other workplaces, classrooms and workplaces. And the other really important distinction, although there are lots of them, is how many of you out there like to play devil's advocate? Okay, how many don't like to play devil's advocate? Anyone? Okay, there are usually some people that don't like to play devil's advocate. And what I've identified is that often more relational people, they don't want to have their ideas poked holes in and criticized and shamed. they want to build their ideas. And I called it building a case, and it was actually in a workshop I did with a biotech firm that one of the men said, well, why don't we call it Angel's Advocate? And he was actually playing Angel's Advocate. He was building on the idea. So in doing an exercise on devil's advocate and angel's advocate, it's amazing the innovations that have come out of this. At the Water Quality Control Board in Sacramento, 2 engineers who had not been able to figure out their problem, 2 men, 2 individualistic people. They played the exercise of angel's advocate and they came up with a solution to a problem that they had not been able to solve. And at NASA, one of the executives who had been concerned that there were no new ideas bubbling up in the organization, and he had even said to me when we were starting the exercise, he said, Benita, we do science here. Devil's advocate is science. And I'd said, okay, are you willing to do the exercise? And he did the exercise. And at the end of the exercise, he'd done with a senior woman. He said, we had so much fun with all the new ideas bubbling up, playing angel's advocate. We didn't even play devil's advocate. And they realized they'd created a culture where you had to stand up in front of a firing squad with a new idea. And I'd suggested that maybe they want to set up half-baked idea sessions where people could know they could come and have people help build ideas. Now, this also is linked on to what the exercise we had earlier yesterday, or the day before on improv, instead of yes, but to build. But those are the kinds of competencies that I feel are so important for collaboration. And I welcome your further interest to contact me.
All right. Thank you, Bonita. Next, we're going to go to Malika, and she's going to share on engagement as well as a part of the Leadership Renaissance.
All right. Thank you, Paul, first of all, for introducing me. And I'm going to come from this in a different sort of angle as being a middle school lead science teacher currently. I've also had experience being an elementary teacher in the St. Louis region, as Paul had said when he introduced me. I'm happy to be here today, and I just wanted to speak with you all about engagement with not only your students, but how to engage your colleagues as well in a school setting. So, one of the things, starting off a little bit about me, like I said, I'm from St. Louis, and since childhood, I've always known that I've wanted to be a teacher. I was very lucky in that sense. So, I've been constantly trying to work upon myself and putting myself in different sorts of environments, whether it be tutoring kids. I worked in summer camps for science. I did all sorts of things. I was very fortunate. I have a dad who is a pharmaceutical chemist, and I think that's what sparked my interest in being in the field of science. I also have an aunt who's a microbiologist. So those kinds of experiences as a child, I was exposed to going to the aquarium, being immersed in the St. Louis Zoo that we had nearby, and the science center. All of those things really piqued my interest. So now, currently, after college, I got my master's at WashU, if you're familiar. And there I was given the opportunity to work in an elementary setting, which was great as a student teacher. But then after that, I took it upon myself to really take advantage of all the opportunities that I had around me. Since I grew up in an area that I was very familiar with, I did have connections, but I built upon those connections over time, and I've been able to be like an adjunct professor at St. Louis University, seeing what that was like for some time. And I've also been able to design curriculum. So St. Louis actually built an aquarium, and since I was really interested in marine biology ever since I was little, I really wanted to do something with marine biology. So I took it upon myself to combine or collaborate with teachers all around the area and ask them to join a sort of board or a group, you could say, to collaborate and build a curriculum for the students in the city and the surrounding areas. So I was so interested in sharks and marine biology that I also took it upon myself to bring a dead shark home and dissect it on my parents' dining room table. But that was the way that I was able to immerse myself. And being in the Midwest, we don't have any oceans around us. So I was able to bring some sharks to my students after I learned how to properly dissect a shark. And we were able to do that together, which was really a fun experience that I'll never forget. So my job may sound like a Mary Poppins. I always have something that comes out of a bag, and it's always a mystery, I guess. But that's kind of how I feel about my job. That every day for me, it's almost like going to a theme park, even though there are some, of course, ups and downs in my career. But I have felt that I've really enjoyed what I do. And something that I want to say is that if you want to be a really good educator, you should really immerse yourself in anything and any opportunities that you can get, whether it be something as strange as going to, for instance, I went to a NASA conference recently, but before that, I actually had met an astronaut, Scott Kelly, if you're familiar with him, and he has written a book called Endurance, and it's a really nice book. There's one for a children's version and an adult's version that I would highly recommend. But I was able to meet with him, and I got his business card, and my students actually wrote to him after they read his book, and he wrote back, and that was really something to witness. I also have a student that I still keep in touch with, and I feel like I really engaged her because she knew or she knows she wants to work at NASA and be an engineer, and I could see that. So during COVID, being the time that it was, and being at home and having to teach and making my parents' basement my classroom, my student, she was really interested in Mars, and there's this whole, expedition going to Mars, and there's a female astronaut that's going to go there. She's a great candidate. So we learned a little bit about her, and then my student, I actually did some research on the side and got that astronaut to come join us at a Zoom lunch. So my student got to meet with her and talk to her, and it was a really exciting moment for her. So engaging your students is really essential, as we all know, as educators. But also, I would say that now I've moved to sunny California. That's also been my dream. So I always wanted to be a teacher in California. I knew that and made that happen. So, as Bonita was saying, you're accomplishing kind of like your wildest dreams, and I think I have. Some of my colleagues would probably call me crazy, but it's been an amazing ride. And another area that I wanted to focus on and emphasize on is how to engage your colleagues. So right now we're in March, and so it's kind of winding down to the end of the school year. And I've noticed that some of my colleagues, they're getting pretty tired, and they're probably tired of hearing about some of my ideas. But I'm still excited. We had a beautification day, and I tried to get all the staff involved in that, and we designed a garden for our backspace in our middle school. And just making sure that you constantly are checking yourself and making sure that you are seeing how you can progress even further. That's something that I really try to do on a consistent basis, and not always just settle for this lesson was, it was a good lesson, but you can always improve upon it, and asking your colleagues what they think as well about you. So at the end of the school year, getting feedback is really important, and that makes you become a better educator. That's kind of what I wanted to say about that. And lastly, I kind of wanted to focus on teacher burnout. We know that teacher burnout is real, and we want to make sure that we keep our students engaged and alive through the end of the school year, and not just immersing ourselves, but immersing our colleagues, immersing our students in everything that we do, and further their love for learning. So before we move on to our next person or panelist, I would like to leave you with one quote that I thought would be something very, leaving you with a quote that I thought is very fitting since we're in Las Vegas. And it's by Elvis Presley, who's one of my favorites, and in which he said, "Do something worth remembering." So that's what I would like to leave you all with.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, next is Dr. Courtney Gotti, and she's going to share in regards to motivation in the modern workplace.
Thank you, Paul. And thank you to all of our panelists that are up here, too. Much like Malika, I enjoy quotes. So I wanted to actually start with a quote for you all today. It's by former President Eisenhower. And it says, "By leadership, we mean the art of getting someone else to do something that you want done because they want to do it, not because your position of power can compel them to do it." And when I read that, I really reflected for a moment on all of the challenges that as leaders we encounter, right? And sometimes the biggest challenge is just getting people to move forward, whether it be a big step or a small step, right? We've kind of seen this shift in leadership over the years where we're moving from more of the hierarchical leadership structure to more of a collaborative and empowering leadership structure. And with that, as leaders, we're really having to kind of shift our approaches and how we view leadership and how we work with people. So there's three considerations that I want to provide you guys today to kind of take home and think about as you go back to lead those that you work with. The first one, I think most of us being in education probably have referenced before, is Maslow. We're really good as educators at thinking about those hierarchical needs for our learners. A lot of times we forget that those apply to the people the adults that we lead to, right? They still have those same physiological safety needs as well as that need for self-fulfillment and collaboration and connection with other humans. And if those needs aren't being met, then they're really going to struggle to connect. They're really going to struggle to meet the goals and the performance tasks that you've put forth for them. The next thing would be insight, autonomy, and relatability. Adults are very intrinsically motivated. I know as a teacher, it was great when I could walk into my classroom with a bag of Skittles and all of my fourth graders would like stand at attention and they were ready to go, right? As I moved into more educational leadership, I realized really quickly Skittles were not nearly as effective with adults as they were with fourth graders, unfortunately, right? So instead, I really had to learn to, one, know where each of the people that I was leading, where they stand, what were their needs being met, what did they value, what was important to them, and how could I relate my objectives for them, my expectations for them, to what they value. Because once I could make that connection, that intrinsic motivation kicked in, and they were really able to perform at a level that they maybe hadn't before. And the last thing, I think in education, we really get tied up in performance expectations. It's something that's usually tied to our rubric for our evaluations. And there is a lot of pressure and anxiety sometimes behind that for educators. Anxiety definitely is tied to motivation in some sense, right? And if we think of it as kind of like an inverted curve, if we have too little anxiety, too little pressure, we're bored, we're not engaged, we're completely checked out. If we have too much, we're on the completely other side of that bell curve, right? We're stressed, we are hiding somewhere because we don't want someone to find us. We don't even want to consider the task that we have on our list. We're just going to pretend it doesn't exist. If we can find that middle ground where we have that optimal amount of pressure, then we can leverage that to create an environment where people are motivated to continue to move forward. So overall, just as my introduction, I probably would just consider reminding you guys, remember to consider the current state of affairs for your learners and those you lead. Make sure that their needs are being met and you're tying their expectations and concepts to something that they value and that they relate to. And then if you are tying some sort of expectation to that with a timeline or some sort of skill that they have to master, ensure that the amount of pressure that you're putting on that is optimal to make it realistic for them.
Fantastic, fantastic. We still have time left, so what I'd like to do now is that each panelist has given us their takeaways, the things that you need. What is the most important takeaway that you want people to take, Ellie, from your particular discussion?
I'm going to take you through a quick. Oops, may I have that? Sorry. I'm going to take you through a quick lessons we find in nature, so you can take this home away from you. What do you think is the loudest creature in the ocean? Take a guess. Is it a whale? A dolphin? No one's speaking up. Most people think it's a whale or a dolphin, right? You're so close. Yes, we also often think it must be something massive, but no, it's a pistol shrimp. A small, overlooked pistol shrimp that has one normal looking claw and a funny looking claw that's shaped like a boxing glove. When this pistol shrimp senses danger, it traps a bubble with its odd shaped claw. And when it releases it, it travels almost at the speed of the bullet, 62.4 miles an hour. As you might know, sound travels in waves, and it creates heat that's as hot as the sun. So when the shark or the whale comes, the pistol shrimp will trap and release the bubble. It'll kill all the little fish around it for food and stun away all the bigger fish like the whales and the dolphins, and they have no idea what's causing all this racket. Now let's say I am the shrimp's coach. Uh, yeah. How do I avoid my predators? Well, I'm known for being the strongest and the fastest creature in the ocean because that's how I survive. And of course, I'm going to have the shrimp do the same thing. I'm going to have it swim thousands of hours in the ocean, like maybe 100 hours a week, as much as I can. And I think that after 2 months, he's going to be the strongest and the fastest fish in the ocean. What do you think? Will that happen? Yes? No? No, that's right. He's not built that way. Now, one more thing, the pistol shrimp are blind. So how do they survive? Anywhere in nature where there's a pistol shrimp, there's a goby fish that uses his relator talent to bond for life with a pistol shrimp. So the goby fish sees the shark coming and then do a little wiggle. That way he's alerting the shrimp. Goby fish hides behind a rock, and the pistol shrimp will trap and release a bubble to protect them from harm. Now, why this story? You see, leadership is not always visible. We often assume leaders are the ones who might be very talkative, boisterous, have a lot of charisma, they're extroverts. Those are some common ways to observe or spot talent in a leader, but there are really 34 talents that show up globally that are tied to success. The second strengths lesson is that we're not meant to be, play to your strengths and not mine. Do what works for you and not what works for me. Instead of making you swim hours and hours of laps in the ocean, trap and release more bubbles. Thirdly, we are not meant to make this journey alone. Find that person who has the abilities that are not so strong in you, and that way you're going to be much more effective and efficient in all that you do.
Thank you. We're going to get it to a minute because we are Kind of running out of time. Just one
Sure.
minute.
Yeah. So I guess I would like to leave you with not just immersing yourselves, but immersing your students and getting them to become aware on a more global sense. I noticed that this year, my sixth graders, out of just a project that I assigned them, that they are highly interested in learning about different parts of the world that we don't speak about very often. And this created a lot of conversation in my classroom and even got me interested and intrigued by a lot of these different areas that they wanted to research. So, getting your students aware, creating that global awareness, and giving them a chance to do some independent work as well and studying different parts of our world is very important so that they can know about our future and how to interact with people on a global level because that is something that we have to really have a skill in this generation. So I think that's really important to do.
Thank you so much. Give it a minute.
My encouragement is to use the language and teach in order to really contribute to the transformation of the culture, to expand on the appreciation of these competencies and to utilize them in collaboration. You need to teach them, use the language of devil's advocate and angel's advocate, of fire preventer as well as firefighter, and teach people what that looks like. For instance, on a panel at Intuit a while ago, I was talking about the fire preventer and how often they don't show up because what's being looked for is firefighting. And sure enough, one of the women came up to me afterwards and said, just last week, my boss said he told me that he never hears about my project. And I realized I'm a fire preventer. I need to show him what I'm doing because it doesn't show up like fighting a fire. So that's the kind of thing that can make a difference. It is also giving motivation to people that have been relational um, leaders and have not had the confidence, not gotten the acknowledgement. And so I really encourage you to use the language and teach it.
Thank you so much. Dr. Courtney?
All right, I think my like final piece of advice or information to challenge or charge you all with would be to build relationships with the people that you lead, foster camaraderie, encourage autonomy, and the things that you ask people to do, tie them to some sort of purpose that's important and valuable to them. Because if you can do those things, you're going to create a connection between those people that is going to be really challenging to break. It'll be there when you need it. So,
Thank you. And I'll conclude here with some research that comes from one of my mentors, a report from Brandon Hall Group for 2024. It just came out in January. And when it looks at the most important skills and competencies for leadership needed for effective leadership, they consist of collaboration at 91%, strategic planning at 86%, coaching and mentoring 83%, team development 83%, learning agility 69%, data driven decision making. Uh, for all of you in here, every one of you in here are leaders, and you're saying, well, I don't have the title to go with. You don't need the title. You have to lead your life. Everyone is a leader. And I used example when I used to work with Mobile Oil Company years ago, and there were people with leader with the title, but everyone in the organization was a leader, the manager and the employees as well. And many people don't know that. And the reason why they don't know it is because no one has told them, but they are. Now, where leadership is going today is not so much the command and control, as an example, leading from the top, do what I say as I do. It's more so that you have to train everyone in the organization. That's what organizations are going now, based on the Brandon Hall Group report. And so we have to train everyone to be a leader, including the janitor, contractor, subcontractor, manager, principal, teacher, nurse in the school. Everyone has to be trained in order to be on the same page in order to get things done. And so when we conclude, we're about to conclude now. Before we conclude, I really want to thank a couple of people here. Just 1 second. Let's see. We have someone by the name of Malika Ramon, Bonita Banducci,
Well, thank you, Paul.
Courtney Gotti, Dr. Courtney. I love to call her doctor,
Thank you.
and then Ellie Tabibian. Yeah, because we actually met virtually on March the 5th. Today is March the 20th, right? I've known them for 15 days, and they are some amazing people. And I honor each and every one of them. And to also to help the people that got us here, I want to thank them as well. And their names, the first person that contacted me about this was Artie Shaw. So if Artie, if you're listening, we want to thank you. She's in a manager delegate relations for Education 2.0, as well as Shawani Swaraj. I messed her name up, but she's also in manager delegate relations. And number one, I also want to let people know that I have a book out called Leadership is Influence. And the report that came out with Brandon Hall Group, I had no idea what was in that report in January, but a lot of it is in this book, Leadership is Influence. And so I want to just let people know that you are all leaders, every one of you. When you look in the mirror in the morning or at night, you're looking at a leader. And if you think you aren't, give me a call. So without further ado, I want to thank everyone here, and I especially want to thank the communication staff in the back. I want to thank the people who are moderating it with the timing, with the hand, the photographers, everyone, because we all make a difference and everyone should be present and accounted for. And I want to thank my Air Force uh, comrade in the back, Devin. I was in the Air Force 20 years, so I have to also acknowledge him and thank him also for his service today and all the other veterans as well that I've seen over the last past days. But thank you for giving me a great experience. And leadership is a journey. And also for employee, it's an employee journey as well. And we know that the employee journey, 92% of all people at every company in the United States is at risk of going to another company because their employee journey is not as good as they want it to be. And mainly because there is a gap in their skill gap, and they can't get access to the training that they need. So that's something that we should all look at too. And I want to share one last thing because I know I'm on the clock. It's this. Friday morning, I will be at an elementary school talking for Career Day. And I'm going to tell them everything that you all said. Every speaker, everyone on this stage, and the other stages that were here. And I'm going to share with them the things that I learned. Happy learning, happy teachers, a little bit of everything, a new way to learn. So I'll be sharing that with everyone. So thank you very much. And give these people a round of applause here.
And Paul, if we could just thank you too for your moderation and your leadership as we embarked on this panel discussion. It was
I'm,
great. So
I'm
thank
here
you.
to serve. And this lady here, I looked at her announcing this week, and, and she was awesome. She was awesome. So thank you all and have a great day. Enjoy Education 2.0 for next year. I overpacked again. I did it again. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists, for that enlightening session. All right, folks, up next, we've got something really special lined up and that I'm super excited about. This session is all about the power of storytelling for kids. Do you know how reading stories to children can make them wide eyed and excited? Well, it's not just fun, it's super important. Stories can help them learn, understand emotions, and see the world in new ways. In this fireside chat on What's Once Upon a Time, unleashing the magic of stories to captivate and educate little minds, speakers are going to chat about why storytelling rocks for kids. They'll share tips on how to pick awesome books and how stories can teach students cool stuff without them even realizing it. So let's give a big warm welcome to Dr. Louise Deborensky, owner of INSL LLC, and Gary Fry, the district grant writer for Columbia Public Schools. Welcome.
Thank you. Normally I could use my indoor PE voice and be heard, but
Is this mic working?
I don't know. Is this mic working?
Is his mic working? Oh, no. I'm starting to feel a little silly. I don't know about all of y'all, but I'm having a great time. But I'm tired at this point. And so I hope that the audience will join us in this conversation because the fireside chat, we don't have a fireplace here, but we do have a lot of fire. So I hope that everybody will be able to join in this conversation. I'm Dr. Louise Deborensky, and I have a long interest in storytelling and how stories are related to how we learn. And I'm really happy to be here with Dr. Fry.
And I am a substitute. A substitute in the fact that whoever was supposed to be here got ill. And so I'm going to tell a story because, well, that's just what I do. Oh, you want me to go first? Okay.
Yeah, I thought you were going to tell a story.
Okay.
Tell us a
Yes.
story.
No,
We
I'm
wanna
going to
hear a
get it.
story.
Okay. Now, the story's about little cherubs. I've got to tell you one thing. I'm going to stand up to do this. And this may sound ridiculous when you look at me, but I'm now a lean, trim, mean fighting machine. And you go, oh, haven't you noticed you're fat? And the reason I tell this was several years ago. And according to my former wife, with the weight I lost and her leaving, I lost 2 normal size females because I've about 150 pounds lighter than I was because they got my diabetes under control and I started getting fat. I said, so you mean if I just eat cakes, pies, ice cream, I'd be skinny, but I'd die quick? And I went, huh. And the story goes like this. I was at a conference like this, wasn't a conference, people. Elevator doors open up. And I love little cherubs because, as Art Linkletter said, we'll see who are the old people in the room. Kids tell the most amazing stories. So this little kid looks at me because I'm standing in the elevator like this. Imagine another average sized female smished into me. And the door's open and he looks and he goes, why you so fat? And I get down like this. I go, well, honey, you know how your mom tells you you're supposed to eat your vegetables and you're not supposed to have so much desserts? Does your mama tell you that? Yeah. Well, if you don't listen to your mama and you eat too many desserts, you start looking like this. So you need to go outside and play and eat your desserts so you won't end up looking like me. And he goes, oh. And the mother's doing this. Uh, 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 I'm so sorry. And I said, well, it's not like I looked down, oh my God, where did all this weight come from? Now, that's one of the stories I tell. I got another one. We're going to do you because, unlike most educators in the room, I'm fully certifiable because I have my 32 educational certifications. So all the required subjects I can teach, all the administrative jobs but superintendent I can do because I'd get fired because a teacher would tell me, those children don't want to learn. I'd go, really? Even parents that are thieves want their kids to be better thieves than them so they don't have to go to jail. So don't tell me those kids don't want to learn. It's not like they have student teacher in their title. We have some of those here. but they're not your kids. But the other story goes like this. How many of y'all know about the War of 1812? And I can kind of see you because I was a national thespian, so I've learned to see lights. I just saw very few hands. Short thing, War of 1812 was where if there had been a transatlantic cable, the war would have probably never happened because the British Parliament decided it was not good to impress, which means they were stealing United States sailors to put them in the British Army because they were having problems because they were fighting France, they were running out of sailors. Andrew Jackson was the only one that actually won the war. That's when they burnt the White House. It got Andrew Jackson to become president. But I walked into the social studies class because one of the people saw me in the hall, and as their grant writer, they said, go down to the social study, tell them we need them for an ARD meeting. That's admission, review, and dismissal, which the meeting, and it's for special ed, and it should just actually be called R and no D because we never dismiss anybody. But they said, oh, go down and get him. And I walked in and I went, oh, what y'all studying? I can teach social studies. Said War 1812. And I went, oh, you know what's important about the War 1812? And they went, no. How many of y'all have ever heard of Hessians and Pilgrims? Well, yeah. How many of you ever met a Hessian or a Pilgrim? No. Well, the War of 1812, the reason it's got a number, not like something important like Vietnam War, World War II, World War I, that's where the Hessians and the Pilgrims fought one another and they killed one another. All of them are dead now. And this poor social studies teacher's looking at me because since they knew I brought in money to the school and would get stuff, they put up with me. Why are you in my classroom and why are you teaching the people this? Because they are going to remember this. They're not going to remember all that other stuff that you said about, well, because you're needed for an ARD meeting. And I thought if I gave the kids something unique, my coming here would be known. But now I'm going to get into another one. Actually, with stories, that I love this person that can do this. I have an uncle, kinda, Choctaw, who took all of the stories that his dad, who was on a reservation school, who was punished for speaking his native language, but he survived and kept his kids with it, wrote Little Eagle books. And he told the stories about how you catch a rabbit and all of this. And since it is about books, I'll put a plug in for Little Eagle. It's Ralph Williston is his real name, but he writes under Little Eagle. But the thing that was good about his books, when you know him, well, on my 21st century after school grant, I said, oh, Ralph, I'll just pay you to come in. Bring some of your books because I'm going to buy them for the kids and you can give them out as gifts. And he was in his full regalia as far as not the headdress because he wasn't a chief, but his beaded stuff and everything else, and telling him about, oh yeah, because the rabbit will run this way. But as the person is hunting it, you go this way. And then the rabbit eventually runs into you and you catch it. And he had a book that went with it and gave it to people. And since this was supposed to be about actual stories instead of what I love to do of tell stories, the thing that I liked about Ralph's book, it took the culture that, nothing personal, all y'all that got more melanin in the room, you're not going to be surprised by this. By the white folks tried to suppress the culture because it ain't us. You have to act white. He saved the stories of his uncle or his dad. He got them in a way that the kids were engaged. And they said, we're going to go out and catch a rabbit. I go, yeah, he's talking about Midwest rabbits. These are jackrabbits here. They run a little bit faster, but not in person. It's going to be fun watching y'all try to catch a rabbit. And now I'm going to turn it over to you so you can actually tell something that was related to the topic.
About the time when I actually caught a rabbit. No. Well, getting back to the topic of stories. So we all enjoy hearing a story. I really just had fun listening to these stories, sir. And And there's some things that we can know as teachers about stories and about how we learn that can be helpful in taking us forward in our classrooms, and whether our children, our students are children or adults. One thing that I don't think we learn as teachers is that anything new that you learn, you have to learn it in relationship to yourself. So if you're learning something new that you've never heard about, you have to link it to who you are as a person. And so, one of the wonderful things that teachers can do for their children, especially at the elementary level, but really at any level, is to tell a story about yourself to introduce the material. For example, Dr. Bonnie Robb does this wonderful unit for her first graders on ants. And they read about ants and write about ants and look at videos about, I mean, they do everything on ants. They have ants in the classroom. But she starts that off by telling a story about how one morning she came down to her kitchen and there were all these little black things running around on her counter, and she realized she had spilled some sugar and that there were ants on her counter, and she wondered how they got there. And so then the children were able to talk about how when they saw an ant at their house, and whether the ant was in the house or climbing the wall or what it was doing. And so they were able to relate that story to themselves. So that's really how, as learners, we all learn. I have a doctoral degree, but when I learn something brand new, I need to learn that in relationship to who I am and what I know and what I've already experienced before I can apply that knowledge to who you are and what I know about you. So that's something I think is really important for us to remember, that the story is kind of an intrinsic part of who we are as human beings and how we communicate with each other. And it's also the first place that we need to go with our students, engaging them in new topics or ideas. Do you have anything you want to share on that?
Well, and whenever we're looking at this to kind of get serious, these were the magical things that we call in education teachable moments. And one of the things that I always like to do is engage a kids, but sometimes do things that are not expected, because all of a sudden you get cognitive dissonance. We'll use fancy terms. In other words, you go, "That don't make sense." And how do I make sense of this? Because as humans, we look at clouds and we see all these pictures in the clouds and all these things. Those are just water vapor in the air, really. But we want to put patterns on things. And if you tell a good story, you're giving a person a pattern and they go, "Oh, I remember this crazy person who said this story about being really fat and the little kid." And I've had a student that's asked me something that they really actually want to know about, but it's not with my lesson plan. You don't go, "Oh, no, honey, honey, honey." No, we can't learn about math in art class, or in art class, we can't learn about math. And as I always tell folks, everybody sometimes looks at music and goes, "It's just not needed." I go, "You do realize the periodic table of elements is only here because the person that looked at the atoms was a wannabe musician who goes, octaves. Oh, I wonder if I could line the elements up like they were octaves." And most of them you can do until you get to the rare earths, and then we put those two lines across the bottom of the table. But you look at this of the fine arts tend to be, and storytelling tends to be the things that get cut because we got to pass standardized tests. And at a school I was at that had the highest rating you get from the state, they asked, "How do you do it?" "Well, in elementary, we have recess." In fact, it, junior high, because it wasn't middle school then, because we weren't kinder or gentler teachers, because I was actually a junior high teacher, not a middle school teacher, we would have activities where my class is challenging your class to kickball. And so we'd go have kickball. And somebody said, "Why'd you have kickball?" The kids weren't going to learn anything until they got all this energy out of their system. And you kind of look at this, that gets into the stuff of storytelling because people relate to that. Because pastoring a church, along with other stuff that I do, you have the Sermon on the Mount from Jesus in the Bible in its entirety. And then you have Paul, who preached for a day, a night, and another day, and all that's recorded, a guy fell out the window and he brought him back to life. And you kind of look at it, you have to learn how to tell stories. And my problem is I tend to be too wordy because I like the sound of my own voice. And you tend to go into Paul. And I always got to remember the best way to tell a story is like Jesus did on the Sermon on the Mount: quick, to the point, and then get out.
Well, yeah, stories are fun, but there's some science behind why Jesus used stories to teach the people. But I didn't mean to go to Jesus today.
No, that's okay. I like Jesus.
uh, and for all others, any rate, so with the whole idea about how we learn language and why stories are important has to do with the basic things that we communicate to each other. So if I want to communicate to you, I need to tell you, and I need to say who I'm talking about. I need to say what that person is doing, and I need to say what they're doing it with. And those are the three basic relationships or basic semantic relationships, or where they call them linguistic semantic relationships, that really are the foundation of our communication. So a story is about a person doing something. And so when we're talking about things like science in school, we often, somehow or another, the science textbook always leaves the person out. So it's never a story about how a scientist discovered something. It's a story about the discovery in the abstract. And that's really hard for young people to grasp because it's not concrete. It's a very abstract idea. So I like to help the students bring all the context of the ideas within to the story. So who did it? Where were they? Why did they do it? How did they do it? Who else was there? When did all of this happen? And so that the contextual meaning of who, what, when, where, why, how is really the foundation of what a story is. And the more of that information that we put into a story, the richer the story is, the more memorable it is, the more likely the other person is to learn something from it and retain it and take it with them. So I really think that we take context out of school. We give our kids lists of words. How boring is that? I mean, I remember back when I was in elementary school just absolutely despising that activity because it had no meaning to me, and it still has no meaning. But what does have meaning is if you draw a picture and you label the ideas and you learn the language that you want to use to express yourself. So you learn to write and read the things that you want to say, and you learn to express the basic agent action object relationships, and then expand and modulate all of those with adding who, and I mean adding when and where and why and how. And so stories really are the foundation of how the brain works. And so it's not just having fun when we tell stories with the children and when we ask them to tell stories to us. It's actually developing language, and it's a brain based activity. So next time somebody criticizes you for telling stories, tell them that the neuroscientists say that this is how we learn. So, yeah.
Well, and I will go in one to kind of get serious because this is almost an interesting story because this poor person here didn't know she's going to be saddled with somebody that goes, well, I was handed this topic uh, 27 minutes ago.
We're just making
We're,
something up to
we're
fill
making
up
it
the
up.
time. Sorry,
And
y'all.
do you know what most stories are? They're made up. Do, do you know Frankenstein was just folks trying to scare one another over a holiday weekend when it was snowing? And all of a sudden, you have this whole genre from even going to Frankenstein's wife, the one that had the Monty Python ish stuff. But it's all on the same theme of, oh, and it's a biological theme. If we had this magical new thing called electricity to unanimated cells, they'll come back to life. So it has biology in it. And you kind of get this. You kind of don't know where a story's going to end. I always love the never-ending story. Of course, I watched it on a movie because you want me to read? I'm a little dyslexic and dame damaged because I get letters in the wrong spot. That's why I'm dame damaged. Hopefully, you'll get that eventually. No one laughed. It's terrible when they don't give you laughs to your jokes. But the thing that you get with stories is if you know the intent that you're getting, you can actually direct kids in a classroom to go, oh, we have to write a story. And they just go, and we're going to write a story about healthy eating because I was teaching sixth grade health right then. And they're going, ah, can't you just give us a worksheet and we just fill it out? No, we go write a story. Now, why should you eat your vegetables? Oh, God, I don't know. Well, no. And there's one vegetable I want to talk to you about spinach. We got to eat our spinach. So, like Popeye will be strong. We are going to be able to kill the evil critter called health education. And I go, why do I have you for a teacher? I don't like this. Because I would tell them a story. Oh, we need to thank our Arab friends because we didn't used to know how to count nothing. And they go, huh? Well, you do know it was an Arab mathematician that invented zero. Huh? Well, how do you not count the people, or how do you count the blue and white with pink polka dot elephants that are in this room? There aren't any. I know, there's zero of them. Aren't you glad we got a zero? Because we'd have to sit and figure out how to not count something. And they go, can you please just give me a worksheet? Please, just give me a worksheet. I don't like all this storytelling. But you remember this. And I had one time, and I always love when this does because I tell stories. This person writes them. I'm envious of her. I would hear the thing of one, since I'm now a DER person, and people go, DER. I've got initials after my name, and it's Dr. So and so. I said, when I hear Mr. and I'm in my hometown, and it normally starts this way, Mr. Fry, do you remember me? No, but I bet I had you for seventh or eighth grade math or PE, health, something. Yeah, you did. I was in the class that you said, I am going to learn you fractions. And we did the fractions chapter 4 times. I hated that story. But I run 3 mechanic shops now. Do you know fractions and millimeters and all these subdivisions of things are very important? I said, aren't you glad I learned your fractions? And now that sounds bad, but that's where you can get with telling stories because you will remember a story better. As I said, being a pastor of a church, and I go there all the time because I said, I like to. It causes it fights. It's fun. I said, I have extremely almost never had a person leave the sanctuary humming my sermon. But the music, they'll hum. And sometimes, if you're a pastor and you tell a good joke that is meaningful to your sermon topic, they will retell your joke. And I will tell you one to give you an example of this is like storytelling of why I do it. I'd go, oh, now imagine it's Sunday and we're in church. Now, how many of y'all out there have prayed for money? Now, raise your hand. Now, I'm a junior high teacher. I'll call on you. Now, how many of you prayed for money? I don't see any of you raise your hand. No one in this room has ever prayed for money. How many of y'all have ever found a penny laying on the street? The Lord wants you to be specific. I pray, Lord, I bought my 6 numbers. The lottery's over $500 million. I'm willing to share with 4 other people. I just need 100 million. And I did my part. Lord, I'm depending on you to do your part. And the Lord still hasn't done his part. Isn't that terrible? My story, though, is not over with because I'm still buying lottery tickets going, Lord, I'm going to give you another chance. I'm going to give you another chance. I need this lottery 6 numbers to come in. I will kind of even do some good work with the money, but I'll just live in a much better neighborhood. Get it back to you. We're going to see where this goes. This is kind of the funny thing. Don't add me in extra because I will just go off on my own tangent because I thoroughly intend to enjoy myself.
What you reminded me of the time when I went to church and the pastor preached about gluttony.
Ah!
And he had a big old sermon about gluttony. This was in the Southern Baptist Church in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and he was gluttony and gluttony and gluttony and so forth. And afterwards, we all went out for pizza, and I only had one slice. He says, well, Louise, why aren't you eating more pizza? I said, well, you just preached a sermon on gluttony. And he said, well, no, don't listen to that. Have some pizza. So, at any rate, that's nothing to do with story. That was a story. I just told a story. But getting back to the topic, to the more academic side of storytelling, we think about who we are as human beings, and our history goes back. Well, we aren't sure how long our history goes back, but we do know that there were creatures that looked something like us a million years ago who spoke with each other and imparted knowledge to each other. And the way that was done was by the older people telling the younger people stories. And really, up until the 20th century, most people on planet Earth were not literate. So if you wanted to learn something, you learned it from an older person who already knew how to do it, who would tell you the story about how to make that thing, or tell you the story about how about our history, or the history of your family, or the history of your village. So this storytelling element is such a deeply rooted aspect of who we are that we have to remember that we still need that. And learning should still be fun, and stories are a way to make that enjoyment happen.
And to kind of get, how many of y'all remember the scene in Roots? Again, or at least I'm saying my age.
I was in junior high while he taught junior high.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
But you had the story that Alex Haley is at the tribal thing, and they go, well, can't you just tell me this? And the guy says, no, I have to tell you the story from the beginning because he learned it by ear. He learned it one way, and it was almost like stuff. Because if I say this, and we'll see how many older people we've got, if I go plop, plop, fizz, fizz,
oh, what a relief it is.
That commercial has not been on the air for 35 years. But we learned it orally. And they're going through, and I love the last scene where Alex Haley, well, his stand in. They're going through, and they finally hear, oh, and Kunta Kinte. And he goes, that's who I'm trying to find. So he was a member of this tribe. And he had to tell the whole story because
Sometimes when you tell a story, I get folks, you just like telling stories. Well, yeah, because I get to hear myself talk. But also, there's kind of lessons that you learn because when I told about the stuff on the jokes, people tell the joke that I did about I bought my lottery ticket, and if you tell a good enough joke as a pastor, they will retell it, and hopefully they'll say, "Oh, I heard it in church. Yeah, the pastor was making this strange comment about praying for money," and it will lead to other discussions. Because when we story tell, we're normally trying to have some sort of lesson. I love Dick and Jane. I was in that era that we had the book Dick and Jane, and it was very detailed, and
Boring.
they we were
See Spot,
run
run, run,
spot
Spot,
run.
run.
Back in my era, because I'm probably one of the more senior youth here, we weren't as smart as y'all. They had to do it slowly. Yeah. You can't look at the picture and go, well, that's a dog running. Oh, the dog's named Spot. Now we do that in stories. It was like, oh, we have to repeat it. And there was a theory because I swear to this day, I was in the transition between phonics and sight words. That's why I can't spell because I go, I think if you can only come up with one way to spell a word, you're not extremely creative, since we've had people talk about creative. Because I'm going to use the PH in pneumonia to start this word. And people go, huh? What do you mean PH in pneumonia? It starts with a PH. It's silent, though. Don't know why we have it. We just like to add PHs. So maybe it's kind of like whenever we put our initials after our name when we get that degree.
I thought pneumonia started with a PN.
A PN? Well, that's close enough. An N is just an H that lost its stick.
And a good morning starts with a O.
Okay, now.
This is degenerating. Hey, do you guys have any questions? Why
Yeah,
don't
do you have
people
any
come up
questions
closer and
about
let's have a
stories? Because
conversation? Because there's not very many people in this room, and we could
yeah,
have.
and I could say if there was some more people sitting on the front row, I'd give you $100 bill, but that's a lie. But that actually is a story
He's
that I
telling
had
you a
once.
story.
When no. This is it. Oh, we have a question.
Can you come a little closer and say it here? Tell the microphone your.
Yeah. What? Mhm.
And the books we used back in the day. So I was just wondering about there's a lot of conversation now going on about the science of literacy and what's being taught. What are your thoughts on that? You mentioned phonics, so that's my
I do have some of
Thank you.
that highfalutin knowledge just because I made it all the way to the 38th grade. But one of the things that I would get that we used to do that we're doing different now is we have more exposure to language, and they're actually stories that the pictures match the words, which are interesting. So the kids go, "You mean reading ain't boring? You mean I should read stuff and actually enjoy it? Wow." And this is one of the things that I think is a major improvement because well, I'm talking for myself, when we were going through, they had a certain number of words, and for some reason, these were the words they thought if they taught us, we would be literate. And it, I'm glad in spite of that, we learned it because that's the only way I know how to say it. And you're the expert. I'm making this up as I'm going on, but. I make up good stuff because I write grand and glorious thoughts on paper and people send millions of dollars.
We're going to talk about that.
Oh, yeah, no, and I got to give you a card.
Yes. There's different ways that we can learn to read. Phonics has been hugely popular for quite some time now. Phonics is really interesting because the original idea behind phonics came out of linguistics, where linguists were examining the letter sound relationships in language. So, for example, a language like Spanish has what's called regular orthography. That means that the sound that goes with the letter that you see on the page is always the same. English, on the other hand, is a language that's made of a bunch of languages that have been smushed together. And that's a very scientific way of explaining that. So when you smush all these languages together, what happens is you have different spelling systems that are put into one language. And so we end up with a lot of different ways to express the same sound. Like OUGH can be a f sound or an oo sound, or PH can be f. And so it can be really tricky to try to sound out words in English because many of the words in English aren't actually English. They're Latin or Greek or French or Italian. They come from other languages. So English has what's called an irregular orthography. So I think phonics is really fun, but I've noticed for the special need population, often that is not a way that they can learn to read. And I know that we have a belief as teachers that you have to be able to do sounds and letters to read. But the truth is, deaf people can learn to read. So that means you don't have to have sounds in order to be able to learn to read. So there are other ways to learn to read, and that is a more visual way. So when you take the text and you look at a word as a shape of an idea, and you look at that whole shape and you memorize that whole shape as if it were a picture, that's a visual way to learn to read. So with my students who don't respond to phonics, I ask them to see the ideas on the page and make pictures in their head. Because that's what reading is about, is making pictures in your head of what the other person is trying to let you know. And we don't have to use sound to read. In fact, I can read very fast silently to myself, and I can't read very fast when I'm reading out loud. So, we don't have to have sound to learn how to read. Some kids thrive on that, and that's great. But if you have a child who's reached the middle school age and is still not reading, more phonics is just not going to do the trick. What's going to do the trick for them is to use the shape of the ideas as the basis of how they remember those patterns. And so I think it's really fascinating how it all works and how it's not one size fits all. And some kids have to be able to write the ideas in order to see them. Some kids can sound them out. Some kids can see it and write it immediately. I have students who can write and read anything, but have no clue whatsoever what it meant. And to me, the meaning of what you read, the story that's contained in those written ideas, that's the point of it. Why would you even bother to write something if there's not some information or an idea that you want to convey to other people? So I could go on and on. Another thing that I think is really interesting about reading instruction is that we ask students to read out loud as fast as they can. Well, for our visual learners, when you read a passage aloud and it's the first time you've seen that passage, you are so busy making the sounds that you don't remember a single thing that you just read. So if I give you a Dibbles test and you can read 120 words a minute or whatever, um, but you can't answer the questions back, it's because you read it out loud to me. So if I want to ask people to do reading comprehension, I ask them to read to themselves. And if I want to know if you can decode really fast, then I'll ask you to read out loud. Another time I like to have students read out loud is so that I can see which words they actually don't know. And so, I mean, there's reading out loud has its place, but it's not the only thing to do. And reading silently has its place and isn't the only thing. I think it's important not to be, what's the word?
Dogmatic.
Dogmatic, yes. I mean, because, for example, I'm trained in Dr. Arwood's neurosemantic language learning theory, and I worked for her for a number of years and used her methods. And I used fidelity when I worked at her clinic. But now that I work for myself, I bring in other things as well because she's not the last word on education. Nobody is the last word on education. I think it's an ongoing revelation. We're all learning and continuing to learn, and it's important to be able to let go of something that you used to think was true and be okay with the fact that you used to think that was true and now you know differently. And so,
That's called learning.
yeah.
Uh, and the other thing that I'll get that sounded funny to my students when, as a special ed teacher, until I learned how to write grants and could get, and I'll talk about this in a minute, the Kurzweil 3000. I'll explain what that is in a minute. I was a horrid reader, stuttering. And whenever I finally got to graduate school and before they had all the CAT scans and stuff, they had a test that was called the Halstead-Raytan test of neurological impairment. Learned how to not only give it, but was given it, and found out I probably have a slight temporal lobe lesion. Make some of the stuff clear and neural connections went around it. But the Kurzweil 3000 was one thing that I got because one, you could punch a button on a computer that had an optical scanner. Kurzweil is the person that, if you've seen MIDIs and the electronic keyboards, he kind of invented that. But he had a son that was a horrible dyslexic. And he went, well, I'm going to get something to read to my son because he needs something to take with him that'll read stuff to him. So he came up with this system, and it's an optical recognition device. The thing that I said once with the sight words versus phonics, the Kurzweil 3000 actually highlights the word that it's saying. And I went, that makes sight words make sense because you know that pattern that goes up, up, over, down is the. And you can't get sight words when somebody's just reading something because it doesn't highlight the word it's saying. The other thing that the Kurzweil did, because since I started out life when I was a retread to education, we'll see if you all get this next joke. I'm warning you, because I was the Hoover vacuum cleaner salesman who could proudly say my product sucks. Oh, I heard chickle. I'm glad I got you. So you got the joke. If you have Hispanic parents who go, and I apologize if this offends you, I'm still going to do it this way. Oh, I, I don't do English good. I don't. Can you press a button? Huh? And I'd take them over the computer, which had the Kurzweil. I said, can you press this button? See? I said, I just need you to press the button and then you can talk to the kids because you can speak Spanish and I can't speak anything but tamale, burrito, carne guisada. I speak good Spanish. But yeah, you don't get looking like this if you don't like food. But the thing that
Somebody help me.
I just and people, whenever they've had me and stuff, go, I can't believe you said this. You you can't say things like that. Oh, nope, nope, nope. I'm a certified English teacher in 2 states. What you meant to say is you wish I wouldn't say that because can't implies I'm not physically able. And since I already said it, I am physically able. So grammatically, you're not correct. And they go, eh. But the thing that I've got is was able to use technology I got, and these Kurzweil systems at the time I was buying them only cost $6,000 a system. Now this was in the early '90s. You know what, 6,000 extra just to buy one thing? We can't buy that. We can't even buy paper. And but I got a $250,000 literacy grant, so I bought me 20 of them. And I still had $130,000 to do other literacy stuff. So I got Ralph down with his books and gave kids books, and he read books to them and told the story of it and how he came up with it. And people go, how'd you do that? Money. Nothing personal. I really wish legislators would fully fund education, but they never are. And this was one of the things that I always remember because it came up in my dissertation defense. I still remember Sylvia, who didn't want to be called Dr. Lyles. I don't like what you're saying about grants because that will make where the state doesn't have to fully fund education. I said, well, Sylvia, that's true. So it's really good if you got somebody like me because our kids do better because there are starfish and we're saving them. But, in a dissertation, I really am not supposed to talk about what should be. I'm supposed to talk about what is. And she went, uh, gee, uh, and people said, "What'd you do?" I said, "I needed her not to ask me as many questions in the dissertation because she might be able to come up with something I didn't know." But I kind of shut her down. And the other thing that's got is knowing your story because when you're a teacher, if you look at the kids and go, "You don't read well," okay. You know how I ask kids to read out loud in health class? Yeah, I, 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 do you get scared whenever that's going to happen? Uh-huh. You don't want the other kids to know you don't read well. Uh, yeah. See this paragraph right here? This is what we're going to read Monday when you get back from school. This is your paragraph. Well, how do you know that's going to be my paragraph? Because I'm going to call on you when we get to it. Now, you get with your parents and I'm going to read it to you, and you practice and you memorize it so that when it comes time for you to read it, you're not going to be embarrassed and you're not going to feel like you're stupid. And they go, well, that'll be real nice. That'll be real good. And somebody goes, you told a kid that hip. I said, it was the 90s. Things were different. You can't do that now. But with this kid, that became our stuff of reading in class. He knew what paragraph he was going to get called on. Well, what happens if I get called on to read a paragraph? And I'm the teacher. I am not going to call on you till we get to this paragraph. You don't have to worry about that. And the only thing it got is it built his confidence. He got to the point he was never good reading out loud, but all of a sudden it was kind of like going, I can read more of this. I went, It's amazing. If you do something, you get better at it. And this was one of the things that I go that as teachers, if you have a student that is struggling, you kind of need to be aware of it and go, how can I modify the way we show that you're reading, especially when you're doing oral reading? Because again, that's just something we do in teacher school. I don't know if they still teach that, but that was one thing I got taught in teacher school. Uh, so that you could check the kids that they're actually paying attention. I went, everybody that's not reading is not paying attention. They're just hoping they're not getting called on. But that's one thing that would kind of get in your mind because structure the kids for academic success, even if you have to do it, because people are very fond of, well, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Yeah, but if you put enough salt in the oats before you take it to the water, it'll drink. I'll get it back to you because you actually know what you're talking about.
Oh, well, what is the topic today?
I don't know. It was something about stories. And you know what? We're telling a bunch of stories. So somebody should have been writing everything down. We might have published
We
it.
might make $1 million off of
Could.
this presentation.
Might
Yeah,
not, but we
right.
could. You never can tell.
And as the people trickle out one by one.
As I once told a person, if you get finished listening before I finish speaking, either or just sit there and do your head like this. And
So
people,
who else has some
yeah,
question
any
or some
questions?
thought that they want to?
Say,
Come on back up and
we got
3 minutes. Okay, well, good.
Hey,
What a relief.
we've actually done our jobs. We filled up the whole time.
So, are there any other thoughts or questions that we can talk about in the next 3 minutes?
Now,
Well, I say we end early. What do
Yeah,
y'all think?
because are we close to the end of today and end of?
We all love to draw and write and talk about ourselves. And the to my way of thinking, the fastest way in with the younger students in particular is to ask them to talk and to tell a story about themselves because they know a story about themselves. If you ask them to tell a story about the War of 1812, they
Not so
may
much.
not have that information, but they certainly can tell a story about their own home or their dog or their mom or the toy they got for their birthday. So having children tell stories about themselves and then use those stories as the basis for literacy instruction, kids love that, and you'll get buy-in from it.
And sometimes what everybody always forgets about, and I will tell another story with this to get it. Ask the kids, what could I do to help you learn how to do this? Ask them, because most people don't. Because one time, whenever I was doing early morning devotionals at a church camp, and you're getting people on prayer lists, wasn't getting any names, and it had the small kids. And I finally said, you know, we're not getting a whole lot of names, and pets are people too. Does anybody have a pet they're concerned about? Because we need to pray for your pets too. And one little kid, I'm worried about Fluffy. When I left, we took her to the vet, and I don't know. Well, let's put Fluffy's name on here. And the only thing that got to be hilarious, we got as many pet names from the adults as we did from the kids. But the kids now were involved in the story. So they actually were sharing and praying for some of the adults' pets. And it was kind of one of the only true intergenerational church events we were having because everybody had a pet they wanted to pray for. That's why I always bring up religion. Anybody else? Oh,
Thank
and
you,
if
everybody.
anybody wants anything with grants, I'll be back here. I'm running out of cards, but I'm giving you one because I've got to get some stuff with your writing. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we do.
Excellent job. Thank you to our last fireside chat. All right, it's time to move on to our next and last panel discussion on the topic blended learning, striking the perfect balance between online and in person instruction for amazing learning adventures. Ever wonder how to mix online and in person learning for the ultimate educational experience? Well, buckle up because we're about to embark on a thrilling ride into the world of blended learning. Get ready to discover the perfect balance for amazing learning adventures that will blow your mind. Let's welcome our panelists, Noelle, Sue, Chafflin Mora, the Director of Training at Calaris, as well as our other panelists.
Thank you, everyone. I know there's very few left actually here. I think this is more for the online folks. But thank you for those who actually stuck around to listen. My name is Noelle Sue Chalfant Mora. I'm the Director of Training for Calaris, and I'm here with two others. There's a third, hopefully, will be joining us to talk about blended learning. Blended learning as a definition is a multiple of learning modalities put together in some form of a curriculum. And the word curriculum actually has about 10 definitions depending upon your viewpoint. But let's assume for now it's an overall learning path or learning journey for someone. And when you do blended learning, it's taking all of those different pieces together to put it into the most effective learning for your audience, whoever it happens to be. So hopefully we'll be able to share some stories, things that we've actually done, observed in the industry. I have great panelists with me, and hopefully we'll be able to give some information. I'll let everyone introduce themselves, and then we'll start. Bob, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Bob Safran, and again, I was in a panel the other day, but I've been in education for about 50 years, and my experiences include public school teaching, college uh, publishing. Uh, I had two career schools for 35 years, and now I completely work on an online English grammar program called eGump. eGump stands for E for English, G for grammar, U for usage, M for mechanics, P for punctuation program. So it's a English program teaching students how to become proficient writers and improve their writing and speaking skills.
Deb, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Deb Miner Kowalczyk. I'm a graduate student working on my dissertation in the data analysis phase, but I am taking a blended learning program and I have taught in a blended learning program.
Great, thank you. And just to give everyone a little bit more about my background, I've been actually in technical training. So I've been in the corporate world, mostly representing with software companies or different types of industries related to software. The one I have now, actually, we have a software that monitors and helps people move containers around in the ports. So if you ever go by your airport and you have all those containers piled about a mile high and they come in on these big vessels, the software that my company creates helps to move those between the vessels, the rail, gates, and through the yard. But my niche has always been I'm a very technical programmer. I mean, I'm technical by nature. That is my many degrees. But I also learned psychology long ago to figure out how you blend mathematics, computer science, and learning. And that's where I got into training was the ability to take these really complicated topics and break them down so that anyone can learn it. And I've spent 35 years in all these different environments putting that together and putting together different types of programs from certification to everything around. Oh, and here is our last panelist. Hi, Nadine. Go ahead, I'll let you introduce yourself.
How are you?
Good, good.
Okay. So, Nadine Shammas, I'm an author, and my background is in education and entertainment at the same time. And lately, I released my book, The Stage is Yours, where I take people to sit in the director's chair and to see their life from a 360 view and assess their story and teach them how to write a professional script that they can be who they want to be and who they are meant to be in life. So, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you for the introduction. I think what we can do is start with having some discussions and giving some of our experiences with different types of blended learning programs. And I'll let my esteemed colleagues go first. Bob, why don't you talk about some of the blended curriculums that you've been involved with, some of the pros, cons, observations you've seen, what's worked, what's not worked so well over the years, because you've got a great background across it.
Well, let me basically say this. I'm not as technically involved as the other members of the panel. When I looked at the online learning, blending, classroom learning, and how it applies to my program, it was it's pretty simple. Okay, first of all, my program EGOM is designed. It's a building block approach, and it's similar to diagramming a sentence. And it starts very simply by you identify a noun subject. Then you identify a pronoun subject, and you move to the subject and a verb, and then you add a direct object, and then you add adjectives and adverbs. And by the time you finish 20 lessons, building block, same as multiplication tables. You start with the one tables, the two, but you don't go to the threes until you master the twos. So that was how we teach an understanding. By the time they finish 20 lessons, a student is able to look at any sentence, identify every word, phrase, and clause, and it really does problem solving. It does critical thinking because at that point, just like once you master arithmetic, if somebody says to you how much is 7 times 8 or 12 times 4 or whatever, you can do it automatically. Well, once you master my program, now you're thinking critically. If I said to you, write a complex sentence that includes an adverb clause and has a participial phrase, now when you stop and think about what that means that you have to do, and you're able to do that in your head, you're problem solving, you're doing critical thinking. So in my program, the the whole idea online is to be able to do that and do it as many times. We call our exercises practice to mastery, graded exercise, because if it takes you 10 times or 12 times for rote memory until you learn it, and you don't move on until you do the next one. Now, let's take the classroom writing side of it. Okay, it's one thing to be able to understand and pass the test and say you could do these things. But now, when you can take the classroom writing side of it, and now you have students actually worksheets where they write sentences. And once you're able to write the sentences, so all of a sudden the worksheet says, all right, you've finished 10 lessons. Now write me a sentence with a positive phrase and an adjective clause or whatever it might be. You're able to do that. You mastered it. So the three R's, reading, writing, arithmetic, are all the same. If you learn reading phonetically, you don't remember all the vowel sounds or how you learned it. The fact is you can read, and that's all that what's really important. When you really learned arithmetic, you used probably flashcards or something, and you went through the tables until you learned it. And in grammar, in the old days, when schools were still called grammar schools, you diagram sentences. You drew those silly lines and you put subject and all these things there. And that's why the people that graduated 10 or 20, 30 years or 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s that had experienced those things never had a problem with writing. Today, it's the opposite. When you Google and you look at reports, one, you find that 78% of students today are not proficient with writing skills. And then it tells you that it affects everything else they're learning if they don't have those skills. When you look at corporations, there are reports out now that 40-50% of college graduates are graduating without the writing skills necessary to do the job. In fact, I have a friend has a paralegal firm, and he's making zillions of dollars because he's taking young lawyers working for and they're having him rewrite their briefs because they can't write it themselves. So my idea with the blending learning, and you can learn a lot more from the panel here, is mine talks about taking an online product, adding classroom work to it, and that's it.
Excellent. Thank you. Oh, sorry. We're sharing mics here. Deb, why don't you go ahead and give some of your great experience?
So I'm going to tell you a little story about a lady who graduated when she was 15 and applied to one college, couldn't afford it, and never went until I had 5 kids and decided that was a missing piece in my life and I wanted to go back. So initially, I went to my community college, showed up on campus, said I'm going to give it the summer and I'm going to see what happens. Went for the summer, was a completely different experience than what I had when I was in K through 12 in high school. And so I decided to continue. And I learned when I registered for my second semester of classes that I could go online. And I went, oh, I can study online. I have 5 kids at home. This is beautiful. I love it. And I went through the rest of my bachelor's and the rest of my master's degree all online. Never missed a beat. Loved it. No complaints. However, in 2018, when I decided to go for my doctorate, I did a little switching in my decision making. I said, I don't have kids at home. They're all grown. I lack social connections. I need other things to do with my time. And so I'm going to look for a blended learning program because I want those social aspects that's going to bring to me. So that's what I did. I looked for a program within 50 miles that offered my major in a program that was blended learning environment. And I would not trade it for the world. The cohort experiences are fantastic. I've gained a lot of friends, support system, and enjoy it immensely.
Great.
That's nice. For me, the first time I went online, it was in 2001. And I moved to Dubai, and I love to learn. In Dubai, I was working, and I was interested in a certification in distance learning in Phoenix, Arizona, in the university. And back then, it was something in the US. I'm taking a certification, a degree, and that was something amazing. So I started taking online courses and I finished. And to be honest, I wanted to come to Arizona because you have to graduate, you have to come to the ceremony here. I couldn't. But going back to that blend between online and in person during Corona, that was an amazing thing that happened because we didn't lose touch with the old world that we are connected in, especially me as a speaker, or I do lots of workshops. So I was working every day, like, and I had like a presence more than 100 people online, and I discovered lots of tools and techniques that help you also like be there as if you are in person. And what I realized is that people are more focused when you have the screen because they look only at you and they are just focused on what is going on the screen. And after Corona also, so we started making in a blend. So we had like I did a big conference, a big workshop for Dell, and we had 20 people only in person and 150 on the big screen. And it was an amazing experience because we were interacting as if everybody is here. So I think that this is an amazing tool that is happening in the world where we are all connected and nothing can stop us from moving forward and doing everything that we want to do. And also in Corona, I was releasing my songs. And definitely, I cannot go out and do a video clip. So I did it like with people online. They were all dancing and singing with me, and we did something amazing all over the world. So I think that this is an amazing thing. Yet, it's very important to have the human touch. It's nice to feel the energy, to retouch the people. So it's amazing. And plus, you can learn as much as you want when you have all those online courses. So this is it for me, and I'm enjoying everything that is happening. And now I'm doing my course, that is the life director course that is in my book, and it will be an online course and it in person. But why not spread it to the world, and everybody can have access to it, and at the same time it will not be as expensive as coming and traveling and being in person. Yes, they are taking the same knowledge, and you can always connect on Zoom for whatever.
Great, thank you. And I want to share a little bit of my experience because it's different than some of my panels being again in the corporate training world. We are all about not just blending e-learning, micro-learning, recorded training, instructor-led, virtual classes, of course, those are your mainstays, but we also blend into it additional things like gamification, virtual reality, job aids, certification tests associated with our product, and we find ways to blend that in it gets more interesting also when you blend so many different modalities together, because one, you do have to know who your learners are, and in my case they're people at the docks. It's anything from a union laborer, maybe someone right out of high school, all the way up to the leadership or somebody who's been there for 40 years who's managing the terminal. Very different learning styles, very different personalities, very different job roles. So, what we've been able to do is blend all of those pieces together and give alternatives. So if you think about a subway map, okay, you want to get to your destination, but in sometimes you could take the express train, you could go this way, maybe you could take the local. I'm from New Jersey, so I'm talking about New York City trains, which is a whole different ballgame. But you get the point. You can get to the destination in many ways, and it allows the learner and the personality to change and have some control over what they do. There's hundreds of courses that are online. There's hundreds of instructor-led classes we could do, but we blend it together. And I'm also a big proponent that things like virtual reality, VR, glasses, and even our gamification, I've had to defend this for probably 20 years whenever I've discussed it. Because whenever somebody hears the word game, they think about one of my 6 kids sitting there with one of their game systems over the years. Old kids who are in their late 20s and then some younger ones in their late teens. And let me just tell you, their noses are into the game, but it's what I call a beat the clock game. It's not learning a learning objective or a skill. Not really, not unless you're trying to get your thumbs in practice for, I don't know, whatever you're going to be, maybe a flight simulator. But really, that's just playing with the joystick or the keyboard. What we do in our gamification is we first determine what is the learning objective? What do I want this person to demonstrate? Not just play, demonstrate a skill. And how do you build that in? So let's say that they failed now the game. It happens. How do you not give them reinforced learning, bring them back into the game? Now they're successful. How do you build that whole piece? And I've had many times where people say, well, it's just a game. I said, if it was just a game, I should be out of a job. Fire me now. Fire my team. We did it wrong. It should be about building the skill set and how we can get those people over the finish line. Same with virtual reality. In our cases, we're dealing with cranes. I mean, many of you have seen those giant cranes at the ports. Those things don't want to topple. You're talking about vessels that could capsize. Things are very safety conscious. If somebody makes a mistake, it could be, someone's death. We're not talking about something that's like a game of checkers. So we really want to make sure that when we do those virtual reality, the safety is also brought into it. It's not a matter of fun. We want to make sure that when they're, bringing the containers where they need to go, it doesn't create a problem or a safety or somebody gets hurt. Or worse yet, you stack them up too high. The wind is a little bit of a problem when it comes over and it blows them over. Somebody shouldn't be on the other side of them. So that's our version of blended learning. It's much more than just e-learning and instructor-led, the ILT. It's how do I take all of those modalities and weave them together to get someone from point A through all these learning objectives to point B and eventually really in their job better, because my whole thing is I'm supporting our software. Our software is being used. If somebody has installed it, but they haven't trained their people, that's a bad component. It doesn't matter how good the software is. If the person controlling it doesn't know what they're doing or makes an, incorrect, input, yes, we're all human, but at the same point, it should be able to be smart enough to make sure that you have good input overall in a repeatable thing. That's where the most effective piece of it. I used to call it the triangle. When you have software, you have hardware, and you have people. If each one of those is not correct or in sync, you will not have the efficiency in your usage of it. So that's the world that I come from. It's a little bit different than some of my colleagues here, but that's how our modalities come into play. One of the other things I wanted to talk about and bring to our everyone's thought here, a bit of social learning. This is another type of blended learning that has just come into style, I'd say, over the last 5 to 10 years. Not in terms of the social network of let's all go on and post pictures of our parties. What actually is learning. And I wanted some of the team to talk about what your experience is with social learning and how that might play into positively into your curriculum. Bob.
Yes, I think we all know that English is the universal language today, where all over the world people are learning to develop their English skills. Now, part of blending learning to me is that in our program, and we are on very close to finishing what we call our ELL, English Language Learner EGUM program. And we're blending 3 different things. First of all, you will have a sentence, which basically they're diagramming in each lesson. Now, you're also going to have a listening button. So the person that may not be a native English speaker is able to hear how the words are spoken in English. And then there's a translator that will then, they'll be able to look at the sentence, hear it in English, and then translate it to their language. So how would you say this, for example, in Spanish or in German or whatever it might be? So that part of it's blending learning. And then we're adding another component, where what we're trying to do to keep the interest, especially a lot of younger students and everything else, where the questions or the sentences that appear are could be things such as sports trivia, or they could be history, they could be whatever it might be. If somebody was in a class that involved becoming a medical assistant, and they needed or they were studying also medical terminology. Well, the sentences can be related using the medical terminology, so they can then again hear how the term, what the term means, what the definition is. They can hear it in English, they can translate it, and that's to me another part of what blending learning could be all about.
Deb?
Are we talking about social learning theory or are we talking about using social platforms in our blended learning?
All of the above.
Okay, so building in social learning experiences is one of the things actually that I'm studying in my dissertation, online community. That is building in things that are collaborative in the online environment, um, threaded discussions where peers can learn from each other, uh, intensive writing assignments. These are all high impact practices. Um, those are building in your social aspects. You're working with peers. There's high levels of interaction. If you're talking about using social media platforms, also there's a lot of research on that right now. Um, Classes are using them to augment their own learning management systems, and there is a lot of success happening with them on a case by case basis.
For me, if we'll talk about social media, I think now it's a necessity for all the businesses and everything because it's not only about posting and about the followers, it's about showing exactly what do you do and what are you offering. And I think that now everyone is being more and more creative in the content that they want to deliver. And there's a lot of learning. Only by scrolling, you can every time take an idea, have an insight. Maybe before we had a little bit of what is going on social media, but now I feel that this is a um, um, uh, very important to exactly deliver what are you doing. If you are in the teaching, what are you delivering? If you have a business, what are you delivering? So creating also content keep you all the time more in the research platform, and then you can collaborate, and this is very important. Also, you can collaborate with other people and you can find like-minded people from all over the world. So working on the social media as a platform from a business profile, I think it's very important and very beneficial for all the learnings.
Nadine, I know you described to me a lot about your business when we first met, and you talked about um, coming from the acting world
Yeah.
and stemming from that and becoming your own director to it. When you started into that, part of social learning to me is being able to take those people together and have them, I'll say, mentor each other, give them suggestions and collaboration. That's something that sounds like what you had built with your platform. Can you elaborate a little bit on that journey? Because I think that does very much apply to this.
Say again. I didn't understand the first one.
The first one is basically when you had developed your program
Yes.
and people were coming in to understand their own story.
Yes.
You had said to me that um, you were giving mentoring or people were giving information to each other and feedback.
Yes.
That's a type of social learning.
Yes.
And I wanted to expand upon that to talk about it because I think it's really a mentoring as a concept is social learning.
Yeah.
And your program exhibits a lot of that, how it's evolved. And I thought that would be a very good discussion.
So the program is all about interacting and engaging with thoughts and stories. So for me in the program, we say that life is just a story. So people will start like talking about their story from the perspective of the director, and then this is where they will find that first of all, there's a lot of common things between all of us. We all go through the same things. And this also create a community. So the community that you feel safe and you feel that you can say what you want to say, and it's just a story. So you're not really attached. And creating that community give us a space where everyone feel free to just say what they want to say without titles. In one of the exercises that I do, and this is a beautiful exercise, when they come, I tell them, can you create a fake social account for you? And when they create their fake social account, actually, they discover that that fake account is exactly who they are. And the real one is the one that is fake. So, and this is an insight like, oh, so if you are not saying exactly, you're using your own name, then you can say who you are at the core. And this is also creates like an aha moment and saying, oh my God, is this really me? Yes, it is you. And the beautiful thing also, we find that we are all mirroring each other. So you know more about someone telling you not about themselves really, and they this will be the connection from on a subconscious level and from the heart. Yeah.
Yes, great. Thank you. And that's what I was hoping you were going to bring out because I think that's really a great collaboration. Community-based learning or social learning, or another word for it is cohorts. There's many different terminologies. Take the LMS system du jour, and they will have their own terminology. But I do think it's very important. Piece two, a blended learning environment, is learning from each other, whether it's discussion boards, whether it's mentoring, whether it's actually part of a set of the assignments, collaboration. Deb, I know you mentioned when you and I had sat down, you had some cohorts and some projects together with others. And I really think that that's a very important part of our learning, whether it's in person, whether it's online, whether it's video. There's different mediums. The medium itself doesn't necessarily matter, but it's blending that piece to it because that human element is just as critical, kind of what you were just talking about as well, Nadine. And Deb, you were talking about your cohorts to me. Why don't you talk a little bit about that in your program? Because I think that was really critical.
Sure. I'm in a cohort model. Over 3 years of coursework, the cohort, which started as 17 people, met on campus for 3 days of intensive face to face learning. But we got to know each other. We went to dinner together. We often stayed in the same place. And the relationships that we forged in that 3 days over and over as new semesters arose are relationships that I still carry with me now in my dissertation phase. People that I can go back to and ask them to read my paper or ask them to brainstorm ideas with me or what have you. It's because of those relationships that were forged over those 9 semesters.
That's great. Thank you. Bob, did you have any you wanted to share?
Do one thing for sure. Every time there's a panel so far, there hasn't been any commercials. So I'm going. I think it's time for a commercial, right? Me. So anybody in the audience that would like to demo for free eGump, then because the only way you're going to know whether you, a friend, wants to improve their English grammar skills, or hopefully, schools that have people in position that to look at the program, come see me, and I will give you a business card, and all you do is scan on it, and you will come to our website, and you push another button, and you will have a demo of eGump, and you will be happy that you did it. Thank you. That's
Thank
the
you.
commercial.
Okay.
Well, I've got one too. Considering some of the people out there are our family members, can we nominate some of them? Anyway, go ahead, Nadine. You were going to say something.
No, I was just thank you. I'm saying thank you for.
Excellent. Well, what I want to do is, I know there's not many folks here, but are there any questions for ourselves? We have other things we can talk about with blended learning, but a lot of people come into it with set questions, set different perspectives to it. Is there any questions that you might have about it or things that we want to discuss? I'm sorry, I didn't, the first part. Mm. Well, from my perspective, when you have a corporation, you have to have a learning culture. If you don't have the learning culture, at least as part of the innate element to it, you're kind of SOL, or at least you're up an uphill battle. You're going to start with the HR team, the L&D team, the training team, whatever it is. But at some point, people have got to want to be a part of that team and be a part of the learning and not have what I call the silo effect. To me, a silo effect is the following: mine. Okay, it's the 3-year-old mentality of taking a toy. Knowledge is mine. I'm not going to share it because I'm scared that my job is going to be in jeopardy, or I might not get that promotion, or whatever the case is. What they don't realize is that's the actual 3-year-old mentality. And if you start to learn to share, you actually build a better organization that can be more powerful because you've built a foundation to it. But the team needs to start there and needs to start with the learning piece of not wanting that stovepipe or silo effect, that you need to go across teams, to go across functions. Finance needs to work with HR, which needs to work with IT, R&D, marketing, sales. Okay, these normally don't necessarily work in conjunction, and in some cases they're at odds with one another. If they start to see it and working together, I do believe you're going to get a better learning out of it and a better foundation, more, productivity, and in some ways more happiness. I think one of the other panels talked about, it wasn't the one before, two before, they were talking about the fact that what do the millennials want, okay, in terms of employment? And I can tell you, we've seen this in ours. If you don't give them a 3 to 5 year development plan, besides the very, 6-figure salary, which put aside, if you don't give them a development plan, they will not take a job. I've actually seen them turn it down if I can't show a curriculum path and a journey to, if you start here and you do this, you'll get to here and here. If they don't see it, they're going to go find another organization. And it is even more prevalent in some other countries where, again, I'm in a global organization because of the ports. We see it even more prevalent in India, in our India office. This is mandatory. We must give them a development plan as part of the employment package. Otherwise, we won't be able to entice somebody in. So that's in one case. Panel, other thoughts?
No, we have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Two questions.
2 questions. Okay. Panel,
I'm not exactly sure how to answer that.
okay, I mean, I can give my opinion if y'all want, okay? What I can say is, the first part of your question was talked about gamification and those type of environments. I do think it is a critical element to it. It will evolve as time goes on. The piece to it that I think was missing for many years was the instructional design theory to it. You had game developers over here, okay, coding away. And then you had the IDs over here building curriculum, and they didn't quite talk to each other, or they didn't understand the same language. I only think it's rather recently, in the last few years, they've started to get together. And what you've started to see is a realization that games are not, as I said, just for fun. They can reinforce the learning. Metaverse is something that's interesting, and all of those from a medical perspective. They're teaching people how to do procedures with that VR, with that technology. That, I think, has also made folks realize the power of it. When you used to go to the conference, we went to CES a number of years ago, and I saw the VR goggles. I was in a party dancing, okay, is what they showed me. That to me was like, okay, this is fun, but what does it have to do with learning? It wasn't until somebody then started applying that technology to a school-based curriculum of learning how to do a medical procedure, as an example, that I think people started to take notice of it. I actually think things like those virtual reality, the augmented reality, the 360, all of those pieces are going to become much more critical to first higher ed. I think higher ed's going to do it first, more so just because they tend to have better open minds than corporate America. Okay, corporate America or corporate worldwide tends to be a bit more, and especially when they look at the price tag of it. Okay, you could develop a course in X amount of time. It takes a lot more and a different skill set to develop a game. I think higher ed is going to really continue to excel on it, my opinion. But I do see corporate America. I see the top 50, the top 100, the more forward-setting companies realizing the value of it. So, in my opinion, that's what I see happening over the years. Thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, after I had to think about that, what your question was, and how many people in here ever play? And we all have seen Jeopardy, right? Right? Well, what I've done over the years is I held three different grammar bowls, like spelling bees, and they were highly successful. I had two in Arizona and one in Pennsylvania. And basically, we took eighth and ninth graders, we gave them the program. They had to master the program. So that meant that they had to score, like multiplication tables, they had to score 91 to 100% in every lesson. And by the time they finished, they could qualify for our Grammar Bowl. Now, once they qualified for the Grammar Bowl, then like Jeopardy, we had when they were competing, and they were competing at the Grand Canyon University in Arizona. So picture this: you had two students with buzzers, and on the screen we would have questions, and it would be something like, of the three sentence, which sentence has a participial phrase? Buzz. Okay, you got a point. So the first one got 3 points. So we did this like March Madness. We went from 64 to 32, but we offered a prize each time they moved down to 16. And as it turned out, the people, the young ninth graders who are now, this was a bunch of years ago, who are now either seniors or graduating college, the top students, when they took the SATs and the ACT tests, were all scoring either perfect scores or near perfect scores. And most of them, not only because of their grammar skills, but all their skills, they were able to get scholarships at schools like Stanford and Yale and Arizona State University and everything else. So I think the whole idea of making people, everybody likes games. Games are fun. And another thing that we're looking at in our lessons, we call lesson reinforcers. And in our lesson reinforcer now, when the sentence comes up, and the question that comes up, you practice that until you get 15 in a row right. Now, if we added the timer feature to it, and then we added it on the network, and you got 15 in a row right, but it took you 22 seconds. Somebody else did it in 18 seconds or whatever. And I think all of that, because there are so many kids are very competitive, and they want to get involved. So I think there's a great place in education for any types of games being played. Anybody else?
Nadine, Dad, any comments? Any comments?
So about games, games are very important because we learn by experience. So in my talk also yesterday, I was talking about people love to move and people love to experience a new thing more than what is given. So, and what happens is when we play games, we become more creative and we get more insights and we move. And in anything in my program also, even in the online course, there are many games to do. And also I developed a game like a board game where we have cards, and in each card we have different characters and different situations, and then we start building a story out of those cards. And this story, it's like a vision board. It will manifest into what is it that we want to do. So it's always giving us you feel playful and happy to create, not only to visualize or to imagine or just be in one place.
Great, I agree. Thank you. I think there was another question somewhere. Oh, Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
I agree as well.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Focused on that camera that's focused on you, and there's not too much distance between those cameras and the person, and that makes a big difference when you're looking at what I'll call the Hollywood squares of having all the people up. It changes it. You would think it's not, but it's the exact opposite. The only difference is you can't make folks sit there. They do have to get up a little bit from their own desk. It's sometimes a bit different than being in a classroom because there's a bit more distraction. But what I would say is as long as you can account for the physical element to it, they are very much engaged with it. I would wholeheartedly agree.
I think this generation they don't have a problem
Yeah,
sitting in front of the
exactly.
screen. For us, maybe it's like distracting we because we don't know how to sit still and watch, you know. But for this generation, all they do is they have their screen, so it's much easier for them to focus, and they are multitasked. So they do many other things at the same time. But as I said, they focused also in during Corona. Also, the kids were at home and they were like studying throughout this, and they had better grades than when they used to go to school.
Well,
So because yeah,
there's different screen sizes when you talk about the kids. I don't know about anybody else, but our kids would love if they could just sit there at dinner table every day with a phone about here, taking selfies, doing something. And so the screen doesn't always have to be a large computer screen. It's a phone in their face, something that none of us grew up with for sure. In my generation, I was like, what was a cell phone? I mean, we had those things attached to the wall that had a rotary dial to it. Okay, I first used punch cards on a computer. Okay, I'm telling my age now. Anyway, there was one other question in the back. Sorry.
I like taking online classes and in-person classes simultaneously. I think that's the best mix. In the face of not having that available in the doctorate program, what I did was the next best thing. It means that as I go through the dissertation phase, I have only the relationships I've built. Otherwise, there's no interaction, so it's interaction that we facilitate on our own.
I would also add to that, I think you need to also define your learner. Okay. If again, to go back to my learners in the industry, if I take those labor workers online learning, some of them don't even have laptops at home. Okay. So them trying to do learning is less than stellar. The games, they love it because they can play them when they're somewhere, whatever, or an instructor led. They prefer the face to face. So I think part of it is it depends on the audience, and you need to do a profiling of who your learner is to determine the best style of a learning that they have or can use. And also, how can you influence it? Sometimes people don't know what they don't know. Maybe they will like it if they try it or if you find a way to make it more accessible. But forcing it on someone, just saying, okay, you will go online and do all these courses because I said so, is about as good as me telling my kids doing that. It's just not going to work. It doesn't happen. However, if I find a way to make it accessible or more interesting or blend it in a way that they're happy with, then I think you're more successful. At least that's the way I have it to do with it in industry, not necessarily the higher ed. It might be different in the K through 12 or higher ed.
Speaking to the question before about how do we bring blended learning to corporate America, um, kind of overlaps with this question a little bit. Uh, I have a service and a sales side to the business that I run, and we work with a number of manufacturers, and they all bring different kinds of training. But surprisingly, one does it really well. There is online training, but there's also face-to-face learning in the case of webinars and things like that, not asynchronous but synchronous learning. And then there's also on-site, on the manufacturer site training, and they also will come into our site depending on what the training is. And I think that's also a great way to reach different learners, depending on how they are best, best approach their learning environment.
Agreed. Agreed. Thank you. I'm just looking at the time, and I know we only have another minute or two left, and we're getting the signal, but I looked at my watch. Are there any other questions or anything that we can answer? If not, first, I just want to thank everybody. I know it's late in the day; it's the last session. I just want to thank you all for sticking with us and, learning about this because I do have a passion for it. It's what I've built my career on and something I do. And I also want to thank my colleagues here. I enjoyed getting to know each one of them over the last couple of weeks or days as we were preparing for this. So I just want to thank everyone.
Thank you.
Anybody want to say anything else?
No, I'll just say thank you.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Can you believe that we've already wrapped up another amazing conference? Thank you to all of our speakers. We are all leaving with a few extra tricks up our sleeves. Your contributions have been the highlight, leaving us a bit smarter and a bit more inspired. But for all of you here with us today, this isn't the end. We're just getting started. We do have some exciting editions happening next year in Dubai, and we also have another USA edition coming up soon. And we'd also like to give a special thank you to our gold sponsor, Sean K. Shakarami, the founder and CEO of Ophelio. Your unwavering support has truly made this event a resounding success. It has been an amazing journey partnering with all of you, hosting and engaging you. I am your MC, Jillian. I'll see you next time. Thank you.